fucking dare you just say that? Like you responded to them unequivocally supporting horrendous terrorist or action as a means of, don't fucking look at me like that, you weaselly little fucking, look at me, don't fucking look at me right now and do anything other than apologize for the piece of shit that you are right now for not saying I disagree with that statement. Instead of going into some bullshit apology about, well, actually they did do some good things and that maybe that's what we're, it was in leftist circles, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Off. That's not what they're saying. And you know it. You lying sack. Fucking man up, pull your fucking balls and say either A, I love it when Jews get killed because I hate Jews, or B, apologize.
I feel like there's some other options here, so I'm going to avoid saying those.
No.
How about you that I was raising?
Bigot little fucking answer now. You just made an apologia for horrible crimes against humanity, and now you're going to smile about it. You little fucking apologize, or let us know the bigot you are. One or the other. Now.
We're going to start introducing these fine feathered folks with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for being here, friend. Lactoid, him and I have like great conversations all the time. We had an interesting conversation last week. I truly and deeply blame him for his level of rhetoric last week for what we're seeing now. So just putting it all on your doorstep.
Yeah, no. So I'm also known as, I guess, Nostradamus, because I was asking some questions last panel that turned out like all the rhetorical questions, the hypotheticals I was like, the bullets I was asking you to bite, it all came out to be true. So I'm looking forward to talking about that. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Thank you so much, Lactoid. Scott is back with us. Happy. We haven't had him in a few weeks. I've been sad. I've been lonely. And I've honestly, I do miss you. And I've been, there's been a few topics that I've really wanted to have your insight in. But I'm glad you're here with us today. How are you, friend?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I had a bit of a hiatus. I've been moving, dealing with some other stuff, but I'm happy to come back tonight. And then next week, probably get into the swing of things. And I've been working on a lot of side projects too. I have a new sociological theory that I think is a lens that is essentially better than anything ever produced by sociologists in human history. So, that's just going to take me forever, and I'm probably never going to get it out, but I've been working on it as much as possible. So who knows? Maybe I'll get it out one day. But I've had a lot of time to work on pet projects and stuff. But you can find me, Fabian Liberty, either on Rumble or on YouTube. You can follow me on Twitch, but I never stream there because Twitch sucks.
Okay, fair enough. You won't find me defending them. Corey is here. Thank you for being back here, Corey. You weren't here last week, was it?
No, I was.
Week? Okay. I don't know. White people are exchangeable.
Hey, I'm not insulted. You have the interesting conversations happen with Lactoid, not with me. I totally
no. I know you took a week off though. Like that.
I did. Like 2 weeks ago or 3. I did. You are correct.
I'm sorry.
You're not misremembering things. But also in defense of Lactoid, and also as proof of my presence last week, you came up with the topic basically of asymmetrical warfare, right? That was all on you, Prime. And now, this asymmetrical warfare has been going on for whatever decades, but now it's been catalyzed somewhat. So really, it's at your doorstep, Prime.
Yeah, but we couldn't have had that conversation if Lactoid didn't antagonize me at literally every turn. So I don't know. I was saying it's actually quite his fault. So like the Israelis, I may have started it, but that current battle, that was I think Lactoid instigated that current battle. So we'll leave it alone there. We'll call it even. We'll call it even.
There might be some asymmetrical warfare between Lactoid and Prime. I don't know. But yeah, it's great to be here as always. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, and on X and Instagram and YouTube. It's Corey Campbell, and looking forward to getting into it. Always a pleasure.
Well, when Lactoid facing such a big-brained opponent like myself, then yeah, asymmetrical. I would agree. Let's go to. I'm sorry, and he can't even respond, right? So if you like to say something right now, respond so
He's
much.
still processing with his little brain. That's why.
I don't want to respond because I don't want like you to like take something I say now and like, well, see, you're actually against Israel. I know. I'm gonna play my cards close to my chest.
Thank you so much.
He says, while being the only one so far to say which side he's going to choose.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to choose Israel. I'm sorry, it's going to happen.
We'll go to our friend who I haven't seen in like on this channel like 2 years. SDL, thank you so much for coming through. Like I've missed your face.
Yeah, it's been a long time. So for the viewers, should I say that the other person?
Who's the other person?
Well, so Synth was initially going to come, but they couldn't make it. So I think you can find Synth on Twitter at Synth posting SINTHE. And I'm Sock Done Left, or Aiden. You can find me on sockdoneleft.org. And I'm going to be trying to be streaming over the next month or two. So yeah, it's been quite some time. Glad to get back on and have given the cast here and the pre-debate. It's going to be very spicy. So
yeah. That's what this group will provide, indeed. And next, my dear friend, Counterpoints, is back with us, handsome as ever. Counterpoints, thank you for coming through. Like, I hit you up because I really wanted to hear your pain on this because you hinted at it in a previous conversation, and so I'm stoked that you're here now.
No, thank you for having me. Always happy to be here when I can, and I'll try to be more available as I shift to a 9-to-5 role. And obviously, I'm a pre-apologize to everybody. Parasocial love to everybody. Prime, I'll be your friend at the end of this panel. You'll see if you're my friend at the end of this panel. But like, I am relatively passionate about the subject. Reason being, I think there's a lot of fucked up shit and historical stuff that we can point to in this scenario. I don't think being aggressively pro one side without caveats is good for anyone. And that being said, I think there's some really horrific shit that's happened over the past 72 hours. And I've been really bitter, like bitterly disappointed in the responses of some people online to the point that I've taken it personally. I try not to take geopolitics personally, but in some of these judgments, I don't think I can look at it a different way. So, yeah. So, anyways, I'm excited to get into it, if a little bit scared.
Thank you. Same here. And next we have our friend Doobie, Dark Lord and Savior, back with us again. We've also been missing him for the past few weeks, unfortunately, but that's life. Doobie, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
I will have more people show up later on, but they're busy with things, so hopefully they'll be here soon. But we'll continue on. So the topic, over the weekend, Hamas launched an attack from the Gaza Strip into Israel. An immense number of casualties have been suffered on both sides. What do you think are the causes of this current battle? Was this conflict inevitable? Do you condemn one side or the other? And what should the international response be? So yeah, like you guys all know. I mean, if you're a person who like peruses this particular channel, right? Well, then you are already politically aware, and you know that really awful news has been happening over the last 48, 72 hours. A massive loss of life in both Israel and Palestine with this surprise attack that's been launched. Just tragedies left and right. And like in the wake of this, people are trying to piece together like how should we conceptualize this conflict? It's a really difficult one to do, right? Like not that most conflicts are simple, right? Like usually in geopolitics, if you're thinking it's simple, you're wrong. But this one is one of the more amorphous and just um, like mind bending ones to get your mind around. So I wanted to explore that with these guys and to see where you all land and go from there. We'll start for Fran Blacktoid.
Yeah, so as mentioned, this topic is particularly interesting because last week here on this panel, we had a conversation as to the legitimacy of civilian targets during military operations. During that discussion, I asked questions about rockets against Israel, and I also specifically asked if Palestinians had stormed settlements, lined up civilians, and killed them, whether that could be justified. And some people sort of expressed that it could be. As it turns out, I didn't really need to compare the two because only days later, we saw Hamas do both. We saw thousands of rockets fired at civilians and then raids into Israel, including at a peace festival where jihadists killed, tortured, and raped unarmed and innocent men, women, and children. In answer to the prompt, I fully condemn Hamas, the organization that specifically targeted and slaughtered innocent people. I also condemn the lefties that have been supporting Hamas, specifically the DSA. Some chapters, like the Connecticut DSA, are brazenly on Twitter right now celebrating the massacre itself on Twitter. When 30 unarmed black men are killed every year, it's a travesty. But when 30 times as many unarmed Israelis are intentionally slaughtered, it's somehow a glorious revolution. Look at your bedfellows and be ashamed.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah. So as you mentioned in the prompt, this is an incredibly difficult question to answer, especially like what are the causes, right? So I mean, I have a list of causes, and this is not exhaustive, right? I would say the primary cause, as far as I'm concerned, is the Balfour Declaration of 1917. I would say that prior to this, the Jewish Zionist movement was purchasing private property, going into swamps, going into abandoned areas, and homesteading property peacefully without issues. It's after this, after Britain kind of promises the Jews a nation of their own, that we see, the Jaffa riots and many of the clashes between these people. And of course, and the history from 1917 on, 37 and 47 and the 6-Day War in 67 and, the Marxist Palestinians, attempting to, kill their former allies in Jordan and the Lebanese civil war that the Marxist Palestinians caused, in Lebanon to try and eradicate Christians. Over and over and over again, there's kind of like a back and forth. It's a chicken and egg scenario where one side says, begins attacking another side, and the justification is whatever the hell happened 2 or 3 years ago. And then you have things like Camp David Accords that fell through in 2000, where it's basically Israel's fault. Some mild riots and rock throwing, and they decide to start opening fire on people. But then, the PLO decides that they want to, just kill innocent civilians and suicide bomb, discotheques in Tel Aviv. So I do think that, blame kind of primarily goes on, I don't want to say Palestinians because Jews are Palestinians, right? Like there's no Palestinian just means people in a Syria, Palestine, right? Really, we're talking about Arabs in Israel, or Arabs in Assyria, Palestine, or Philistines, if you will. But other causes, I would say foreign aid, anti-Semitism is another issue. Israeli counterterrorism tactics that are very heavy-handed. And then Israel's hands being tied by global community is another issue. The inability of Israel to cut water, cut power, cut food and aid to the Gaza Strip basically creates a scenario where they're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, where they're forced to financially incentivize Hamas since 2007 without any ability to actually act. So yeah, I condemn Hamas, right? Because it's evil terrorist acts. Everyone in Hamas is a piece of shit. Everyone that supports Hamas is a piece of shit, and a horrible person through and through. But I condemn Israel, for not having the balls to tell the international community to go fuck themselves and cut water to the Gaza Strip and clean it out appropriately like they should have. And I also condemn them currently for maintaining the essentially impossible movement of people out of Gaza Strip by maintaining the idea that in order to leave as a Palestinian Arab, that you need a permit that takes 3 to 4 weeks to get through, that like 20% of them get denied, right? Like that's a problem to me. What should we do? I'll be quick because I've already taken up way too much time. We should cut all funding to Israel and Palestine. We should allow Israel to annex Gaza completely and fully, and just get rid of Hamas. And then we should allow refugees from Gaza with food, housing, water, etc. Like they should not be trapped in Gaza if people want to leave. And we should demand Israel do that to the best of our ability. And then we should return land and leadership to the Palestinian Authority and continue negotiations towards a two-state solution under the guise that they do not support terrorists, they do not house Hamas, that Hamas are criminals that need to be killed, and not shelter them in any capacity, and allow private property owners to return to Gaza once it's been cleaned peacefully. And yeah, that's my approximation. Sorry for taking so much time, but like, you know, like it's just way too complicated of a question. It's 3 complicated questions. Like I can't give an overview in 30 seconds. I just can't.
10 words or less, Scott. Come on.
Thanks so much. Like at the start of it, I thought that we're going to agree completely on this topic. Oh, no, of course not. But seriously, much appreciated, friend. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, I'll attempt to be brief. Well, first, I should probably almost certainly caveat that I am absolutely not a scholar or expert on this topic, where I have sort of a zoomed out and I know sort of like the broad strokes. But at least for me, when it comes to like what's occurred, it's hard for me to determine like accurate information because there's a lot of information shared. I don't really have the time to like sift through and filter in or like what's accurate. Like people are like sharing video game footage and all that stuff, passing it off as legitimate. So it's like, yeah. Even just like trying to get attempting to get an accurate picture seems difficult. And like also at the end of the day, I'd rather be tasked with like solving nuclear fusion than this problem. But I'd still like to discuss it regardless. And so, yeah, there's a lot I don't know, and I'll probably be asking questions to probably just educate myself more. But to answer some of the questions in the prompt, was this conflict inevitable? It seems like, at least historically, and based off what I know of some of the roots or contributing factors to this conflict, seems inevitable. Based off what I know, I don't particularly condemn one side or the other. I don't think it's useful to compare like body counts and casualties. And what the international response should be, I'm just going to say like I don't know right now, and I'll leave it there for now, briefly.
Thank you so much, SDL.
So I want to quote from Haaretz, which is the #2 newspaper in Israel. Quote, "The disaster that befell Israel is the clear responsibility of one person, Benjamin Netanyahu. The prime minister failed to identify the dangers he was consciously leading Israel into when establishing a government of annexation and dispossession and embracing a foreign policy that ignored the existence and rights of Palestinians. Every group that has a sane response to this issue has condemned the violence of Hamas and has condemned the violence of the IDF, but they've noted that the root cause of this violence is that Israel maintains its occupation of 2 areas which should be controlled by Palestinians or should be granted full democratic rights. Without a solution of that kind, this violence will continue. Netanyahu is the cause, reactionary ideology is the cause, colonialism is the cause."
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Counterpoints.
Yeah, so if we're looking for the root causes of this conflict, I literally think you need to stretch back almost 2,800 years of history to when this land was first conquered by the Jews. And I think setting that precedent that this is like, if we're going to do blood and soil, or if we're going to do indigenous people or whatever the fuck, then we're going to have like 10,000 different claims. You know, the Jews got their asses kicked and were sacked by the Babylonians and the Assyrians and the Egyptians and the Christian Crusaders and the Moors and all that kind of stuff. And then eventually that resulted in the Jewish diaspora, where they were spread all over the world and they were basically treated like shit everywhere they went. Whether or not that's justified, I'll leave up to other people. But basically, what happened was that Jews knew that they needed a homeland in order to secure a future, and I think that a eradication of their population from Europe would be a decent, logical impetus to want to create a homeland that you can securely defend. Of course, there were people already in Israel, largely Palestinian people of the area of Palestine, which is actually it's rooted in Roman terminology. That's how long this area has been in conflict. And, you know, Israelis settling this area caused the conflicts that we've seen. The establishment of the state of Israel kicked off a war. I think Fabian Liberty mentioned the battles in like the 60s and the 70s and the 90s and the thousands, and even currently we're looking at this. Now, to answer, do I condemn one side or the other? I'm with SDL in a weird way. I'm with the fact that this is the responsibility of the Israelis. The reason being that the reason why we don't think of the Gaza Strip or the West Bank as a genocide is because it's slow moving. They take it in, you know, a settlement at a time. They evict a family a settlement at a time. They change the culture in the economy a few square miles at a time. But if you look at what's effectively happening, it's a slow rolling genocide. And right now, what I do condemn in particular, to the point that, again, I'm worried about being very angry tonight, is Hamas has fucked up so bad that I'm with Lactoid, where I don't care if the Gaza Strip gets annexed. Like I don't give a shit what your historical grievances are. Your historical grievances don't permit you to rape people. Your historical grievances don't permit you to behead people with farm implements. Your historical grievances don't allow you to walk into the homes of men, women, and children of civilians and execute family members in front of each other. I don't care what your beefs are. Also, just to bring up a tangential beef, I know that SDL and Prime Kai might not identify or defend with these people now, but watching people say, this is what decolonization looks like. This is the messy, necessary affairs of indigenous people reclaiming their land. If I could find those people, if they were United States citizens, just to put it in a way that'll be friendly to TOS, I would deport them to Coconut Island. I would have Vosh be the king of the coconuts and figure out how he wanted to distribute it. Maybe we would take Hispaniola or Cuba or whatever, and we would deport every one of these leftist swinging dicks to their own shitty little island where they can figure out the indigenous rights together. Now, finally, what should international response be? I think the international response, I'll tell you what it's going to be. I'm not going to tell you what it should be, and then I'll wrap this up. What it's going to be is Israel now has carte blanche. They can effectively do what they want. They can do airstrikes. They can raid every single house inside the Gaza Strip. They can take weapons. If a 12-year-old throws a rock at an IDF soldier or an Israeli policeman, that kid will be shot and not a single person will bat an eye about it. After that, it's going to be a 50-50. I think what's going to happen is they could leave Gaza as a Palestinian territory, and then just have it where it's like the government is going to be under the close oversight of Israel. I frankly think that there is enough anger at what has happened in the past 72 hours that they could flatten Gaza and move all the Palestinians that are in there to the West Bank and say, if you fight us, we're going to kill you. And if you don't fight us, we're moving you to the West Bank, and you're the West Bank's problem. So, and then international response, I think the United States is going to give, again, carte blanche. We're going to give them unlimited money, and we're going to give them all of the sexiest military technology for them to kill 12-year-olds with rocks that have ever been created ever. Maybe robot dogs with machine guns on them. So, yeah, there we go.
Oh boy, we're gonna have a lot of fun today. Let's go to my good friend Doobie.
I basically agree with everything STL said. Though I'd add, for people who like moralizing about what Hamas did, not that I agree with it, but I think that you can only treat people like animals for so long before they react like animals. right? And we just need to look up like how many thousands of children the IDF has killed in the last couple of decades. Like eventually people are going to go fucking crazy, and it seems like it did. So I don't know. I think we just need to include that in our calculations when we're talking about like who's at fault or who's more evil here.
Okay, open to the panel.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
try
understand.
not to scream at Doobie.
I don't
Sorry, somebody else.
understand this idea that that colonization is bad for the people in Palestine, the Arabs in Palestine. All of the evidence would suggest otherwise. When the Zionists moved in before the creation of the state in 48, everywhere that Jews went, they homesteaded property. Everywhere that they went there, the Arab population increased. Right when the Jews were in Judea, during the Roman Empire, we have a population of what 1 million to 2 million roughly. It's hard to know in the region before Rome decides to kind of like ethnically cleanse the Jews out of there because they're sick of the zealots and they're sick of the uprisings in an important trade area. And then they name it a place that is specific. They name it intentionally to be anti-Jewish, right? Which is Syria-Palestine, which is later becomes Palestine after Syria gets its own country, and So my question, like, I don't understand this idea. It's bad. The colonization is bad. Well, it seems like the colonization was good for the Palestinians. It wasn't until the British decided that they had simultaneously promised the Arab Palestinians, their own nation, their own land, and promised the dynasty in Jordan their own land if they revolted against the Turks, and promised the Jews their own land, right? It's the British Empire that is promising multiple different people their own country in the same region, and then institutes the White Papers in 1939, making it illegal for Jews to homestead area that they were homesteading, making it illegal for them to move into areas where they were benefiting everyone, and creating tensions between different people with broken promises, and by making it illegal for the Jews to settle and colonize. So it was illegal for the Jews to colonize in a lot of areas, and that was most certainly caused more problems. If we had more colonization of Israel by Jews, we would have happy Arabs that are living peacefully in a single state with the Jews. I just don't understand this. Colonization is to blame. What do we mean by that?
I'm trying not to laugh aggressively, but does somebody else want to take that so I'm not mean or racist?
You can go at counterpoints. If not, you.
Okay, I'll be mean and I'll be racist. So what I would say, I don't even think it's racism. It's basically religious bigotry. So what I would say is that Jews in their charter, in their religious holy text, they were promised greater Israel. They were promised like the rivers between the Euphrates and is it the Euphrates and the Nile? So basically they have this entire territory that's been promised them by God by holy edict. Now I know not every single Jew is a religious zealot, but there's a healthy chunk of Jews that are. And even if you're not a religious zealot, it would still be like in your historical pretext to say that you belong in this territory. Well, simultaneous to that, Muslims have been told by, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that, they are like, there's brothers of the book, Jews and Christians, but at the same time, the clear hierarchy of power is going to be with Muslims. Like, the Jews and the Christians, they have to pay the jizya and they have to bend the knee to Muslim rulers. So when you have the Jews take over their own state, which by the way, I think this was going to happen as a matter of demography anyways, but when you have them take over their own state, that's a power structure that can't be tolerated. And so as a result, you have all of the Arabs attack Israel all at the same time, basically as soon as it's declared as viable. And then that gives Israel the right or the ability to defend themselves and then expel anybody who's sympathetic to the people that are attacking them. So as a result, like blaming it on the British, like I know we like shitting on white people and Europeans or whatever, but at the end of the day, like brown people are capable of hating each other for other reasons besides white people told them to.
Okay, that's not my claim. That's like a really disingenuous framing of my claim. My claim is that prior to the British, prior to the White Papers, right, that
Mhm.
you have individual Jews and families migrating to the area, buying land, often with intermediaries from Arabs, so that other
Dude,
Arabs
I
didn't
understand the
know.
situation. I'm saying that was
Okay,
not
no,
tenable.
don't interrupt me after you just said that I have this idea that I want to blame white people. Like you tried to paint me as wokes and woke scold me or something. Like
You
reverse
said the
woke
white
scold
papers
me.
2 seconds
Like,
ago. Why do they have to be white, Fabian?
Jesus Christ.
I mean, so now we're just memeing, right? Like let me finish. Like my argument that you refuse to actually engage with is not that it's white people's fault, but that before there was this demand of separation between Palestinian Arabs and the Jews, there was Jews moving in with relative peace, and in the areas where Jews moved, the Arab population increased. So
Can you
as they're
summarize
coming in,
my
it's to a
argument back
benefit
to you?
people.
Can you summarize my argument back to you?
Your argument began with the idea that because of religious promises of the Jews as well as Arabs, that it was an untenable situation, and that by bringing in Jews in general, it was always going to cause violence because of the religious differences.
As a matter of fact, hold on. Let me expand the idea just a fraction.
Mhm.
It's not. You could have 1 billion Muslims, and you could probably have 999 million Jews, as long as the Muslims are in control of the territory. But as soon as you have 1 billion and 1 Jews, and they control the territory politically, that becomes a politically and religiously intolerable situation.
That's not true. Lebanon is a perfect example of this. Christians were in charge in Lebanon for many, many, many decades until slowly but surely from 48 and 67 immigration, Muslims became a majority. And even still, there were tensions, but there was still peace in Lebanon until PLO Marxists moved in and allied themselves with the Muslim majority in Lebanon and kicked off the civil war. So the own history of
What do you think the
Middle East
Muslim
proves that
majority
wrong.
was? What do you think the Muslim majority was telling each other before they kicked off the civil war?
I
Can I get an
don't,
intro
I
in a
don't know how to
minute?
answer that question. What do you
think?
ask?
What do you
are
think
trying
they
to get
told?
me to
What do you
say?
What I'm trying to get you to say is they're saying
I don't know. They said
you're
good
being
morning in the
ruled.
morning. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
You think they didn't say like, hey, it's fucked up that you're being ruled by a bunch of Christian secularist fucking dickheads right now that are importing degenerate fucking Western culture into your like modern society, and they're using all the
that's
pretexts of
irrelevant to your bullshit
technology
claim that
and
I just
commercial.
proved wrong.
No, it's not. No, it's
I literally
not. Because
proved
if
you
I go
wrong.
check,
History proves you wrong.
check
You're wrong.
Hezbollah's. No, okay, hold on. Fabian,
You said it
you
is
can't just
impossible
say that
for them to live in
Fabian?
peace unless the Muslims are in control. And then I said, here's 20, 30
And how
years of
long were
peace
the
in Lebanon.
30 years. 30 years.
Technically, the Christians were in control. I want to say it was 1920, the French mandate. Yeah, the French mandate is 1920, I believe. So from 1920 until 1975. So I'm sorry, 55 years.
45 years of peace. I'm amazed. Dude, like the reason why I'm talking to you in such a fucking condescending tone is because 45
'cause I
years
proved you
for
wrong?
anybody. No, it's because for anybody who's historically literate, which you are, by the way, so this is super fucking annoying. I have to make this point to you.
55 years.
55 years is the blink of a fucking eye. So to use that as a citation that Jews and Christians can get along for eternity without any kind of religious claims or religious bigotry is fucking crazy.
Mad. You're getting mad because you made a bullshit claim and then I proved your bullshit claim wrong. Your bullshit claim was that it is
I'm
impossible.
barely mad at all. You're
We'll
just
push that.
saying
We'll
wrong
pass-
things.
We're gonna push past this, all right?
No,
So
I
we'll
just a
allow
quick
someone to
summary, right? You said it is
hold on. No,
impossible
we got it.
unless Muslims
We
are
got
in
it, we got it,
control.
we got it.
Christians
I
were in
wanna-
control
Unless
for
they're
55
secularists.
years.
We got it. Go ahead. Ty is with
Okay.
us. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for the late join. 3 quick points I want to make. Number one, if I'm coughing a little bit and raspy, I do apologize. I've got a bit of corn dust in my throat, as this is my
Based.
4th week that I've just finished working 70 hours a week. So I'm a little tired. So thank you for letting me join a little late. Appreciate it. Number 2 is that when I said last week on this panel that, I understand with Israel and Palestine, if they hate each other's guts and they want to wipe each other off the face of the earth, that was not a fucking endorsement. But apparently that's where we are today. Number 3, I made a lot of points regarding this last panel, so I'm not trying to repeat myself too terribly much, but I will just succinctly say this. I don't take anyone's side here.
I get why the left supports one side. I get why the right supports another side. But this is an ethnic, religious blood feud that has been going on for quite a while now. It has a lot of reasons and a lot of history. And I don't really give a shit what the reasons are at this point. There's enough blood on everybody's hands to sink us all. Really, just straight up. So the real conversation is either one of two things. One, who do we blame and who's the worst guy, I guess. And number two is what do we do about it? So I will happily engage those two conversations, but whatever the fuck Connor and Fabian were just doing, nah, I'm not about that shit. I will go somewhere else. So anyway, thank you for having me.
Okay. Anyone else can jump in, so I'm done with something.
I got a couple points that I've written down. So I'm just gonna like rapid fire these. So if you can stop me, that's totally fair. Doobie, you brought up the point. When you treat people as an animal, eventually they're going to lash out as an animal. It's interesting that you would use this analogy when the same thing could be said about Israel, right? Constantly under attack. We're multiple wars, multiple attacks. It seems as though the response is always a response to some other Arab nation rolling in tanks or some rocket fire, flying over the border of Gaza. This is like by far seems to be the most common historical scenario that's happened with Israel.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
I think that's nonsense.
Yeah, I think that's nonsense. So yeah, being met with violence is something that typically happens when you like colonize a place, when you come in with a bunch of militias and force people out of their homes. Yeah, of course you're going to get violence in response to that. But if you then justify further violence by with the response that you got to your like initial invasion, like, that's pretty ridiculous, don't you think?
So
you have 700,000 Palestinians forced off their land in the Nakba.
No, so we can get into like the history about this. That all happened after the attack on Israel, right?
No, actually, because prior to the attack on Israel, in the period where I think Scott mentioned that, like, Jews moving into the area, even then, you had Jewish militias forming and pushing Arabs off the land. This is why when Israel was being formed, so many of these people, prior to the war even starting, left the area because they knew that the Jews were going to come in and force them off the land, and they did. And they poisoned a water supply so they couldn't come home. And when the war was over, they didn't let them come home. Like even though like there's like a multiple UN declarations saying that they should be let back home, and they're just not letting it happen. So like I don't. You're basically like you're trying to position the aggressor here as the victim, and it doesn't work.
Whoa, hold on. To label like Hamas
How did the Muslims get the land
the
originally?
Palestinian Authority and PLO, right? I'm not sure who you're kind of alluding to as like just purely a victim is kind of a silly thing too, right? Like we can absolutely talk about.
I'm not talking about the PLO or the Muslim Authority. I'm talking about like initially like the Arabs who were living on the land, and Jews, by the way, who were living on the land, were forced off the land by Jewish militias. Right during the Nakba and prior to the Nakba, I would say that they're the victim.
Okay, so Doobie, I have a question for you.
Starting
Hold
in
on, I got a question.
1948 is like the
yeah. So
victimization. It's weird to me.
Yeah, no, you're kind of making my point, but I want to make it more clear. So Doobie, last I checked, when it came to like Muslim history or whatever, this was a religion that was like formed in the cities of Mecca and Medina. So this is about 1,000 miles south or so. So how did this religion, this monotheistic universalist religion, how did it come into control of Jerusalem?
You're thousands of years off, actually. So the Canaanites weren't Muslims. Right.
I wasn't talking about the Canaanites. I was talking about
when we're talking about the people who lived on the land before the Jews got there, and who the Palestinians are actually the descendants of. It's not Muslims. It's the Canaanites. Right. We're talking about the indigenous peoples of the area.
Anybody claim? You think anybody claims that
are being oppressed and replaced by Europeans? Right.
Dude,
that is truly what's happening.
Right, like you're trolling if you're bringing up the Canaanites as having.
He's not trolling.
This is like
there's
no, he is
reality.
Like if you guys want to go back and claim that the Jews are like victims here because they're being like met with violence when they show up with violence. Yeah, I guess, but you don't get to just like erase all the history there. Be like, oh, we're going to start at this arbitrary line in history.
That's
then all violence past this line is now in response to like nothing. I guess. Like why were the Arabs meeting them with violence in the first place?
This is an ethno-nationalist argument. If you're saying that you're taking a pure
Israel is literally an ethno state. What are you talking about?
We're making a religious argument.
Right. So, no, I mean, I'm making an argument about homesteading property during the Zionist movement of unused land. That is the only way that private property can be established. I don't give a fuck about the ethno-nationalist tendencies of any nation state because I'm a fucking anarchist.
Not
and I don't want any
tendencies,
of
it's
these systems.
explicitly an ethno-state.
Yes,
It
but
ex-
you're
I mean,
making the
their
claim
basic
that
law says that
no,
the right to
Doobie,
national
Doobie,
self-determination
Doobie,
is
Doobie,
unique to
Doobie,
the Jewish people in
Doobie,
Israel.
This is bad
So of
faith.
course, if
Gishka,
you're an
stop
Arab,
interrupting me.
living in the
Stop
area,
interrupting me.
living on one of the lands that they're
Stop
continually building illegal
interrupting
settlements
me.
on, you're
Hey,
pretty fucking
stop
upset
it, you
about
little
that.
bitch. Listen
Welcome,
to me.
Bucket.
Listen to me. Listen to me. What you are doing is you're taking a word that I'm doing and then screaming whataboutism and not allowing me to make an argument. I don't care who
You should be more
is and
careful
isn't
with
at. Shut up. I don't care that Israel is an ethno-nationalist state, just like I don't care that Japan is an ethno-nationalist state. What I care about is the homesteading principle in regards to creation of private property. What I'm saying is that you are making an ethno-nationalist claim by saying that the Palestinians have the original right to this land. The Palestinian Arabs have the original right to this land based upon the genetic similarities of the fucking Canaanites. I'm calling you an ethno-nationalist and saying that ethno-nationalism is stupid. Stop it. It's a bad claim to property.
What is the underlying claim that Israelis or Zionists give for Israel to exist in the first place, and for
That they
their
conquered it
government,
2,800 years ago.
No, that it is the homeland, that it is their God-given homeland
That they established 2,800 years ago.
Okay, so this is further than ethno-state, right? So I think this is like an ethno-religious claim, and they've built their entire government around this ethno-religious claim, and they're using this ethno-religious claim to oppress the peoples around them who have been living in the land for generations. So I don't know.
How do you argument? Can you make an argument?
Please, how can you say that you don't care about the ethno-religious sentiment of the nation?
I'm
when that is literally.
Okay, Fabian, I'm following his logic. I understand that you're not following his logic.
I'm following it.
So I would like to make.
I'm following it.
Okay, you don't like it.
You
don't like his logical. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna follow. I'm gonna follow. Hold on, Fabian. I don't care. We always do this whenever we do a debate. Everybody has to argue from your frame.
It's true.
Other people have different frames.
No one has to argue.
So I want to argue from a different frame.
It's okay. You're playing into his trap by engaging in his whataboutism.
There's no trap.
You're allowing him to drag you through the mud instead of making an argument.
So got a point. So if you want to respond, great.
But
Ty
chill,
Bates wants to jump in before, so I'll give him space. We also have Beckett here. We want to give him space as well.
Okay, so I'm not a religious literalist, so I don't give a shit about these things necessarily. But I think that religious literalists do care about these things, and as a result, if you want to communicate with these people, you have to understand their frames. So what I would say is that Israelis claim that 2,800 years ago, basically when they were leaving Egypt, they conquered the Canaanites, they took the land for themselves, and they were there for thousands of years. I think the Jewish diaspora was 1099 or some shit. It was the year 1100. And there were still Jews who were staying in that territory after the Jewish diaspora. They just largely were converted at the point of a sword by, drum roll please, fucking Muslims. Like it wasn't spread by peace. So when you're talking about the fact that oh, well, the settlers, the people who were there originally, they have a claim to the land because of XYZ historical reason. They both have territorial ethno-religious claims to the space. That's the problem.
I'll pick up on that. I absolutely agree. The problem that I have with the arguments here is that I think Doobie's not completely off kilter, but neither is Connor. The problem is you're talking about a religious ethno-state that is called Israel versus another ethno-religious state, which is called Palestine. And I'm just mentally falling apart at the seams, both morally and logically, at how one side wants to prop up one versus the other side wants to prop up another. And I get why the moral axioms line in those particular directions, but let's break this down. Is anyone the good guy here? Fuck no. Fuck
the people.
No.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, there's no good people here. These people would want each other dead
Hamas,
for a long time.
the good guys?
Yeah, Hamas is not the good guys.
No,
PLO
the good guys are the
IDF
innocent Palestinians that have been forced off their land by the Israelis.
Let's not play games. We're all more mature. We're all smarter than this for a long shot. What comes down to is, yes, there is a fuckload of history here. We can literally go back to the Resharam Caliphate if you fucking want to, and that's 600s AD, right? So I'm gonna pass it off to Beckett.
I mean,
Yeah, like depending on how far you want to go back, you can go back for
That's
fucking ever.
hardcore. We don't even need to do that. You could just look at the illegal settlements that Israel's building right now. They're continuing to force people off the land that they lived on for generations, and they say, hey, actually, here in this law that we just came up with, this is actually
Right.
our land. So we're gonna move in a bunch of European Jews and kick you off your fucking land into the streets.
So what borders would you draw?
wait,
Jimmy?
okay.
So
land,
is this, wait, no,
those
no,
are
no.
the
Is
good
this just
guys.
original sin from Balfour? Is this really what it comes down to for you?
That is happening today.
That's what I
Right,
felt.
so-
Yeah,
he,
but what I'm-
he starts at 1948 for some reason.
Well, no, like
I'm
I get
assuming
that
May,
because,
obviously.
like, okay, so
That's
like
ridiculous.
the short TLDR history here is that you have the British really start like the immigration of Jews back into the Holy Land. They are there, but not in any significant numbers. You have Balfour, which starts it, and then you have obviously the post-World War II march afterward because they want a homeland for the Jews because of what just happened to them, right? So between 46 and 48, there's like 1 million fucking Jews that just show up in the place. Yes. Is that colonization? Is it like, the British being a bunch of cunts because they want to dump a problem on somebody else? 100%. But if we're going to act like,
Yeah, I
all
feel
right,
like this is just my lead-in for being British.
I'm sorry, man.
I feel like it's such an easy setup.
yeah.
Let the Brits not.
Right, I
It's
think-
like,
I
listen,
think-
the
I
real
think
problem
it's-
is British people.
Britain,
Those
I think
fucking
it's-
limeys.
you fucked
I think
up.
it's
I'm
a
sorry.
little-
You did.
I think it's
Like,
I
if
think it's
anyone
a
I blame, it's Britain. Okay.
Listen,
I think it's
if we want to
I
talk
think
about
it's
Britain doing things, I'm not going to dispute the fact that we drew bad borders. I'm not going to dispute the
Okay.
fact that the way we treated the areas we controlled and the way we handed them off and the way we do, like even
you
like
didn't do any of that.
in our local region with like Ireland. Well, I am Irish, so obviously I talk about this shit. And it's weird as well because I hear a lot of these takes, and I wanted to come in because I heard. Do you know what did it? I was like, I'm not going to talk about this. I said this on stream on like Saturday, and then I heard SDL, and I was like, okay, fine, fuck it, I'll come in. Okay, so I want to be really
You
clear.
admitting
I
to-
think
to
that
grabbing clout?
I think there are elements where you can talk about freedom fighters, when you can talk about like the importance of revolutionary action. I look at what happened where my family is from in Ireland, and I look at the history there, and I have an understanding. At the same time, I am not going to sit here and go, yeah, the IRA did nothing wrong. And it's also like, it's quite concerning. I know a lot of people have seen the posts from this porn actress, Mia, whatever the fuck her name is. And she's like, oh, well, I wasn't endorsing violence. She tweeted this out today. I wasn't endorsing violence. I was just talking about freedom fighters. And that's what the people in Palestine are. They are freedom fighters. That is what the citizens are. And that all that does is mark normal everyday citizens as active combatants. Now, let's be clear about what Gaza looks like and what Hamas does. Hamas uses civilian installations and civilians as human shields. The language around liberation puts a target on everybody. We are talking about one of the most densely populated areas on the planet. And when we're talking about like the differences between the way Israel acts of creating bomb shelters for its people versus, Hamas digging tunnels so that they can better attack Israel. There are differences here. I'm not going to claim that there are good guys and bad guys because it is a hugely, hugely messy situation. But let's get one thing clear. Israel's in a precarious situation. This is not the West. The Middle East and its politics are radically fucking different. And if the roles were reversed, we wouldn't even be able to have the conversation because there wouldn't be any Jews left to have the conversation about it. Israel could wipe out the Gaza Strip. It could wipe out pretty much anywhere within its borders tomorrow. It hasn't. It's been really careful. And people can say, well, they're doing it by step. And
Yes.
that's still not great. But again, like the situation is so precarious that unless you want to, move everyone out of Israel to somewhere else or everyone out of the Gaza Strip to somewhere else, I can't see any other
Let's
real
move them to
positive
Miami.
solutions.
Look,
Well-
I got to respond to the idea that this is
Sure.
that Israel is being super careful. Between 2008 and 2020, 250 Israeli people were killed by war. It was 5,500 Palestinians. And injured is even worse. It's something like 100,000 Palestinians in the past dozen years.
So-
this is not some equal balance between two equally proportioned militaries duking it out with precise strikes.
Those are two different arguments.
Israel
Yeah,
bombed
war is
apartments.
not a fair
Those are-
fight.
But
Like,
it's
why-
but
why
it's
are
not.
we
And like
simping for
if
people
this
who are
was
getting their
Those
a
are two different
Western
arguments.
country, if this
Stupid
was a
argument.
Western country going to war with another country, like for this long period of time, we'd see far higher civilian casualties. Look at Look at what happened when like we had the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and everything else. Like war is not clean. Like combat zones aren't clear open battlefields. This isn't like the 1800s. We're talking about urban warfare. Like I'm not sure what the
STL, would it
And
be
then- Go ahead.
Would it be? Well, no. I actually want to hear you talk because I've seen you just like shake your head the entire time. But I just, before I let you talk, I just want to meme at you real quick. So should like Israel just have like, should they just have shot less people? Like, should they have counted up the corpses that were like, on their streets and then been like, okay, we're going to shoot exactly 250 Palestinians this year. Then we're going to maim another 1,000. And then like, after that, we got to call it quits because basically like, that's how many they shot of us this year. Like, obviously that's not how it's going to fucking
Like a
work.
Bloods
Look,
Crips war
everyone
with
in this
one
chat
time.
Yeah.
condemned Hamas for attacking civilians, but we don't see anything like that for Israel routinely engaging behaviors which are almost certainly going to kill civilians. Israel routinely
Yeah, it was
flattens
mostly
apartment-
the
no, let
rape.
me finish.
Yeah,
just
Israel
want to
routinely
you asked
flattens.
Israel.
Hold
Israel.
on.
What are you
You asked the other
about?
question. We'll give him a chance. to
Israel
answer.
routinely flattens apartment buildings. Ben Netanyahu today posted a video of the Israeli military bombing dozens and dozens and dozens of apartment buildings. That's the things he's proud of, right? Israel, that's why there's so many more injuries, is because of all this building flattening. For decades,
Why
Israel has been
okay, just tell me just quickly because I really want you to finish. But why do they target those apartment buildings? Why do they end up targeting hospitals? Why do they end up targeting mosques? Is it because that they are targeting civilian populations, or is that because that's where fucking Hamas is?
If
What
it's
are they
where
meant to
Hamas
do?
is, they're sure not doing a damn good job of getting rid of them, right? If
No,
the
it's
argument
just-
here is,
it's
this is
brilliant.
necessary
Okay, so
to
the
target
solution that you
Hamas,
use-
is it fucking working?
Thank
No.
you. Well,
You-
okay,
you
what is
use
your argument
2000
then?
You use 2008 as your benchmark to start counting, which is really fucking convenient since Hamas took over Gaza Strip in 2007. Why not we talk about, after the second Intifada, right, and Gaza Strip? Like, why not that period of time in Gaza Strip? Is it because, I don't know, maybe the death count isn't as high because fucking terrorists aren't throwing rockets and bombs across the border from that area and hiding in those buildings? It's like an interesting metric that you choose that specific time, and it
And
goes.
the blockade
There's a
only happened
reason
after
those
that,
deaths
too.
exist.
We'll go to
Connor's got his hands
counterpoints.
up.
So SDL, you can respond. Then we'll go to counterpoints. We'll go to Ty.
Sure, I'm picking 2008 because that's a common starting point. It's because that's when Hamas took over, and that's when, as Beckett said,
Yeah.
they are supposed to be. So it argues.
Yeah, it's
targeting
a
the
common
apartment
starting
building.
point to
But
talk
the
about
problem
war when
is
they-
that
Let
it's
him
not
finish. Let him
working.
finish, Scott.
If the argument here is, we have to do this targeting, it's the only way to destroy Hamas. Is Hamas destroyed? Do you think the events of the last few days showed this was an effective Israeli military strategy? Maybe.
Well, no one's made
attacking
that
Hamas,
argument.
maybe
You're about to
attacking
find
dozens
out.
and dozens and dozens of civilians is not the right way to end violence. Maybe you can't kill terrorist groups with aerial bombings like this.
All right, counterpoints, and then Ty.
Yeah. So what I would say is I've unhealthily watched a healthy chunk of films over the past 72 hours. And what I would say is that the Hamas militants are proud of what they've done. They filmed themselves walking into air raid shelters and gunning down families. They filmed themselves dragging rave party people in the back of trucks with their heads blown out, displaying their bodies like they're deer. They're proud of the fact that they decapitated like a Thai worker with a backhoe and they posted to the internet. They love it. They think it's awesome. They think that they're killing Kafir and they're retaking the Holy Land. It's their best thing ever. Whereas where you're talking about with the apartment buildings, there's something called knock on the roof. This is an Israeli tactic because they don't control the Gaza Strip, where they basically set off a small explosive on the top of the building. They make an announcement and they basically say, in 30 minutes, we're going to level the fucking building. Everybody get out. And then they level the building. Now, here's where I'll come your way a little bit, is giving people 30 minutes to grab all their shit and flee for their lives from their apartment buildings and then and then their apartment building gets destroyed and they have to increasingly pack in like sardines into other apartment buildings. Is that like any kind of stable policy that's going to prevent future terrorism? Absolutely not. But is there one person who's even making a remote attempt at reducing civilian casualties versus someone who is proud of the civilian casualties that they're inflicting? There is a moral difference between these two
Sorry,
things.
I gotta. There's so much. When I say, and I'll say it later because we got a lot of time. This is our only topic for tonight. But just quickly on that, there is plenty of people on the other side, on the Israeli side, that are proud to kill Muslims. Right? You see them captured on film, like doing their little protests where they like talking about like wiping Muslims off the face of the earth, or at the very least Israel. You talk about members of the Self-Defense Force who like wear T-shirts talking about like how proud they are of killing is Palestinians. That we have like we know of the reports of the SDF firing on people like literally like a mile away, like sniping them, right? And that's like literally a goal, saying this is a thing we're going to do. I remember there was like a T-shirt talking about how killing a pregnant woman is like a 2-in-1, something like that.
So
But
let me engage
like
with
the
this.
idea that
Well,
there
they
isn't
deserve
like
each
some
other.
pride on the other side for that, like you are comparing. Well, okay, I'll just leave it at that. I just need to get that.
Let
point
me
out.
engage
But
with this real quick.
I will. All right, quickly, and then I got to move on to other people.
Right. You are absolutely right that there are disgusting people in the IDF, and there are disgusting people that are Jews. There's rhetoric from even fucking American popular conservatives like Ben Shapiro that's ready to turn Gaza Strip into glass. Right. There's disgusting rhetoric all around, but there is a difference between an individual on Twitter or a person that you don't like or a photo that you find versus official documents by Hamas. When Hamas's 1988 charter says that there will be a glorious day when the rocks and trees cry out that the Jew is hiding behind me, please, oh Muslim, please, oh Muslim, kill the Jew hiding. Like and then they create a nicer version in 2017, and the 2017 says, well, we'll accept a 1967 border deal so long as we never accept that Israel exists and that this is only a launching pad to wipe out and remove all Jews from the Middle East forever, period. That's different than like an individual IDF soldier with a bad T-shirt. Like these two things are just not the same.
I just want to be clear that the policy of Israel is ethnic cleansing. That is their policy. That's what they're doing. That's what like their past officials, like the prime minister, have said. Like this is the policy that they're up to. So like I get 100%. I 100% agree that Hamas bad, right? I don't want all.
Can you just how so? Just how so?
To be clear,
we say their policy is ethnic cleansing. How so?
Through the settlement program, through sorry, I can't do this right now. I will engage with it, I promise. But like I want to get other people in before I jump in. So like I think was it Tyler's next, or was it Corey?
I disagree.
Ty, Corey, Lactoid.
Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna steelman both sides of this argument here because I fucking hate everybody. So first of all, I get why the left wants to defend Palestine. Like they are the little guys. They're kind of backed into a corner. I will even steelman Hamas. I don't blame them for running into hospitals and trying to set up operations there because it's the only place they have left where they might not get blown straight to hell immediately, right? That's what you do in war. So they're trying to use human shields. And that's the only thing they can probably do without getting completely wiped off the face of the earth immediately. You do what you have to do because they are looking at, I agree with Prime. I agree with SDL. We are talking about a policy from Israel that is ethnically cleansing. Right, and I don't blame them for being hella pissed off whenever.
Can you back that up? I'm just curious. Do you have an argument as why it's ethnic cleansing?
Dude, okay, seriously, you have the settlement program, which is that the Israelis are going to go into the West Bank and go into Gaza. They're going to literally bulldoze over homes and apartment blocks and then set up their own. That's literally what it's been for 40 years. Let's not act like it isn't.
Just to support time, just to come a little bit more to the middle ground.
Please let me finish. I will blow a gasket if people do not give me time on this one. All right. So when it comes down to it, right, I am currently investigating because I have 2 members of my community saying this, but I cannot verify it, that for the last 3 years, Israelis are actively taking Palestinian children from their parents and literally like dispersing them out through orphanages or actually like deporting them to like orphanages across the world. Have not verified that, but if I even believe that as a Palestinian, yeah, fuck the Israelis. They all deserve to die. So let me flip to Israel. All right. They came in. We can bitch about whether they should have or not. I really don't care at this point. It's been 7 years ago. What it is that I don't blame a guy who's like, hey, you know what? You killed Grandpappy in the War of Liberation or whatever the fuck they want to call it, Yom Kippur, the 6-Day War, what have you. You killed my sister in a fucking bombing whenever she was just so going to the fucking supermarket, and you turned her into confetti. Like, I don't blame anyone for being absolutely pissed and wanting to like gut each other on this. I really don't. What I do have a problem with is what everyone's just like, oh, hey, I want to side with these people because they're the little guy or because they're just better at kicking everyone's ass. Like, is this literally the base moral argument that we have for supporting the people? Either, hey, they're the guys who are being oppressed because they suck at fighting, or, hey, these guys are the ones that fight effectively and we are the ones that like them? That really seems like to be the bare bones argument here, straight up. We like one person more because either they're a dunce or they're effective. So can someone blaze the level here?
So we're gonna go to Corey, Lactoid, Beckett,
no, it's just
and,
straw man.
Counter. Oh, SDL, you want in? All right. So Corey, Counter, Beckett. Sorry, Corey, Lactoid, Beckett, Counter, Socked on. I'm gonna write this down. Don't worry. But anyway, and quickly before you start, I just need to say, guys, I see a lot of you guys are really pumped in the chat and saying all kinds of messages. Some of them at me. If you want your comments read on stream, if you want to have someone here interact with it, consider using a hype chat or a super chat. Please support this channel so I can continue having these types of things. Like we've been this month, we haven't gotten much support, so consider helping us out so that like when these things happen, you can come here and you'll find great conversation. Something that'll drive you up the wall, something that'll make you feel something. So sub to the channel, give bits, give subs, or give hype chats, super chats, and we'll interact with your comments. Okay, let's go to Corey.
Yeah, I just have a question for like SDL because like I mentioned my opening statement and like I'm whatever, pretty conflicted about everything. But yeah, I mentioned my opening statement. Like I don't know how useful it is to like compare like body counts. So like if the body count was like equal, like fully equal, that would put you on the fence?
No, the reason I'm pointing to it is to show that there's a lot of violence that occurs from the Israeli side towards the Palestinian side. That there's a lot of disrespect of, like, the UN routinely receives reports of war crimes from Israelis. There's decades of reports of allegations of assassination of journalists, which is never investigated in depth by Israel. So like that, the reason I'm bringing this up is not just to be like, wow, big number. It's trying to point out that, yeah, there's terrorism. And unfortunately, it's terrorism by both sides. There are no clean hands here.
Okay, yeah. So then ultimately, it seems like you are on the fence, but you just maybe lean, whatever. Like what?
Well, to answer the question asked earlier, why stand with one side? I believe in democratic self-rule. People should be able to control the polities that they govern them. They should be able to select the leaders that rule them, and Palestinians are much less able to do so because of Israeli military occupation. That's like...
Well, they're unable to do so because they refuse to do so. They have refused every fucking deal for a two-state solution for ever. In 1937, they refuse it. 67, they refuse it. Every deal where they say, we will give you your own country, we will give you your own land, we will give you your own government, they refused it until the Oslo Accords in 1995 is the first time Palestinians, Arab Palestinians, have ever had any government in that country ever in world history, right? It's always been Babylonians, the Ottomans, the Jordanians, Syrians, the Egyptians, right? It has always been another group. They finally get control, and it has been rejection, 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 terrorism, terrorism, terrorism. And then, of course, Israelis have not made the situation better by doing, as you have mentioned, what many consider to be human rights violations. But the idea that like, oh, well, I believe in democratic self-rule, and if only they were given the opportunity, it's like they've been given every fucking opportunity, every fucking 10 years to have self-rule, and they reject it because it requires them to recognize Israel existing, or it requires them to recognize that Israel is allowed to exist. Until the Jews are pushed to the sea, they refuse to govern themselves. Instead, take constant foreign aid and use it to make terrorist attacks.
Let Corey finish up his point, please.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty much just going to slightly expand more on what Scott said. And also, from what I understand, like, definitely correct me if I'm wrong, because I totally could be, but from what I understand, like, there's decent support for Hamas in that area, where it's not like a super low percentage. I think it's like roughly about half. And so it's like how...
I don't know if I trust pollsters.
That's why, like, that is totally...
It's hard for me to know.
I
Yes,
totally
so-
agree with you. That's why I don't know.
Within the Gaza Strip, about 40% to 60% of people say they would probably vote for Hamas. To give you a comparison of Jewish people in Israel, 48% say that they want to deport all Arab people from Israel. We're talking about two polities with extremely strong reactionary wings. Like, I'm not trying to say, am not trying to say that that Hamas is a good actor or the IDF is a good actor. My argument is always for the people. Now, Scott's argument is, hey, but what about all these deals that were refused? In general, all the deals were refused because Israelis refused to cede land, as was in, you went through like the long history of the area, and whenever the deal is proposed, the deal is not proposed on equal terms or based on giving compensation to people for land loss in any reasonable proportional way. So the whole point here is that they're rejecting deals which they see as deeply unacceptable to them. I don't remember if you or someone else was the homesteader, but if the whole point of that is supposed to be like you get a fair trade or you control your land, having that land forcibly dispossessed is a really big goddamn deal if you believe super strongly in individual property rights. So
yeah, I'm all for. Listen, I'm all for a perfect magical deal existing, right? Where we go through line by line and find the individual property rights of each individual property owner, and we dissolve the nation states of the world, right? Like in Fantasyland, that's great. But if your argument is, well, these people deserve democratic self-rule, and they're offered it over and over and over again, and they refuse until they get the perfect deal. I mean, when we talk about the Camp David Accords, we're talking about the entire deal fell apart because Muslims weren't offered enough authority to control the mosques in Jerusalem, right? Like we're talking about these are things that can be fought with after you have your fucking nation state. And yet they refuse that nation state because they enjoy the PLO, Hamas, all of these people. They use the Palestinian Arab people as a human shield, not both literally, but politically. They maintain the victim status because it is in their best interest that the Palestinian Arabs remain victims without a country so that they can continuously murder Jews and continuously murder their own, have their own people die in conflicts because they need a person to hate and a person to attack with terrorist attacks. They have been offered the self-rule over and over and over again and haven't taken it.
So I'm gonna move on, but STL, like you're on the list, so you can respond later on.
Sure.
Lactoid, please.
No, I just to add to that, yes, they've rejected every single deal from the beginning, right? The very first, what Doobie was referencing, the 1947-1948 Civil War.
37
that
first. Then
yeah, that
47.
was the first one, and the UN presented the partition plan, and that was rejected by Palestine and the surrounding Arab states, who launched an invasion, including an army from Egypt. So yeah, this happened immediately. Immediately, Israel was under attack from the very moment of essentially starting. I think it's interesting how we're talking about democratic rights. Hamas hasn't had an election in Gaza since 2006. Compare the democratic history of Israel versus Gaza. This kind of goes back, I think, ultimately to what Scott's earlier point was, as to, we all look at like colonization is like inherently a bad thing. But this seems to be like an odd position for people to take, especially consequentialists, right? Because if the society afterward is like better on every metric, like isn't this like overall? This is like supposedly a good thing, right? I mean, so not only is Israel being constantly attacked, they actually have elections. They're not rated as a totalitarian regime, unlike Hamas in Gaza. They actually have freedom of speech, unlike Gaza. They have rights for gay people and women, unlike Gaza. I mean, you look at every single like supposedly left-wing position, or even like socioeconomic position, or everything, and Israel just like consistently governs better than not only Palestine but everywhere else in the Middle East. The question that I keep coming back to is like, what if Israel can't bomb like Hamas targets? What are they supposed to do? Do they just not do anything? Would we tolerate this if, like, let's say the Cherokee started firing rockets at DC? Would the U.S. tolerate this if Mexico started like shooting mortars across the border and blowing people up? Right? Well, I mean, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was an unfair treaty, right? This is bullshit. These the ancestors, we got to the sacred land. No, we'd be like, no, hold on a minute. No. You don't get to shoot rockets into California. That's like fucked up. You especially
Well,
don't
hold
get to
on,
like
California.
storm.
I'm starting to
Okay,
be a little
hold
bit
on.
more
No, 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 no,
sympathetic.
no, no. Right. But I mean, there's plenty of raves in
This-
California, and like if
Fuck
they
you.
attacked one of those raves, which is what they did here, and like raped people and sliced off their heads, it, it's just bizarre to me. Also, one last rant point. It's also fucking bizarre to me how um, it's not obvious what's happening, right? So we have Connecticut DSA, which is just flat out saying this is fucking good, right? Go Hamas, go Palestinians. When they're you can look at their fucking
someone
Twitter if you
tell
don't
me,
believe
like,
me.
tweets
Even
or
that
whatever to
statement-
that stuff? Just later when you can. Can someone-
Yeah.
Just real
I mean,
quick- real quick,
you
just to-
go look at it. One last thing, last point I'm gonna finish on, right? But when the DSA, when their main account, or when any of these fucking people say like we stand in support of Palestine, look at the messaging of that when that immediately follows a massacre, right? It would be like somebody posting following 9/11, like I stand with Al Qaeda. I don't support the attack, guys. I don't support the attack, but I stand with Al Qaeda. What the fuck does no? You do stand with them.
I just want to clear up something, not even making an argument, just timeline clarification, right? So 1937 would be the Peel Commission. Okay. This is when, when muftis from representing, kind of our legal arbiters in, Islamic law are present speaking for Palestinian Arabs. That leadership is rejecting any existence of Israel ever. Stating, unequivocally that if any Jews exist there, once the nation state is Muslim majority, they will remove all Jews from Israel or Palestine, whatever, right? And then you have the white papers in 1939, which is the British making it illegal for Jews to settle in certain areas, and then the first partition plan is 47.
Let's go to our friend Counter, then Beckett, STL, and Ty.
Yeah, so I want to make a historical and chronological argument for the state of Israel, just how I think it can be justified.
I'm listening. Let me get some
basically.
water.
Yeah. So historically, you can trace the roots of Israel all the way back to 800 to 1200 AD. So we're talking about 800 to 1200 years before Christ is when this area was settled by Jews. So it was founded by conquest, which I find deeply ironic because basically they put the Canaanites to the sword. They killed a whole bunch of towns of people. They put every man, woman, and child, and even some of the cattle to the sword because they were so evil, et cetera, et cetera. So I do find it ironic that we're still doing the same shit, 3,000 years later. That being said, I don't think we should be doing the same shit 3,000 years later. They lasted through the Persian, Babylonian, Hellenic, Roman, and Crusade slaughters, and that is what caused the Jewish diaspora. So people came in, they killed a shitload of Jews, and as a result, the Jews said, we can't stay here, we're not safe, we're going to go be, strangers in a strange land, basically. So they did that. They suffered through, Christian anti-Semitism in the medieval period. They were second-class citizens under the caliphates, but in the 19th and 20th century, they started the colonization and homesteading that Fabian Liberty supports. And I think that any leftist within their right mind, if they're not blood and soil, they would respect at least the 19th century homesteading because they're not really taking over the area as a political polity. Now, that being said, in World War II, we have the mass slaughter of European Jewry, and the survivors say, we need a place. So what happens is that accelerates Zionism to the point that they establish the state of Israel in 1948 chronologically. So at this point, for me, I don't give a shit about the Holy Land itself. I don't care about the dirt, okay? If you wanted to take all however million Jews and move them all to New York, I wouldn't give a flying fuck, and honestly, I don't think it would change New York that much. That being said, I do think that there needs to be a territory where Jews can exist without fear of getting stabbed, raped, or murdered. So, I'll try to move through my remaining points. Now, this is bad for everyone because it's geographically a difficult area. It's at the crossroads of humanity. But since that time, Israel has become a pseudo-democratic, high-tech society, and they're effectively the United States weapons research and development. I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm just trying to be descriptive here. We give them $3.8 billion every year. I'm pretty sure all of it comes back to us in defense spending. We give them our most high-tech gear, and then they field test it on Palestinians. I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying that's how close our relationship is. Then We already made this choice. The United States is not going back on supporting Israel. Israel is committing what I view as a slow-rolling genocide in the West Bank and in Gaza. And then Vosh was right in a certain respect that if Israel never existed, the region would be a more peaceful place. This is just true, even if you support Israel. But Ben Shapiro is right that if the Palestinians give up, they would probably be integrated politically into Israel as Arab citizens. And if the Israelis give up, it means the end of the Israeli state. Well, we can talk about that in a second. Final point. Actually, I have a final point and then I have a meme point. Mosques in Jerusalem. Part of the reason why Muslims claim Jerusalem and claim all the mosques and all that kind of stuff is because they're holy to the Muslim people. But the reason why they're holy is because they were holy to Muhammad, peace be upon him, because Jerusalem was of significant consequence to people of the Abrahamic faith. So the reason why they're holy to the Muslims is the same reason why they're holy to the Jews. Finally, I do find this ironic. I just want to point this out before I shut up. Diversity is our strength. Replacement migration is good. And we can always figure out how to exist side by side, except for in the case of Israel. Then fucking lefties become blood and soil fucking fascists, which I find amazing.
Okay.
End of rant.
I am. I'm going to respond to that. I have a list, guys. It's like I really do want to jump in, but I have a whole list of points.
Can I just ask a question?
I got them too.
If that's okay.
And next to all of these is like who I'm going to respond to. It's like Scott counterpoint. Scott counterpoint. Scott. Okay, so don't worry. Like I want.
Doobie had a question.
I want this smoke. Go ahead. If you have that question, you can ask that.
So this idea that like if the Palestinians stop fighting, they would just be like assimilated into Israel. I think it's like I don't think there's any evidence for that at all. I think there's evidence contrary to that, because the demographic concerns are a major issue for the Israelis. They want Israel to be a Jewish majority state, right? So, which is one of the core reasons they won't let the Palestinian refugees back. Which is another reason that they're so opposed to they have like one state solution. So it's one of the reasons they gave up the West Bank. It's because they want a Jewish majority state, and if it gets to the point where that's being challenged, they're anything that challenges that they're not going to support, because they want this to be an ethno state. So I don't think it makes sense to say that if the Palestinians stop fighting, they would just like be assimilated. Like Israel's demonstrated that they're not going to do that. They're not willing to do that.
It's the first time we've agreed.
So I'm googling. Right. No, so I'm googling. Did somebody say the population of Gaza was 3 million?
It's like 2.6.
2 million, 3 million in the West Bank.
Okay. So then at that point, like 20%, at least from what a cursory Google search, 20% of Israel's citizens are already Arab Muslim, at least from what I'm Googling. Okay. So effectively what you're talking, and I think it's 2 million right there. So what you're talking about is let's say you annex Gaza, you take every single swinging dick after you kill all of Hamas, then you effectively double it. So you're probably at like 35-40% for, Arab Muslims once you like scale it all out and all that kind of stuff. So at that point, you still have Jewish majority. Now, I understand exactly what you're saying. They want to maintain a 60%, 70% majority of Jews inside the state of Israel, because what happens if you annex all of the West Bank and then like 70% or like 60% of the Muslim population is like, we want Hamas to be the official government of Israel? Like, obviously, that's like a fucking lunatic and suicidal proposal. But to just act like, there aren't Arab Muslims who are peacefully integrated into Israeli society is also bullshit.
Well, nobody's acting like that. What I'm saying is that.
Well, you just said that they had to be an ethno state, and they're 80% Jewish and 20% Muslim. That's a pretty shitty. They want to maintain a
Jewish supermajority, right? Hold on, don't wait. Hold on. So are you arguing that Israel isn't an ethno state? Like, it pretty clearly is. I mean, it's like explicitly an ethno state in the basic law.
Are you aware of the Israeli laws? So they did offer citizenship to people and anybody in Jerusalem with the annexed areas and people in the Golan Heights. And those offers were like mostly just refused. So they are offering citizenship in the places in which like the territories are changing, and some of the people there take it. A lot of them don't.
What's the population of the Golan Heights?
It's negligible.
It's not.
It's like
it's not gonna be much.
So like we're talking about like a one state thing where they just kind of assimilate Palestine, where the territories that are currently Palestine, so Gaza, the West Bank, etc. Like that would
So
absolutely set off or tip the Jewish supermajority. Then you have if
this
the
is
Palestinian refugees are allowed to come home, that would tip it even more. So of course
so
they're
this
not going to allow that to happen.
so this
So,
is
Maybe the
already
point-
kind of a this is already a
so
little bit of an
I do
oversimplification.
I do want
Just-
to work my way down the list. We got like 4 people here.
Can,
So
can I
we're gonna
just
go Beckett.
correct?
Okay.
There's a little thing that I need to just tiny thing. You also have to understand that like the conservatives and the pro-capitalists and the pro-West side also view integration of Palestinian Arabs as a threat to their own political power, because Palestinian Arabs tend to they were supported by the Soviets. They sometimes ally with other organizations, etc. Now the Jews that initially came in, yes, were socialists, right? Most of the Jews that came in were socialists, but over time they have allied themselves with the West. They have become capitalists. Their politics are very much more Western, and so you're not going to see them want to take large amounts of Palestinian Arabs in for citizenship, just because half of the political parties know that they lose their power, and that Israel falls to socialism, which destroys all countries.
Let's go to our friend Beckett. SDL
Okay.
tie.
So I want to engage a little bit with SDL, but also I want to just draw a middle ground here. Like the argument of, well, this is what Israel wants. Like it's similar in the way to like the Hamas argument of Palestinian citizens are non-combatants, calling them freedom fighters. Again, I said earlier, it's not a good fucking look. Benji's approval ratings aren't great. They've bounced back a bit after this, but they've been falling for years. I remember doing my theology degree and talking to Jewish friends, and they were like, yeah, well, we come from Israel, we have family in Israel, but Benji's insane. Like, there were comments he made about like Palestinians supporting Hitler a few years ago, and everyone was like, what are you talking about? So the idea that the government and the people are like one and one, again, it isn't there. And people, I think there's a difference between criticizing or attacking all of Israel's citizens versus the actions of the military and the government, because I think there's a different discussions. Also, I think when we're talking about the integration thing, I actually weirdly agree. I think if you were going to have that kind of response, I remember like going back to my master's, I remember reading a paper from like decades ago where they were talking about the fact that they were looking at solutions, the two-party solutions for Israel and Palestine, hoping they would work, because they would those would be the templates they try in Ireland, because they couldn't figure out what the fuck to do with Ireland. They literally thought it was more likely that Palestine and Israel would stop killing each other, which is until Mo. But just finally, I really want to engage with this. Like Lactoid asked a question that I think is really important. What do you actually want to see Israel do? Like realistically at this point, because we've got so much propaganda on both sides. The rhetoric has heated up so much over the last 2 decades that both sides have basically dehumanized each other, and Israel has that from multiple outside sources like Iran. Israel, they do want to wipe Israel out, A, because it's Jewish, and B, because they see it as like an American installation state. So what's
I'm interested in
your
that
solution?
too. I'm the only one to actually propose a solution so far.
That's
I like SDL. I'm really reaching out. Like, if you've got something there,
Yeah, I'm just curious. Does anybody have a solution? Yeah, I'd be like interested too, because otherwise, I guess I win by default since mine's the only one proposed.
I don't have any principal opposition to either a 1 or 2 state solution. The standard 1 state solution on the left is that you need to have egalitarian respect for the people that would be integrated into the country, which Israel has shown no interest in doing so. In fact, I just look up and there was a poll that I think it was like 70% of Israelis said that if the West Bank were integrated, they wouldn't want the people there to be able to vote. So the 1 state solution is very disfavored by people in Israel.
That makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
The 2 state solution
Get a few discotheques blown up. You might feel that way,
It requires the 2 parties to come to an agreement, which has failed 50 times over the years. So I don't have any principal opposition to either, but I don't know that either is very likely.
To be clear, my question was, what should Israel do in response to the attack, right? Because there appears to be criticism on the fact they're blowing up Hamas buildings and there's civilians that are inside or around. So in response to this massacre, like what should there be any military response? Are they allowed to shoot anything back, or how does that work?
I think there can be some level of military response. The argument that I've been giving is that the type that you see from Israel is enormously disproportionate. So, for example, today, the Secretary of Defense said they were fighting, quote, human animals, and as a result decided to cut off fuel, food, energy, and water to Gaza Strip. So the idea that like, oh, they're just doing a little military incursion, it's going to be totally proportional, is nonsense. Like they're targeting the
Is that a human rights
too.
violation?
Is
to cut off
taking
water?
off people's is cutting off the water to
Probably.
I don't
Yeah,
know the
yeah.
law, but it probably to some degree
Yeah,
should
yeah,
be.
it's international law.
So
This
I'm
is
just-
why you
I'm
don't
just-
strike
yes,
at power
right.
stations
So-
and things. This is why the accusations of Russia doing it
Right.
to Ukraine
So-
is so serious.
Yeah, I was just curious, right? So like when Russia does it to Ukraine, or when Ukraine in 2014 does it to Crimea, right? Is that human rights violations? Are you willing to say that the Ukrainian government is a human rights
Probably.
violation that
No,
might
I
have led to escalating tensions with Russia and
This is-
provoked them?
It's super tangential, but like, yeah, the UN I think has now.
I'm just curious if you're
investigated a
consistent
dozen-
with that idea.
The
That's all.
UN has investigated like I think a dozen Ukrainian human rights violations and like over 100 Russian war crimes. So yeah, I totally believe it.
Can I
fair
just
enough.
just to follow up
Please.
on this,
So-
like, because I just want
Hold
to
on.
get hold on, just
Okay,
very
were
quickly.
you not done before? So
No,
go.
I
Yeah,
wasn't.
yeah,
I just want to see. So, like, you say that you like got ideas for solutions. If the solution comes down to end civilian deaths, to take that to annex that land, just wholesale, like just move people out en masse, like call it like an international aid thing of like, oh, multiple countries go, we're just going to pick people up, we're going to find like somewhere to put you within the Middle East. Are you still like, if that ends the conflict on the Strip, would you still be opposed to it?
Would I
If
support
it's the
the
only
mass
reasonable
deportation
solution? Would you
of people in
support
Gaza?
that?
Yeah, the
Would
ethnic
you
cleansing
support?
of
No,
Palestinians.
I'm not saying it's the ideal. I'm just trying to gauge. Would you support that over like a full military incursion that's going to like be vastly more civilian deaths? Into
Yes, SDL endorsed the Palestinian Trail of Tears. Do it. You know you want
exactly. That's
to.
what you guys. Oh my god! I'm-
Absolutely not.
this
A
is
peace that
crazy.
requires ethnic cleansing is not worth wait like
Okay.
what?
I'm not trying to
Do
track
it.
you. I really am trying to gauge.
I
That's
am.
fine. If
I'm
you want to say
gonna-
no, that's fine.
No, I'm good. No, that's fine because I want to engage. This
Well,
is
that's
one of the things
interesting.
I wanted to talk about.
What's
Hold
your
on, no,
moral framework
You can
then?
respond to me because I'm going to engage with this.
Because he just
I
denied
That's not pride. That's
consequentialism.
not pride, mate. Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
Are you
yeah,
a
because,
deontologist
like,
or a
this is what-
virtue ethicist?
This is what to like I was gonna respond to counterpoints about, right? He says like I don't care what your historical grievance are, right? You can't do X, right? Like the things that Hamas have done. Or fair enough, right? But then this seems to but then you're like, well, in response, what I'm gonna do is do a Trail of Tears. Is to ethnically remove you all. And let's not pretend that this is like a bloodless thing. Oh, we're just going to transplant this population of millions from one place to another. And that'll be the peaceful solution, just like the Trail of Tears was. No, I think it's really disgusting that you said that. Discussing that you're endorsing literally just like the ethnic cleansing.
To be clear, I'm
Oh,
asking.
don't-
I was
don't-
talking
don't
counterpoint.
say it.
I was talking counterpoint.
Oh, okay.
That's silly. Listen, it's a
and-
thought
That's
experiment between two things to test whether or not you're
Hold
actually a
on.
consequentialist
This is what he
or a
said. Right? He
deontologist.
said,
It's
I
so
wouldn't mind.
disgusting.
No.
If you want to go
What
down the
Counterpoint
consequence,
said
no,
at the very
I want to do this.
Well, I'll be clear. What Counterpoint said at the very beginning is what I'm responding to. At the very beginning is that like this tragedy happened, and in response, it's fine, right? Because he doesn't care. All of a sudden now he doesn't care about these grievances. Interesting as to where his empathy ends, but like he doesn't care about that.
I don't
And
think he
now
actually said that
Trail
word
of
for word.
Tears. So go ahead.
Yeah, so what I would say is my empathy extends to people that I think can reciprocate with me on a moral foundations level. So when it comes to
subjective communication, yeah.
Yeah, so when it comes to Israel, you know, they largely follow like a liberal democratic system. They largely follow like a capitalist system. They largely follow like a human rights system. Now, they violate that shit all the time because I will concede that the conditions that they created in Gaza and the conditions that they are creating in the West Bank, they're effectively slow rolling genocides. Like the reason why we don't get upset about it is because it's not like a Holocaust style mass industrial slaughter, but you're creating the conditions like under the UN definition of genocide where you're creating the conditions under which people cannot live or whatever. That's effectively what they're doing. So what I would say is I think that the Gazans, the Gazan Palestinians, they could have taken the limited material resources that they had and basically built the society, like said, hey, Israel, we're tapping out. We don't want to fight anymore. We want to build a modern society. We want to have our own stuff. Can you help us get food, water, shelter, industrialization, technology, education, all that kind of stuff? And we'll basically stop shooting rockets at you. Instead, what the Gazan Palestinians said is go fuck yourself. We're going to come and kill you all in your fucking sleep. And they also proved that they're going to do it, and they rejoiced while they were doing it. When they beheaded that fucking Thai like migrant worker, they were laughing about it. When they were shooting the families in the fucking bunkers, they were proud of the fact that they did that. When they found some degenerate fucking Western drug addicted fucking prostitute at a rave and they blew her brains out with an AK-47 and they were holding her fucking head up like she was a trophy deer, they were screaming God is great while they were doing it. So when I see that, I don't see somebody that I can reciprocate with morally. So as a result, yeah, I might not want to do it myself. I might think it's bad that it's happening to you, but I actually don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So if
Okay,
Israel
so-
goes and
so
levels
here's
the
the-
entire
here's the
fucking place,
fucking
don't give a
problem with this.
shit.
And here's what
Yeah.
here's the problem with this, right?
Sure.
Because maybe it's not a problem for you because you could have said literally the exact same thing about the Dutch South Africans. That we share a lot in common, actually, right? Not least of which your skin color. We share a lot in common. You guys have a system of government that I can recognize, right? You just had this little apartheid thing happening here. Those other people, they come from another culture and they don't have that level of history in common, and they had a lot of violent responses to the South Africans. So yeah, I guess I guess I'll take their side whenever the the Dutch South Africans, excuse me. But whenever the black South Africans fight back and do anything, well, I'm not so sure about this integration.
No,
thing
Prime.
anymore.
Let me.
So I'll start
Prime.
with
Let
that,
me.
and then I have another
for you.
response to you.
Yeah, Prime. I'll own this for you. There were black Rhodesians. There were people who were integrating into black South African and Rhodesian society who wanted school, who wanted higher education, who wanted materialism, who wanted capitalism, who wanted commercial trade, and who were integrating into society. Then there were members of the ANC who fucking kidnapped people, put them in tires, and then set them on fire while they were still alive. If I saw any political organization, if I saw any political organization actively promoting putting human beings inside tires and setting them on fire while they were alive, then I would pay. Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Death to the
I
boys.
would literally ship money to men with foul rifles to go shoot those people in the face, and I would do so, and I would sleep fine at night.
Wonderfully, I'm glad you're very honest with that, right? And just to be clear on that narrow point, just on that, is it simply the manner that they were killed, right? Those like fucking spies.
It's just it's on video actually.
No, it's the manner in which they're killed. There are good deaths and there are bad deaths.
The manner for the kill. So if they had done it more kindly, they killed the exact same people, right? With just a bullet to the. I'm like you were just saying that you don't like bullets to the head of individuals. And I don't like when we're talking about civilians. I don't.
If they spared, if they spared men, women, and children, if they engaged military forces, and if they used bullets instead of torture, then I would support their political struggles a lot more.
Military forces they're engaging with. Right,
sure.
Like with the South Africans and with the Palestinians. It's not just
they're killing settlers,
uniformed individuals that they're dealing with, and many of those targets, some of those targets for South Africans, right, or the Black South Africans. Excuse me, I'm getting things mixed up. But for the Black Africans, it was some of their own people who were spies for the white minority, right, and they put them in tires, and fuck them. Fuck them is what I say, right?
So setting people. So instead of hold on.
I said fuck them.
No, hold on. I just want to clarify something. So you're saying that let's just say they're spies and they're for a political organization that you hate, that you think is evil. Okay, you now have two options in front of you. One of them is execute them for being a traitor to the political movement that you care about. and just shoot them in the back of the head or whatever. The other one is put them in a tire and set them on fire so they feel rubber melting on their skin as they're inhaling burning fumes, and then eventually they die from systemic shock. So you're saying to you, there is no moral difference and you don't care that your political actors are taking the more egregious moral action.
Yeah, no, hang on. I'll be very clear. There is no moral difference when the South Africans are torturing, right? Doing bowel torture on the same level as the Black Africans were doing. So the Dutch Africans and the Black Africans.
The boys weren't tiring people.
But like,
speaking as a British
they weren't
South African born person, I feel very seen tonight.
They weren't. Oh yeah. But yeah, they. I don't know if the Dutch Africans were like using tires. I hadn't heard of that.
I doubt it.
Particular.
No, the Boers were not tiring people, right?
But they were also torturing, raping, murdering the Black. So once that is the state of play, no, actually, I don't care if they set them on fire. That's not a big deal to me. The problem is the oppressive majority and doing that to that minority that is powerless. So that's the issue. And but beyond that, and also the people like the Black Africans, like not all of them were like ANC and had weapons, right? So like this is just like one of the ways they killed them. Like they may not had firearms. I just want to put that out there. But the second thing I just want to get to, and then I'll go continue down that list, right? Is that your idea of the Palestinians, if they just gave up, well, then the Israelis would help them out. The Israelis would be like, oh, okay, well then we're gonna do our beautiful space, the gay space capitalism in this case, and everything will be good. Where they're going to get along. That's absolutely not the case, because the goal is ethnic cleansing. The goal is to get rid of them. The goal is to not integrate. So this is a canard that if you just give up, if you just stand back and say we'll do whatever you want, Israelis, that they get integrated.
What does Israel want?
That's not going to happen.
What does Israel want? What Israel wants is for them to govern themselves and stop bombing them. That's what giving up means.
Hold on.
Democratically govern themselves and stop bombing.
And then everyone else can respond, and we can go down the list.
I would like to address the points chronologically. So if this is the part of my evaluative moral matrix. So for instance, like I brought up the fact that as a policy, the Hamas was kidnapping, raping, torturing, and murdering people as that's what their infantry, that's what their militant forces are doing proudly right now. And somebody linked me a news link where an IDF soldier bragged about committing a rape against a Palestinian. And in that story, they were showing that person had been confirmed to have committed the rape. They were charged and they were tried in a criminal court and they were being convicted of rape. So for me, there's a huge difference between rapes and murders occurring in war, as they do, versus it being the intentional policy of the forces that are fighting. And so the moral difference, while so the IDF, we can move to South Africa in a second. While the IDF might be a member of theirs might have raped a Palestinian because they saw them as subhuman. The fact that he is being tried in criminal court, I would use as evidence that is not the policy of the Israeli Defense Forces to actively go out and rape. Whereas, as we've seen with the Hamas terrorist attacks within the past week, that was their intent. Their intent was to strike fear into the civilian population of Israel by showing that we will do the worst things possible to you, and we will do so with glee. So what I would do, because I'm not a huge student of South African history, is I would go check out the what you told me about torture and rape in South Africa. And if I found that Dutch Rhodesians were torturing people by pulling out their fingernails or doing the shoulder torture or doing waterboarding or something like that, then maybe my moral calculus would change. Now, if I find out that the people that they're torturing are part of cells who had just got done butchering fucking civilians, then my calculation is going to change again. Well, see, here's the thing. You're telling me their students intelligence, but guess what? We're 3,000 miles away. We don't know who these people are. We're getting stories from two factions who fucking absolutely hate each other, which is why, by the way, I understand that the Palestinians are going to resist, but if you're trying to justify rape and torture to me, it's not going to happen.
Can I also just
hold on, shut up, thanks. To be very clear, I'm not justifying like the actions from Hamas that we're seeing, like the things that you were talking about. Let me be clear, I'm not justifying any of that. Just be very, very clear on that.
But to me, it's a really close parallel. I want to let other people in. Tiring people is not far off to me from rape and killing families.
No, I'm just talking about the targets. I'm talking about the targets, like slaughtering those people as a music fest, completely fucking unwarranted, absolutely. But how you treat your targets does imply a certain morality to me about the faction. I think hold on. Thank you. Hold on. So yeah, I think that as I was talking to my good friend Kobe last night, right? He brought up a really brilliant point, talking about like when a more quote unquote advanced society comes and colonizes a quote unquote less advanced society, that the oppressors teach the oppressed like what the state of play is, how to behave, right? So when the oppressors the oppressed like rise up, they mirror the behavior that is done to them. Now, that doesn't mean that I necessarily excuse it or condone it, right? I don't have to.
Or that's true here.
I'm just saying that like this is literally what happens. And again, to be clear, I don't like the things that have been happening the last 2 hours. I don't condone. But I'm just gonna leave it there for now. I'm gonna let people in.
And if I could make a final point before I shut up, so happy to be proven wrong, and maybe you will wane my support for the state of Israel by proving me to the contrary. I have not seen IDF gleefully hacking people's heads off with farm implements. I haven't seen them walking into Palestinian homes and massacring the family with glee and videotaping it and posting it online. And I haven't seen them parading around the corpses of Palestinians as if they were hunted animals while screaming, "God is great." So if you show me a counterexample, then maybe my support for Israel will evaporate and I'll let you genocide them all. But until then, we're not going to do it.
Don't even put that on. Don't put that in my mouth.
I'm fucking with you.
Well, hold on. So you just need to look at like
imagine that happen though. I mean,
I just want to really quickly hit at both of you. So firstly, from the perspective of Connor, there is a huge amount of anti-Arab sentiment in Israel. Let's not pretend otherwise. Sure. From the civilian population, from the military, from the government, we need to get rid of them. There is a threat there. So from like the conversations of integration, I don't think it's going to happen. At least with like you would need to reteach an entire generation on both sides away from cartoon propaganda, like we saw in Nazi Germany. Both sides are using it to radicalize their kids into martyrdom and hatred. That is just what's happening. Secondly, do you know what's crazy? Someone sent me a Sam Harris article from like 10 years ago where he's basically having this exact same fucking conversation. And from the point of, well, it's terrible this happened yesterday and, we need to recalculate that. How many fucking times? Because like this is how Hamas works. When we're talking, let's go back to like the fucking 1972 Olympics. They didn't target a military installation. They didn't even target officials. They killed athletes. They kill civilians. They pick their targets, and like you can have a conversation about militias or anything else. I'm literally qualified to do those conversations, but nonetheless, they target civilians. They use terrorist tactics, and those are the sort of things that are much, much harder to excuse because we understand that they are outside the theater of conventional warfare.
All right, okay. I've been patient. I'm gonna, guys. I've been patient. I'm fucking buttoning this fucker. All right. First of all, what Doobie was saying, I largely actually agreed with, and this is more replying to counterpoints, right? I actually want to fight Connor on this one. This is gonna be fun. First of all, I don't believe Israel is a good faith actor any more than Palestine is. I think Palestine is definitely not, but I don't believe Israel
any more than Palestine. That's crazy.
No, I do. No, I'm dead serious.
Let him get in.
I absolutely do not agree with that whatsoever.
That's such
All
a
right,
dumb
number two.
both sides take. Come on, be real.
No,
You
dude, okay,
legitimately
fine.
believe that?
I am the ultimate centrist. Everyone deserves to die in this case. Okay, I will fucking bite that bullet because no one is the good guy here. All right. Second of all, when it comes down to it,
Let him
go.
go. He's
I'm
been
dead
waiting.
serious here,
Let him
alright?
go.
all right. So
I'm just asking him to be honest instead of meme. Like, come on. Like, you
no, I'm
legitimately
dead
believe
fucking
that?
serious. I do not expect the Israelis to be good faith in this. They have clearly said we do not want to make Arabs the majority. So that means that they're going to play from the bad faith of the cards from
That's not what you said. You're saying that they are equally as bad faith as the Palestinians, despite every fucking decade bringing a peace agreement.
Fabian, don't make me steel man him in the first 10 seconds of his shit. Let him go.
Look. All right,
It's an absurd argument.
Okay, even if like whatever moral
Don't engage.
calculations
Just
you're-
move to the next thing. Move to the next thing.
Fine. All right. Excuse me, Connor, you made a great history of like the Israeli part of this. I want to give the Palestinian kind of version of this just because I think it's relevant here. Right. Most of their ancestors have been there as long as the Israeli has. Literally, like you have the Getimids, the Heshemites, the folks who have lived. They have literally commingled with the Jews for literally the last 3,000 years, right? And you have the points where they become in charge a couple of times throughout history under the Rashram Caliphate and a few other instances in history. But they've also been fighting off invaders constantly. They've had the Turks, they had the Mamluks, they've had the Brits, now they've had the Israelis. Like, I don't blame these people for being in the position that they're in. They've been constantly taking it up the ass over and over and over again, and they still fucking dig in and try. Straight up. So there's a point where I'm like, yeah, you say you can sleep well at night. I can't. I don't want to support either of these people because of the baggage that all comes down to this. And you know what? I totally get where you're like, hey, you know what? Israel can play by a higher standard of ethics because they have the power. It doesn't fucking suit for me because war is the abandonment of morality in my fucking opinion. Whenever you've taken up the arms against your fellow human beings to this degree, I don't give a shit if you're pumping them full of lead straight in the head or if you're like quietly bringing them outside to, pop them in the back of the head or whatever the fuck that is you're doing. You're killing people. You're fucking taking away their livelihoods. You're destroying their homes. You're killing them. Whatever the hell it is, you're turning them into fucking confetti. So
you think self-defense is always murder?
Just steel man it.
The problem is like this is a circular cycle of self-defense. I don't blame anyone for doing what they're doing in this case. I really fucking don't. If I was a Palestinian, I would want the fucking Israelis dead for what they did to my family or my home or whatever else.
If you don't blame anybody for anything, if you don't blame anybody for anything, and you refuse to support anybody for anything, then like, do you have an opinion other than just my nuance? Like, do you have an opinion?
Okay,
like what should
if you
be
want
done
my opinion,
or what to do?
Hey,
like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, if you want my opinion, hey, Brits, I'm sending you in because you made a fucking mess. Go clean it the fuck up right now. Like, if you
want 7 people DMing me asking me to take the monarchist stance in this fucking debate.
Obviously, that's a meme opinion.
Okay.
I don't think you believe the British should invade Israel, right? Like, what's your actual... Do you have any opinion to offer on what should be done or what's wrong? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Either you have one or three options, in my mind. I don't see anything...
Do a pragmatic one.
Either one. We support Israel because we say, all right, fuck it. We have a higher cultural affinity to them. We like that they have, Connor made these arguments very well. They have a more liberal democracy. They have a more economic system that we like, politics, yada, yada, yada. And we basically support the soul-rolling ethnic cleansing of Palestine. All right. The other thing is that we can say, you know what? Fuck it. We're actually going to invest in Palestine. We want them to be our friends. And we're going to empower them. We're going to build them up. And maybe they will adopt our way of life. Right? I don't think that's going to fucking happen, but we could do it, right? What's the alternative in that? Oh, the soul-rolling ethnic cleansing of the fucking Jews. Guess what? We're no better in that situation either. What's the third option? Somebody else has to come in and basically be the big guy on top and either assert order over all of these people, or they just try to conquer it themselves and unite the both factions to the point where they see each other as common cause. Because that's the only way this has ever stopped in history without one side getting genocided.
Yeah, but you just set up listen. You just set up a false trichotomy, and then you still didn't give an opinion about what we should do. Why do I give a fuck about what you have to say if you can't even give a goddamn opinion?
I don't know how that's more of an opinion besides, all right, cool. Do you really want to engage in any of those three? Like, do you want to be the big guy that comes in with the fucking sword that makes the Palestinians and the fucking Jews hate your guts?
I just said it's a false trichotomy. There are other
Tiberius,
options
actually,
other
you
than
know what?
the three that you
No,
got.
no. Fabian's asking a pertinent question, which I guess is
what should we do?
I've heard so I've heard so far like Fabian was being a dick about it, but I did hear my nuance. I did hear that. But I've heard you earlier say that you're not comfortable putting any weight on either side because you don't want the blood on your hands. So out of the trichotomy that Fabian said, do you have any of those courses of action that you prefer?
I've really thought about
Can I-
that.
can I throw a-
Israel, Palestine, third power.
Yeah,
Let's suggest now, because like
I'm
would that help?
either going to go with you, and this is like 10% tops, is that I would go with you because you're right. Like we just simply have more of a friendship with the Israelis, even though I fucking can't stomach it. Or I'm going to say the real world answer is, hey, Turkey, you want to conquer the whole place anyway? Have fun.
Okay, can I give? Can I give?
Again,
I want to let Jimmy respond because
So you have nothing to add.
Beckett.
Okay, so Connor, like I feel like you
Yes.
are so obviously raping, murdering civilians is bad. Okay, I'll give you that, of course.
Hot take.
And
for this
I don't
panel,
support
apparently.
that. Yeah, but I don't see it like I don't understand you're speaking as if it's more humane to like blow someone's apartment building up and then have them slowly suffocate to death under rubble for hours. Like this isn't more humane what the Israelis are doing. You have plenty of examples of them celebrating doing exactly that. For dozens of apartment buildings. There's like 100,000 people who are currently displaced right now, or more than 100,000. Right, you'll find videos if you were to look it up of Israelis dragging Palestinians through the streets and beating the fuck out of them, right? Spitting on them, kicking them. God knows what happened to them after the video turned off, right? So if the idea is just that, oh well, it's on video, we see it on video, so fuck them. Well, God knows how much of the shit is on the Israeli side that we just don't see on video. And what we are seeing on video is homes, apartment buildings, residential areas bombed and destroyed with people inside them living in them. Entire families wiped out. So this isn't any better. And you'll find tons of Israeli politicians celebrating this, right? And leading up to this, you have tons of Israeli politicians regularly comparing the Palestinians to animals, calling Palestinian children little snakes, saying that their options are either to leave or be exterminated. Like there's a long history of this on the Israeli side.
Yeah, so I have a binary response to you, and I'll try to go with the defensive one, and then I'll try to go with the part where I agree with you. So I disagree with you that the knocking on the roof is as barbaric as raping someone or cutting their head off with farm implements. So for those of you who don't know what knocking on the roof is, basically like through some intercom system, I have no idea, it's drones, some shit. They basically start announcing you have to evacuate this building. This building's about to be destroyed. And they do a small explosive on the roof. And it's supposed to be intense enough that people know to evacuate. And on top of that, this tactic I think has been used for the past. Yeah. So it's been used for the past like 5 or 10 years. Then they give the people, I don't know, 30 minutes or whatever to evacuate. They give people like just enough time to grab your shit and get out of the building. Then they destroy the building. Now, of course, what happens is I'm sure there's grandmas who get left behind. I'm sure there's chihuahuas who get left behind. I'm sure there's precious heirlooms and memories that get left behind. And also, I'm sure, well, don't leave your fucking baby behind. Don't leave your fucking baby.
In a lot of the cases, it's not just the one building, it's the entire fucking neighborhood that gets bombed. Right?
Well, okay, so that's where I was going to say next. When you bring down,
how much
hold on,
bombing?
when you bring down, this is compared. Okay, hold on. This is compared to the alternative, which was in World War II, where the civilian population was just part of the target, and you just carpet bomb the entire area. So is that more?
That's not the alternative. Actually,
what's the alternative?
The alternative would be boots on the ground, going door to door to find Hamas.
Sure.
That's the actual alternative. That's a more reasonable thing to do, actually, even though it's riskier for the Israelis.
I agree with you. Hold on.
So
hold on.
That
was in my intro, for the record.
And fucking bomb everybody there. They're talking about turning Gaza into a fucking what do you call a city, like an island of ruin? Like
sure.
Like they're not exactly being like careful, right?
Is this rhetoric that's emerging in the past 48 hours?
Yeah, that was from, I think it was Bibi that said that.
If I see my countrymen being raped and beheaded, then I might be a little bit hyperbolic.
Like prior to
Yeah.
that, okay, but all the shit about the comparing
The
Palestinians to animals,
dehumanization, yes, dehumanization is
calling
bad.
them
You
little
caught me.
snakes, telling them that they either leave or
Yep.
they get exterminated. All that's prior
Dehumanization
to
is
that.
bad. Yep, you got me.
Yeah.
Dehumanization is
okay.
bad.
Okay, so I don't know why are you so
Israel bad.
firmly on Israel's side here.
But their
Why are you
war
so firmly on
tactics
Israel's
hold on,
side?
hold
their
on.
war
No, I
tactics
wanna-
don't seem to be dehumanizing, right? Why
Israel
would they
does
not?
bad thing.
Yes,
Wait,
Therefore,
why would they
we
not?
must be on side of insane Islamic terrorists.
Right.
Like
Why
this is
would
a
they do
dumb
the
argument.
Why would they do the
That
knocking
isn't the argument that
strategy?
anybody's making.
Why would they do the knocking
It's the
strategy
argument you're making.
if they didn't acknowledge
No, it's
the
not.
people of Gaza as human?
I've never seen them in favor of Hamas.
Because of international pressure. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is.
You accuse others of saying that because they lean on the side of Israel or because they believe that Israel should do some action, that means that they're on that side, right? And that they should be on the Palestinian side. So unless you mean you're on the Palestinian citizen side, but that you're completely against the Palestinian Authority, PLO, and Hamas, then I don't know, maybe make that clear. If that's what you're really saying, is that we should be
Has
we
anything I
should
said
weep for the Palestinian
indicated that I'm
individuals.
pro Hamas?
Doobie,
Is there
hold
anything I
on.
said
I
indicate
want
that I'm pro Hamas? And to be clear, Connor's statement earlier, I think, was basically giving Israel carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they wanted because he saw videos of people getting murdered. That's what I got from Connor.
Yep.
It's more descriptive than making like a positive moral claim. I don't think slow rolling genocide is good either, by the way. So this is more of like a descriptive thing of what's going to happen. Egyptians. So Gaza is in the south, right? If you just imagine the map of Israel, there's the West Bank, which is still majority Muslim and Arab. There's Gaza, which is majority Muslim and Arab, but they have like the population density of Manhattan, but it's a shithole open air prison. The Egyptians aren't going to take Gaza.
It's not an open air prison.
They're not okay. The Egyptians are not going to take the Gazans. That's the next country over. Israel doesn't want the fucking Gazans. The Gazans hate Israel with a fiery fucking passion, and they've just proven that in the past 72 hours. Descriptively, if I was Israel, if I just saw my countrymen raped and beheaded and gleefully posted online about that, then what I would do as a matter of policy is go in there door to door, like you said, differentiate between civilians and combatants as much as possible, kill every swinging dick combatant from north to south, and then I would literally do, I'm not kidding, I would actually do the Palestinian Trail of Tears and fucking march them over to the fucking West Bank and say, tough titties, you live here now.
Well, you don't even do that though, right? So you can just
what, you leave them there and you give them a new government?
No, you can do what civilized
maybe
countries do.
maybe there are things that Israel did leading up to this that caused the situation, right?
I agree with you. I
Didn't
agree
hear
with you.
lactoid at all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you can do what
fuck
other
that.
civilized countries do, which is what we did in Japan, which is you occupy
MacArthur
it,
plan.
right? You occupy it and you begin to get rid of they had some very troubling things in their government and very troubling things in their culture involving imperialism and involving mass
Marshall
casualty
Plan,
events
right?
against other people.
Japan,
And that's just what you do with Gaza, right? Israel
Japan's not a good example for this. You actually, ironically, you want an example for this? It's Ireland, and occupation didn't fucking work. It made things so much worse. Hold on. Let me finish. Because you're talking about after-war military action. That is not the situation here. When we're talking about something like the IRA, you are talking about normal people being radicalized, small arms and guerrilla tactics. And the minute you occupy, the minute you have a military target, all you are going to do is, the prison has
gave them the targets.
Well, no, the difference here with that.
Then what about Europe and Japan?
The goals of the UK with Ireland was not the same goals as the US had with Japan. The US did not intend to make Japan part of America. The US intended to make Japan part of the civilized world, right? It was going to bring Japan out of the sort of feudalistic, imperialist kind of area it was in. And by the way, just another kind of interesting comparison.
How's
Japan took 10 times more casualties than
how's
the US
Afghanistan
did
looking
fighting the US.
with that?
And it was disproportionate killing, but yet it was still overall just. And the overall outcome there was a Japan that's far better than pre-World War II Japan, right? It is a Japan that actually understands things like human rights and understands things like democracy,
relatively speaking,
et cetera, et cetera. Why can't this happen in Gaza?
Well,
I think
You don't
again,
have
like,
to deport them all. You don't. You can
you
they're
know,
people.
ju-
They can like learn to
Look,
not shoot
there
rockets.
are potential other solutions. I mean, I think the open-air prison comment's actually pretty pertinent. Like, you could take areas and basically just create
It's not.
corridors that are demilitarized or third party, and then like
It's just,
right now,
it's just
like
a
you wouldn't
propaganda
have
term.
no, but it is a propaganda term, of course it
Because
is. But that
everything's
doesn't change the
propaganda,
fact that that's how people fucking feel when they can't get in and out of their own region without having to go to the border checks of
And
another
when
country.
did that start?
Um,
2006, when Hamas was elected, right? When Hamas was gaining political ground, the
Which makes
blockade
really no
was a
Sure,
direct
but it has
response.
made
By the
things
way,
worse, has it
ethnic
not?
cleansing, when you look at the population growth of Gaza,
But
like
it's
it's just
made
like
things-
the most unsuccessful genocide ever.
Sorry,
where
Prime.
population increases
Sorry.
No,
25%.
I just want. I'm saying
Fascinating.
go Beckett. Like
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it makes
What's the
things
difference
worse.
between
Like,
Egypt
what-
and Israel here?
Beckett.
when we've got situations like this where right now, like, we've got like borders right next to each other, like if you want to take another example, North Korea and South Korea, maybe actually a demilitarized zone that's not like owned by either country that nobody can like has control over, might be another solution. Actually, we're kind of at the point where unless we want to do trails of tears or fucking genocide, maybe there does need to be like third solutions, because clearly we've been doing this for decades and it doesn't fucking work. Like, the problem is there will be a panel in like 5 years time discussing exactly the same fucking shit, and that's
I doubt it.
That's if Israel
Hamas
doesn't
needs
use
to
this
go.
as exactly the solution that they want, that they need, the excuse that they need to go in and just be like, right, fuck it.
Wait, hold up. This is something that I keep hearing from lefties.
You can respond. I just quickly, guys, if you are new to this channel, out in YouTube land, we've gotten like 60 people, which is like the most we've ever had on our own, on our own Steam. Hello, hi. If you're new here, nice to see you. Subscribe to the channel because we have conversations like this all the time with these level of degenerates. So we love to have you. So yeah, if you're new around here, and hit the like button. Like button would be helpful as well. And super chats.
I've got. Sorry, Primes.
The super chats and hype chats would also be helpful. So if you want to engage with us, we'd love to hear from you, right? Because I can see you all are highly motivated out there in the digital land. Then help support the channel so we can keep doing things like this. Super chats, hype chats. If you're on Twitch, consider subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. Okay.
Just very quickly, can I just say one last thing? And that's what I got to shut up. Just on the big guy idea and why that won't work really quickly. No one can really come in because the minute America comes in and occupies and goes, we're going to do this, you just end up with Iran over militarizing. If you get any Muslim state involved, you're just going to end up with exactly the same problems on the other side. Because, like, again, like it ends up in sort of like the World War I situation.
Literally what bin Laden wanted.
Friends.
Okay,
yeah,
y'all keep saying this is surprising to me because I keep hearing it from lefties, like we're going to have the same problem in 5 years or whatever. I don't know if you guys understand the scale of what happened in the past 72 hours was. 9/11 was 3,000 dead civilians, and we launched like, I don't know, a $3 or $4 trillion 20-year war. And we're talking about, I don't know, 600 or 700 people dead, and they weren't killed in an instantaneous flash with a plane hit a building, or they jumped off and they smacked into the pavement, or they were crushed by a collapsing stone. All of that seems by comparison pretty tame. Whereas what we've seen instead is beheadings, rapes, and murders, and y'all can act like, oh, well, statistically, more people die from fucking car accidents or fentanyl or some shit. But this is emotionally going to be ingrained in Israel's mind probably for the next century. So I think at minimum, you are going to have Israeli military control of Gaza. You are going to have the prohibition of Hamas as a state. You're going to have the IDF on every single street corner. And if somebody so much as throws a rock at an IDF person or a policeman, they're going to get shot. Yeah, they're going to get shot.
Yeah.
Well,
I think there's something important to add.
Hold on. And then they're basically going to maintain that while trying to do like Afghanistan or Iraq style nation building for the next decade, or they're literally going to deport these people. That's what I'm fucking telling you, is I don't think in 5 or 10 years we're going to be doing the same shit, because the response that you're going to see is going to be Israel's version of our response to 9/11.
I think an important
Is
thing
there
to
any-
add
is
to
there
that,
any evidence-
I think an important thing to add to that as well is that one of the problems that has been that I labeled as one of the causes in my opening statement is that Israel has been incapable of shutting off power or water to Hamas. That has been a thing that every time they attempt to do it, they manage to do it for a few days for small actions to try and stop Hamas. And then the international community is like, that's a human rights violation. How fucking dare you? You can't do this.
And so did the Israeli
is-
Supreme Court, but yeah,
Yes,
because it is.
But I don't know that I agree with that. I don't know that. I mean, I think the existence of a nation state is already a human rights violation. But the idea that Jewish people shall be taxed and have to pay for energy for the group that is another ostensibly nation state that hasn't agreed upon their borders and refuses to be one, and that they have to pay to give them water and electricity so that they can launch terror attacks from them, that's somehow a human rights violation. It's like,
You act
is
like
that
I'm
really?
dead air.
I don't know if that's really a human rights violation so much as the real issue here is the fact that it's difficult for
The taxation
the
is
individual.
okay.
Well, I think it's more so that it's difficult for people from Gaza to leave, right? I mean, we call it an open air prison, which is stupid, right? But
But
it does take.
walls. It
has
literally has
walls.
its walls.
Stupid, but
you
accurate.
literally can't leave.
Well, okay, I have a
Literally-
backyard. That doesn't make it it doesn't make it a prison
And-
for my
are you
children.
yeah,
when I let them
yeah.
play
Are
people
outside.
in your
armed
backyard?
guards?
You can leave your
Are there
backyard.
armed
I don't know,
guards?
man.
no,
I
your
think
ar-
you prison
your-
your children.
Your
It was in response
argument
to
is
Hamas.
your argument is they
So
have
what?
walls, therefore
That
that's a
doesn't- hold on,
prison.
hold on, hold on. No, like,
Mexico
when I
is
say
now
so
a prison
what, it's
because
not
we have
that,
a
like,
southern border wall.
It's not that
Like, it's a
Hamas
retarded
is
argument.
Some sort of threat. I hear you, right? Like, but I'm saying that doesn't change the fact that Gaza is. It could be a response to the fucking tooth fairy. It doesn't matter. But Gaza, as it stands now, is an open air prison. So I don't know.
Yeah, but hold on. So
that
yes,
doesn't. No, not sure.
I said,
You
which
just
is
keep
why I said-
repeating a fucking word. It's stupid. You have no defense of it other than it has walls and you need a
Hold on,
permit to leave that takes 3
Yeah,
weeks.
yeah. When you
That's a
hold on,
prison?
when you cannot leave, right? When they control the
Yes, you
border,
can.
and when they deny and they control the resources the entire time. And let's not just talk about the food and water that they're
You're right.
denying
They
now,
supply
right? Hold on.
resources.
Let's not
They
talk about that.
feed
Let's talk
and they
about the
give
fact that
water
since the
and
last-
electricity
hold on.
to
Since
people
the
that are
last-
fighting them,
Since the
to their
last
enemy.
bombing, since the last bombing, they've been denying them building resources. So it's not like since it's just been since the last time the Palestinians have been building themselves back up, right? And now they're in fighting shape. No, they leveled neighborhoods before, and then they stayed level. They just left it there, and then again, packing people, as someone
If
said
Mexico,
earlier, into smaller and more
Mexico
desert
was
places.
launching attacks on
then-
Texas, and Texas was supplying Mexico with power and water, and then you would claim all of a sudden it's a human rights violation for Texas to cut off power and
Mexicans
water
cannot
to Mexico
leave
while
to
they're
go
bombing
other places,
Texaco.
if they
It'd
are
be
stuck
stupid.
there, then yeah, it's a fucking.
How is it
prison.
Israel's
When I am
fault that
stuck in a
Egypt
building-
refuses to
when
allow
I am
them to
stuck-
immigrate?
When I'm stuck in a building and there are guards around me, and they regulate what comes in and out of my my area, and I cannot fucking leave, then I'm in a prison. We understand this.
So
I don't
you
know
believe
why
the southern wall
you're
is an
so
open?
obtuse
You
with
believe
this all of a
Mexico
sudden, right?
is an
Mr.
open air
Freedom,
prison?
Mr. Liberty. I'm not sure why you're being so fucking obtuse with this, but everyone else can understand.
No,
this.
it's not
We
the
got
same
it.
No.
fucking
Yeah,
time.
I'm
It's
calling
not-
out the. I'm calling out the
People in-
bullshit.
people in
I'm
Alaska-
calling out the
if
bullshit.
people in
No,
Alaska
listen.
would
No.
have to get
I'm
permits
calling.
to
I'm
leave
gonna make
Alaska to
prime.
get to the rest
I'm
of the
gonna
United
make.
States.
I'm gonna
We would
make.
be like
Beckett,
that,
shut
but
up.
they're-
I'm gonna make. Beckett, shut up. I'm gonna make Prime respond to this. You avoided everything. You avoided actually talking about the argument and instead just was like, I can't believe Mr. Liberty, etc. You
That's
believe
not no. I
you
literally
believe-
responded to everything.
there is a border, okay? A border between Gaza and Israel. They also share a border with Egypt, okay? And you're saying that Israel regulating who can come in and out of a border of the region that regularly bombs them is an open air prison.
When they're
By that logic, how is Mexico, where we have a border,
No,
where
no,
we
it's
regulate
not.
who can come in and
Mexico
out,
has control.
not an open air
Mexico-
prison.
Mexico has control of its borders. No, it's like it's no. You're right.
They can leave
I'm
south.
not gonna.
Let
I'm
me
not gonna
skip
eat
this
up our.
real
I'm not
quick.
gonna eat up our
Israel
remaining time
prevents-
with this, right? So I'm just gonna state my point and I'm gonna move on, right?
Mhm.
Because clearly Mexico, a country in control of its own borders, where the Gaza Strip is not in control of its own borders, where the Mexicans have decided, hey, I can take a plane trip, right? Mexicans, are
Yes, they are.
I take a plane trip to Europe.
That's
I
a
can take
lie.
plane trip to the States. I can
The
just do
Palestinian
that, right?
Authority could bar people from coming
I
into
can do
Gaza.
that.
Yes,
The
they
United
could.
States does not regulate. The United States does not regulate the food, the water, the power that goes in there, the building materials. They don't do any of that, right? They have a wall along. We have a building a wall along our border, but that does not enclose. If yes, I would be saying
Israel doesn't either.
I'd be saying something stupid.
They
as fuck
share a
as
border
you
with
are.
Egypt.
I would be saying, hold on. I would be saying something stupid as fuck as you are if I said this one wall in my room that means a prison when I don't have the three other walls, when I can walk around, right? When someone else says
Gaza
you
shares
can't
a
come
border with
into
Egypt.
my room. So look,
Gaza
They're
shares a border with
blockaded
Egypt.
and they're blockaded on that side as
Everyone
well.
else who's listening can follow the simple logic. If you can't, don't
You're
worry. we have
avoiding
middle
you're
classes
avoiding it.
afterwards. Thank you.
I'm whooping your ass
Okay,
right
so-
now
Thank
because you're
you.
avoiding actually discussing
hold on.
it.
Like I said, I'm not gonna eat up the rest of our time on this argument.
Yeah, because you're
go ahead.
losing.
Can I ask
Yeah,
a-
that's
can I
nice.
ask-
That's
no,
sweet.
just-
That's
Can
sweet
I
of
ask
you.
for some clarification?
Okay,
Exactly.
well, just let. So it seems like a weird, like almost like a semantic discussion about whether or not it's an open air prison.
Yeah, it's a
We can agree.
propaganda word.
Sure. And obviously they're gonna use the rhetorical devices that most benefit their side. Obviously,
Yeah, and sometimes
we-
you just
we-
call out the bullshit.
that's fine. We can agree there is a blockade, right, of Gaza, specifically from Israel and on the Egyptian side as well. Both Egypt and Israel are part of this. It began in response to Hamas, right? A government which is incredibly violent, was incredibly violent when it got elected, and swore to use violence against its neighbors to accomplish its goals. It's not surprising that you would see a blockade. And I also want to point out that like it's pretty. Would we expect any other country to like provide supplies and electricity to the country they're at war with?
They're not
Like the
providing it
level
free
of
of
like
charge.
you have like a country, you have in this case like a country that like they're at war
Oh,
now,
the goodness
right?
of
They
it,
hold on,
man.
they were invaded, right? And during this war, they're being criticized for not supplying electricity to the country they're at war with. They're being criticized for doing airstrikes on Hamas
They're
rocket
being
sites
criticized by
when
not
they
allowing them
do
capacity.
when they do the knocking
If
thing
they were-
first. Like
If
the
Gaza
level
yes,
had
of,
we
its
would.
own capacity,
Factoid,
then
yes,
they wouldn't be
yes, we
space
would.
they have to engage with is
If
just
Gaza were allowed to have its
crazy.
own capacity, then Israel wouldn't be in that conversation at all.
If
We wouldn't bring it
Hamas
up,
didn't
right?
rule Gaza, they
It-
would
This
be.
is not.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is so bull. No, I have to speak to this.
They would
Let
even
us
for
go.
rebel
He's been waiting
forces in a
forever.
country,
The border
you are-
crossing with Israel does not have sufficient fuel capabilities to get the power supply that Gaza needs. Even if Egypt was 100% on board with Gaza, they couldn't do it. And Israel also prevents the blockade of basically any serious fuel supplies. So even if they wanted to build their own power, they couldn't because Israel is maintaining a blockade. And you say, oh, why wouldn't any country do this? Again, just the fact that this is common does not mean that it is just. You're talking about millions of people without power. I want to be clear. Gaza is the third densest country, if it were one, on Earth. This is like saying, oh, Chicago, we're just going to
population
cut
keeps
off from
growing.
power now. These are millions of people completely cut off from power by a blockade. Like when we're talking about open air prison, this is why. Because it's not just, oh, Israel is supplying this fuel free of charge. No, that's the Red Cross doing it, not Israel. Israel doesn't give a shit about this place. They refuse to let them build themselves up.
Yeah, it's also
It's
like
the
we do
same
this with
side.
rebel
Alright, hold on.
forces.
I
We
do
do
wanna
this
get-
with
refuse
rebel
to let
forces.
them build themselves
I
up.
do wanna
It's
get
silly.
to
The
I
embargo
We do
Japan
this
as
with
well.
rebel
I
forces.
do want to get.
If
I do
you-
want to
if
get
you've
to.
got freedom fighters,
I
you-
want to
you-
get to Doobie, then Beckett.
Yeah, I just want like quick clarification because I think we're probably more willing to accept terrible claims about Hamas or the Palestinian terrorists, whatever you want to call them, because they're brown and when they're on video they're kind of jumping around like fucking animals, crawling all over each
Jews
other.
are brown too.
But not all of them, not the Ashkenazi. But well, my question is there any evidence that anybody was raped? 'Cause I'm finding like one report from somebody who was allegedly at the rave, right? Who says that these people were raped next to their friends' bodies.
Yeah, I saw. That's
But
where
there's
I
no
saw that
evidence
report
that
too.
Yeah, but there's
Yeah.
no evidence aside from this one guy saying it, right? And I think we need to be careful because there's going to be propaganda on both sides of this, right? You have Palestine right now, or Hamas right now, claiming that that Israel is using white phosphorus. Not a lot of strong evidence for that right now either, right? So like, just I think we need to be careful about saying that the people are being raped and tortured, etc.
Doobie.
Because they're
Not,
please
not
really
we.
quick,
I
because
never
I've
brought it up.
I've also
Mm.
seen videos, right, of these Hamas fighters, gathering out families, and the officers or whoever's in charge is telling them, hey, treat them with dignity, treat them with respect, don't hurt the women, don't hurt the children. We have like human consideration or some shit like this, right? So like, I think we need to be careful about what we're saying happen.
Okay, I am not going to be careful. The reason why I'm not going to be careful is because there is a video of a IDF soldier, female allegedly, and basically we're debating, on the internet right now. She's in gray sweatpants. We're debating whether or not the brown stains on her sweatpants are dried blood from her rape, whether or not it's shit from her rape or her shitting herself in fear, or if it's dried blood from another murdered person. So for me, no, I don't give a fuck. And on top of that, there's long history of jihadist militants using sexual humiliation as a part of their tactics. So no, fuck these people. And by the way, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing.
About?
There's literally she's
Yeah,
getting
the
out
one
of
they
the
pulled out of the
backside of
back
a
of the-
fucking Jeep. Yeah.
Yeah. That blood and brown shit is on her ass. That's not between her legs.
Yeah,
So
like,
like
I saw that. It looked like
Yeah,
she-
this
she
is
sat in it, but like
Yeah.
I
So
know.
I
mean,
so
you're
she
just
only
making counterpoint
sat-
to the point.
No.
That,
So
like, you're
She
gonna
only
argue
sat
and
in the
debate about
blood
where
of
it
another
is.
murdered person.
Yeah, possibly. But
Yes,
if
please.
you're okay with murder,
I'm not
you're
making a
okay with
claim, though.
murder though, right? So
I'm
so
not
it
okay
seems
with murder. I'm okay with killing.
You are okay with if you want to call it killing, you're okay with the killing of Palestinian civilians, right? To achieve whatever ends you think Israel's trying to achieve, right? So what
No.
you seem to have some kind of moral compunction against is torture and rape. So if the rape isn't happening,
Yes, I do think torture and rape is worse than killing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but if that's not happening, and what you're doing is gobbling up propaganda put forward by one person allegedly, and we don't know if any of this is actually true,
Doobie,
right?
Doobie,
The claims that
hold on.
they're at a fucking raid where everybody was scantily
Hold on.
clad. So I don't think there's any strong evidence this actually happened.
Doobie, I am so happy that I've known you for the past 2 or 3 years, so I don't absolutely lose my shit on you right
Because
now.
you know he's just
because if you were,
he's full of
dude,
shit.
because if you were a random person who I thought was being dead, and by the way, you could be totally serious because sometimes you have psychotic takes. But like, if you were like a totally normal person that I knew and you were coming at with me with these takes, I'd be screaming in your fucking face right now. And the reason why. Yeah, I'd be screaming at you because I think it's so fucking retarded. Like there is footage right now of Hamas militants going into the air raid shelters of civilians and gunning down children under the age of 10. There's them murdering a migrant worker with a backhoe in which he's obviously already been stabbed and is bleeding to death on the ground, and they use a farm implement while he's still partially conscious in order to sever his head from the rest of his body. There's the paramotor militants airdropping down into the fucking rave and gunning people down. And then there's a bunch of European teenagers running around. There's a woman, a European woman, who's being loaded onto the back of a motorcycle screaming, "Please don't kill me," while they're dragging her boyfriend off to be executed. There's reports of up to 700 to 800 Israeli, largely civilians, dead in Israeli territory right now, many of them unarmed and many of them through execution. So for you to autistically focus on whether or not they've been penally penetrated by their attackers, for me, is absolutely missing the forest for the trees. I would happily execute every member of Hamas in my own backyard today if legally authorized to do so. Yeah, sure, fuck it. We would literally, we would take all of the videotape of all of the actions of Hamas fighters and we would execute them in the way that they killed the civilians. So if they were gracious enough to give the civilians that they murdered a bullet, we'll give you a bullet. If you murdered somebody with a backhoe nice and slow, we'll kill you with a backhoe nice and slow. Since this is the area of the Old Testament Testament, then we'll go ahead and implement some Old Testament justice. Sure.
Okay, so this is what doesn't make sense to me, right? Because you are
Uh-huh.
moralizing again about civilians being killed. I agree, that's
Mhm.
bad. But it seems like when Israel kills civilians by bombing the buildings that they're in, suffocating men, women, and children in their homes who are just fucking civilians, you make
Oh my
excuses
God.
for that.
They're not targeting them.
Right?
These are not the same fucking.
They are
thing.
targeting residential areas in the most
That are
densely
Why?
occupied
populated.
by a
Answer
terrorist
the
Why?
question.
One of the most
Why?
densely populated
Why?
areas in the. Okay,
Why?
Because
you
it's
guys,
more
you guys,
dense
you
than
guys,
Singapore.
No,
again,
why, Doobie?
it's one of the most densely
Why?
populated areas in
Doobie,
the world.
why?
And so if
Why?
you're gonna
Why?
say,
Don't be a
okay,
coward,
He
bitch.
just
Why?
answered you.
saying-
He just answered you.
because
Shut up.
I just answered you, right? So yes, they're saying that hey,
That's not the
Hamas
whole
is
answer, and you
some
know
of
it.
the people there are Hamas. Okay, fine. All the other people there are fucking civilians. Right. So the correct answer there would be to
Doobie,
go
if you want to
on
say,
foot,
do
on
special
foot, please
forces
stop,
raids,
stop,
I'm going to
stop,
agree with you.
stop.
Let me
Okay,
finish.
no,
Go ahead.
but you're not, because you're justifying. You just said it when you're saying why. You're justifying them bombing those buildings that have civilians in them. So you care less about those civilians being crushed by their fucking apartment buildings, being suffocated under rubble, than you
Steelman
do
me.
about
All right, let me.
than you do about the fucking guy murdered by the backhoe. Right? And I get
Everybody
you saw him
pause.
die.
Stupid.
I get
Everybody
it.
pause.
You
Pause.
saw
Pause.
that
Pause.
death.
Pause. Pause. Pause.
But
Pause.
that doesn't mean the other deaths didn't happen.
Doobie, Steelman me.
Doobie's such a waste
Why
of time.
why do I care less about Palestinian civilians cohabitating with Hamas leadership cells? Why do I care less about them than I care about the people at the rave or the Thai worker? Why do I care less? Please steelman me. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Hold on. I can't, because I think the position is ridiculous, right? Because if you're going to say, oh well, they're cohabitating
If you
with
can't steal, man,
Hamas
then you
leadership
have no
cells,
argument.
please stop. Please, you're cohabitating with Hamas leadership cells. Well, shit, they have nowhere else to fucking live. It's an extremely densely populated area, right? So
Then let me tell you why.
to say that.
Doobie, you're
Let me
But
tell
from,
you
the,
why.
from, from their
So you have to
perspective,
stop.
please, from their
Hold on,
perspective, I think this gives
steal, man.
I
justification.
will too.
This gives justification to the Palestinian or Hamas perspective that these people that they killed are not just civilians, right? These are
Doobie,
settlers.
you're
These
just
are
trolling.
colonials on their land. No, I'm not just trolling. Shut the fuck up.
Yes,
These are
you
settlers
are.
on their land.
Why would I shut
on
the
their
fuck up?
land.
You're a
They're
waste
not.
of
They're not
time
just
and
civilians.
space.
Knock it off.
Right? These are
Knock
people
it off.
who are in illegal settlements.
Well, I just want
Knock
on
it
territory
off.
that
real
belongs
people
to
talk.
them, that are
People
part
that are
of
willing to make
the
an
state
argument.
that is actively oppressing them and has been doing so for decades. Right? So these aren't just civilians that they're killing.
Doobie, shut up. You
So,
can't steal,
okay.
man, and you refuse to.
Oh God, stop!
If you
Please
can't
stop.
steal, man,
You're not adding anything.
if you can't steal, man, you
You're
need
not
to
adding
let.
anything to the conversation.
If
Hold
you
on.
can't
Please
steal,
Hold on.
man, you need to let
Let
Let me
counterpoints.
fucking steal, man.
Disclaimers.
Shut up.
Fuck me.
Beckett,
Right,
Beckett
okay,
time.
firstly, very quickly to Lactoid's point earlier. Yes, we give international aid and make sure that gets through. That was a big fucking conversation in Syria. You make sure that people have the resources they need and that people like the Red Cross have, like, access. Otherwise, it is seen as a fucking crime. What the fuck are you talking about? Secondly, from the perspective of just looking at tactics, not just here by Hamas, which actually, do you know what? If you want to give any credit to Hamas, even by the standard in the scholarship, it's considered more moderate than than groups like ISIS, or at least it was before this. And like when we're looking at like the actions of Islamic terrorism, the use of civilians as human shields is used constantly. There are constant stories from like Iraq and Afghanistan of soldiers like having kids come up to them so they're in one place, and then a fucking suicide bomber coming in to kill a soldier and fucking Muslim children who are near him. There are stories of like they'll send kids out into the street to stop armed convoys so they can blow them up. Like the use of civilians as human shields because they know that their enemies will hesitate. And I want to ask this question because I think it's pertinent. If this was reversed, if Israelis were holding up civilians, if they use them as human shields like the way ISIS has done, let's just like differentiate out for a second. Do you think Hamas for a second would fucking hesitate? Of course they wouldn't, because they're prepared to kill everyone, not just active combatants. And that is a legitimate ethical difference
No,
between
let me
these
speak
groups.
to this. The claims of human
to be
shields.
clear, they do use human shields. The IDF does use like children as Palestinian children as human shields. We've seen the
Yeah, they
videos
use
from
Palestinian children. They don't use their fucking own, though.
Yeah, they're not real people.
Like, again,
of course.
Does that make it
also,
better?
Also, there's a difference. No. There is also
Thanks,
a
Doobie.
difference with this. There is a difference with this. The IDF has used, like, people, like, they've used civilians to surround them while they've moved through regions, hoping that will stop them getting shot. They haven't held their own children up, or in like I think 2 cases where Islamic insurgents have literally held their guns on the shoulders of their own children. These are clear fucking differences.
Oh no, there isn't a clear difference. I like the fact that they didn't
That's
use their
bullshit.
own,
That's coke.
that's crazy.
I don't
That's
give a shit.
crazy. Right, like yeah, they didn't.
What is?
drag
If you
Jewish
are
kids in.
prepared
No,
to
they
martyr
just
your
use
own
Palestinian
children
kids
for your
in. I
cause,
guess somehow
yeah,
this is
there's a
better.
difference.
They use their own children. They use other people's children, and not just when they were just going to areas that insurgents might be in. No, when they're clearing houses for demolition. Like they'll go in there, they'll have kids in front of them. Like, oh, there's a guy I need to get. They'll take their kid and have the gun to the back of them and then move in. We've seen those videos. So don't bullshit me. There's some fucking difference here. There isn't.
And I wonder, what you
There
think about
literally
Israel
is.
militarizing their entire population by having a military service be mandatory once you turn 18 for the entire fucking population. So like, yeah, you can say you agree with that, right? But like, but how do you square this being like a civilian population, quote unquote, when Israel's requiring all of them to be militarized at 18?
When you
The
are,
fact
when
that
you
they
are,
are
hold on, can I answer the fucking
Do you
question?
think
It was directed at me.
do you think
Hold on,
that
let me
all
just
South Korea?
let me just answer the fucking question. Like, yeah, again, with any kind of conscription, whether we're talking about South Korea, whether we were talking about like any other national service, we're talking about fucking France. If you are conscripted into the military, you are part of the fucking military. Once you do your service and leave it, you are back to civilian life. And again, I'm not pro-conscription outside of a war. And then if you want to say that like people are like getting dragged,
I'm not pro-slavery unless.
Well, yeah, I think that like defending, I think conscription
I'm
is a
pro-slavery.
necessary fucking. It's a necessary fucking evil.
True.
Like it's.
The fucking
I don't want to get into a
consequentialists
fucking
are the worst.
libertarian argument with you, Scott. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, when we've got those people who are currently serving, and by the way, there is footage of those videos of student soldiers huddling in a bathroom about to get fucking gunned down. It is a fucking horrific situation. But yeah, we understand that when like people were conscripted into World War II, they became soldiers, right? And when they were conscripted into Vietnam, they became soldiers, right? And we talk about them separately because they've gone through the training. They've got like the ability to in some way defend themselves. Well, they are armed. Civilians are not fucking armed.
Yeah, so
I
want
wanna-
to speak to that briefly.
That was a lot of
Okay,
time
go ahead.
spent with Doobie's trolling, but okay.
Go ahead, Sock.
Sure. So when the homes that are attacked, they're generally the homes of a Hamas member. However, this is one of the third densest places on Earth. A Hamas member is just some guy from the west, from Gaza, right? It's not hard to be some guy's home that's also around 1,000 other homes. When Israel is saying, yeah, we're attacking Hamas members, they mean just some guy in Hamas. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of those. The idea that this is like, oh, super targeted, precise locations on the remote training camp for Hamas or whatever is complete bullshit. Like, in fact, if anything, the leadership of Hamas is in Qatar, a US ally. Do we give a shit? Do we stop them there? No. Like, this is... I'm sorry, the idea that we're doing some like super intense targeting of Hamas, or Israel is doing some super intense targeting of Hamas, when most of the time they're just attacking some guy in Hamas, seems absurd. It'd be like saying you're attacking like a gang or something by bombing like the corner of a city block or something.
I want to
Okay,
add on to this for
so-
a minute. Please, Connor.
Sure.
Because I'm going to add on to this too. Okay, first, I will still be in the argument where Connor was laying out where, hey, look, you're giving aid and comfort to combatants, and particularly immoral as shit combatants of that. But at that point, I really don't give a shit because you've taken up arms. All right? When it comes to like the backhoes part, yeah, is it horrible? Is it disgusting? I really don't give a flying fuck about like how morally precedent it is to kill somebody with a backhoe versus 30,000 pounds, or excuse me, I cannot say this right, 2,000 pounds of laser guided hate from 30,000 feet. I really don't give a shit about that difference. I really fucking don't. But what I can say is that when it comes to the Israelis, while I think that they have tried to hold to at least a higher standard in some regard, let's be real here. Don't tell me that every apartment block that they ever fucking bombed, they knew there was a Hezbollah person in there. They absolutely fucking didn't. For the same reason that we had an American attack video, or American video of an Apache attack helicopter gunning down Iraqi civilians. Like, this happens. Let's not act like where everyone is a conscious moral actor who does all the right fucking shit, because I sure as fuck wouldn't.
Wait, I
Okay,
saw
so
that
that
video. They
doesn't-
thought they were
that doesn't-
carrying rocket launchers.
And they were traveling with
and they were
militants.
fucking wrong. and they're fucking.
Yeah,
but
that doesn't
anyway,
make any
just
sense.
to be very clear, right? About because this is the point that we've been talking about for a while, that Hamas, like, you know, they're hiding among the population. There is literally nowhere else for Hamas to be. Now, this is not defense of Hamas, but I'm just like stating the reality of the situation. There is no place else for them to be. Of course, they're going to be within the population. Like, Hamas can't have like a base, like its own military base, because Israel just destroyed. Israel gets to have its own bases, and I would say, like, if Hamas could strike those military bases, then that's where you should be aiming your weapons, right? But they literally don't have that. They can't do those things because they have a technologically superior opponent, right? Because there's no even playing.
Why are we engaged in apologia for a terrorist organization?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Not doing an apology. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Literally doing apologia.
Anyway, shut up. Hold on. Shut up.
Let him
That's
go.
not what I'm doing. I literally said that at the start. So shut the fuck up. Thank you. Any which way. They have no space to do this. So, like, literally the reality is that all those targets are going to be civilian targets, right? Like, where's Hamas going to hide its missiles, right? Yeah, it's going to be someplace where people are living. Now, again, not saying that this is a good thing, and I'm not saying that the Israelis can't respond to this, right? Not saying that at all. Just like, let's understand this. That, like, there are people are acting as if there's some sort of alternative, and Hamas is just choosing, right? Just because that this is what they're going to do. That they're going to hide their fighters among the population. No, they're just people among the population, a highly dense place that are just living there. So your response has to be tailored to that. That's all we've been trying to say.
Could you make this argument for neo-Nazis in like an American city?
Oh my God! Please let me.
I would
go.
not bomb an American city to get rid of some neo-Nazis. No.
The better response is Israel does have bases separately, but yet Hamas is still targeting the civilian centers.
No, I agree. No,
suicide bomb Tel Aviv.
You know what I mean? Hold on. You heard what I said previously, right?
Right. But what you said though, right? I hear you. But what you said was like, they're not like Israel where they can keep their bases separately, right?
Yeah.
But like, Hamas isn't even targeting the bases. They're shooting at civilian centers. If
they would
Hamas
lose
had military bases separate than the civilian centers, where would Israel be targeting?
Hopefully they will be targeting
they would.
I don't know.
They would.
I don't fucking know, because Israel is a racist state with racist policies, with racist leaders. No, I actually don't fucking know. I don't know.
Well, then allow me to eliminate.
I would hope. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they would, but I don't know, and you don't either.
Well, yes, I can infer by the fact they're only targeting Hamas like command centers and rocket launch sites. And yes, there are civilians there.
That's what they try to give them their own state like every 10 years, and they refuse because all they want to do is kill Jews.
Oh my God! Please, everybody, shut up so I can go
for them and support terrorism.
Yeah, nice try.
Okay, I would like to go now.
Oh, so, I'm against it.
Number
but
one,
anyways, here's the reason why they totally
shut the fuck up. Same team. Friendly fire is on, asshole. Holy shit.
I'm not on your side. I'm an anarchist. Trust.
I know. Jesus Christ. All right. So anyways, all right. Number one, gotta address the helicopter issue because Lactoid addressed it same time as I fucking did. It's called Collateral Murder. You can watch it. And what it actually is it's a bunch of fucking reporters walking around with Iraqi militants a block away from where a fucking Humvee got IED'd earlier in the day, and they had been taking fire from that same location earlier in the day. So it's journalists walking with militants towards an army checkpoint where army soldiers had been killed only a few hours earlier. A helicopter misidentifies their camera equipment as rocket-propelled grenades, and by the way, in the fucking camera footage, it looks like rocket-propelled grenades, and then they light up the fucking group, and they kill militants, and they kill the fucking camera crew. So, by the way, skill issue. Now, there is a fucked up part of that. There is a fucked up part of that video, which is some people come in order to evacuate the wounded and the dead, and as a result, they light up the fucking van, which I did think was fucked up. Now, there were kids in the car, but here's the fucking thing about me anyways. If I'm going to pick up dead militants on the side of the fucking road in the middle of a free fire zone a block away from a suicide IED, I'm not putting my fucking kids in the car. Arabs seem to have a fucking problem with that. Now, the next fucking point is that Yeah, okay, you know what? Y'all have been fucking talking mad shit about all sorts of wild shit. It seems like it's impossible. It's like fucking culturally impossible to not put children in harm's fucking way, okay? So let's just fucking call it what it is. Spade a fucking spade. Finally, what I would say is Lactoid said that you could infer that Israelis wouldn't be targeting civilians intentionally if they had normal, standard military targets to go over. The reason why you can virtually guarantee this shit is because you know where the kinetic missile without a fucking explosive payload comes from? Israel. You know the reason why they developed it? Is to reduce casualties. You know who adopted it? The United States. And why did they do that? Because they don't want to kill civilians. They want to minimize the amount of civilians involved because it's bad for fucking everybody. It's bad for the rules of engagement. It's bad for recidivism for terrorist organizations. It's bad for recruiting. It's bad for press. It's bad for XYZ, ABC. So yeah, industrialized modern fucking militaries don't actively kill civilians. And you can also tell this by the casualty stats because Gaza could have been glassed 30 fucking years ago, technologically. It could have been glassed fucking 100 years ago, technologically, and yet it still stands with a 3 million person population. So to just act like Israelis are just out here gunning people down for fun, you would have stats that reflect those numbers, and you don't.
I'll take the L on that one. Particularly on the video.
We literally do have like during the protests, I believe it's
how many people have fucking died in the past 48 hours? Like 1,000?
Yeah,
they could have killed a million in the past 24 hours.
Not try counterpoints. I wasn't equalizing them, but I specifically was talking about like gunning them down for fun. We saw soldiers during those protests, like at the wall, and they were gunning people down for fun. When they said that, they were gunning people down for fun. That's an actual thing that happened. Now, but I'm not saying that.
Please, which protest? I'm just curious. Which
and what's the casualty stats? Please give me the casualty stats for that event.
I'm gonna shut up.
No, I just want to know what protest. I just want to know.
Fuck up himself. Don't worry. I'll do it for you.
Friendly fire.
Dude, anyway, what protests? What?
I like I just said. I'm not responding to when you're talking about the numbers, right? The numbers. Saying that they're saying. I'm saying specifically that the idea of killing people with glee, like on purpose, like just peaceful protesters. That's all. That's the only point that I'm responding to there. Okay. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, Connor, I just have a question to maybe hopefully better understand like where your limits lie or don't. Where earlier you pretty much like gave sort of a descriptive analysis of like, yeah, given what occurred, Israel is going to have a very heavy response. And I think earlier, you more or less expressed the sentiment, correct me if I'm wrong, like, basically they're justified now in sort of like annexing Gaza. So presumably, if it actually existed, a biological agent that could only target Palestinians, right, would they be justified in using that?
No, of course not. So sorry, do you have a follow-up question or should I expand?
No. Yeah, I would prefer if you can elaborate. That's where I'm trying to figure out where your limits. Like, they're justified in annexing it, and it seems like you're okay with like relocation, but there's always going to be, I think, understandably mass casualties along the way. So it's like, what is? I'm not asking for like, what's your limit of casualties of a numerical number, but I'm just curious, like, what would your analysis be of like not justifying?
Yeah, the morality of who can be targeted and who can't be, and who should be killed and who shouldn't be. Which, by the way, like I think the IDF is fucking up right now. They're actually burning through some of the goodwill they would have had. So what I would say, let's say that we have like perfect military technology. We can actually 100% discern between combatants and non-combatants. Okay. I would say that like at this juncture, actually, hold on, let me back up a little bit more. I am not a religious literalist. I don't think that the Christian God is, any more literal than the Muslim. Obviously, it's all Jehovah, but still, like, I don't think that like Judaism or Islam or fucking Christianity or Hinduism or Sikhism or whatever, I don't think they have a monopoly on righteousness or goodness or human behavior or whatever. So as a result, I'm not a religious supremacist. Same thing with like ethnicity or race. Like, I think that culturally there's correlated behaviors that happen with different groups, and you can point those out as a general trend. But I don't think that like some Gazan kid born in the shitty parts of fucking Gaza is predestined to become a terrorist piece of shit, and we have to like Minority Report Hitler in the crib, fucking kill him before he becomes a terrorist. I don't think that shit at all. But I do think that people are products of their environment and their training and all that kind of stuff. And as a result, you have to deal with what is. So what I would say is ideally you would have a military. Okay. I think the centrist position would be a military occupation of Gaza, trying to nation build it and trying to prohibit Hamas from existing, and then as a result, creating a semi-functional society in 30 years. I think that's the centrist position that is realistic. Yeah, I think that's the semi-realistic position based off of what's happening. I think that there's enough political momentum and enough hatred on behalf of Israel and enough anger from the international community that Israel probably could, if they were like smart about it, they probably could empty Gaza into the West Bank after they had literally killed every Hamas fucking person. And they could say, oh yeah, we'll let people back in, and they could just never let people back in and nobody would give a shit.
Okay, quickly, Becky, I know you want to head out, so you can give the outro quickly.
Thank you. I think, look, this has been an actually interesting discussion. Thanks so much for having me on. I don't know everyone here, but I know most of you. For SDL, I wish it was a less fucking depressing topic. But yeah, fuck it. Like, I hope whatever the fucking future is, that civilian casualties are kept to a minimum. Killing civilians is never fucking acceptable. And yeah, I hope all of you have a good night, and people out there in like both Ukraine, Israel, and Gaza, I hope people stay as safe as possible. Thanks for having me. Take care.
Take care. Be well.
Good one. Thanks so much. All right. Let's continue on. I'll unmute our friend. Our friend Scott. And does anyone else want to jump in right now? Is there anything? Brandon, Corey, did you get a chance to speak before? You had your hand up.
I totally got to ask my question to Connor.
Okay.
What? I was just asking, what protests? You muted me because I kept asking you which protests were you talking about. You said where Israel opened fire.
2018-2019 border protests.
Yes, the border protests. Yeah.
Okay, I was just asking because I was curious if you were talking about the 2000 protests.
Okay, and then my counterpoints would be on stats. So Prime, I'm gonna be a smug asshole about this, but I'll try to keep it chill about it. So opening fire on fucking unarmed protests, fucked up. Not really big fan of it. Let's just put it that way. But what I would say is that like when you have if you were looking at a genocidal regime, which by the way, I've already said multiple times, I think that what Israel is doing is a slow rolling genocide according to the UN definition. But if you had a fast genocidal regime, if you had a Nazi level regime, like you would see 30 people dead on that day alone. You would see 30 people dead the next week, 100 people dead, 100 people dead, 100 people dead. You would see tens of thousands of dead every single year because they wouldn't be trying to play by the nice liberal Western fucking rule book. They would just be like, yeah, fuck these people. They would their actions would match their rhetoric.
I mean, it's very possible that's what we're going to see.
I would say I wouldn't give him credit for being fast or slow. I just wouldn't do that.
I think it's still. I still think it's.
I
evil.
don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand this idea that we're gonna throw out the term genocide, right? And like we're gonna skip ethnic cleansing and go straight to genocide. And genocide is in a country that's ostensibly yours but might not be yours, that you've attempted to have treaties with people to get them to take over the country for 86 fucking years, and every time they tell you, fuck you, we don't want to control our own country, we want to kill you all, we want to wipe you from the face of the earth because you're an evil, dirty Jew, we hate all Jews, kill the Jews, kill the Jews, kill the Jews, is their only answer they get. You call it a slow genocide when they build apartment buildings. Like, it's a really fucking weird thing to like, it's a really weird trigger word to almost be like, see, I get you lefties, I get it, but like, how is that a fucking genocide?
Yeah, can I articulate why? So,
Yeah, of course.
so what I would say is, sure. Yeah, so I think there's what a lot of people talked about returning to. I know that the ship has long sailed, but like the 67 borders, that seemed like something that was like a lot of people like negotiated. They thought it was a good idea. Maybe we could negotiate this, et cetera, et cetera. What seems to have happened, particularly over the past 30 years, is an ever increasing encroachment of settlements into the West Bank and into. I don't even know if they do anything in Gaza because, frankly, I think it's so popular.
No, they abandoned that in 2005.
Well, it's probably so dense. There's nothing to even knock down or populate.
It's been banned.
So.
Yeah, it's been abandoned for 18 years.
Right. So basically, but in the West Bank, they set up a settlement. They hire private security forces. They set up their Taco Bell or their McDonald's or whatever, like in their little downtown, like multi-level mixed zoning, walkable housing, which lefties should be totally with. But then they provide electricity and cable and power and water and all that kind of stuff. But that routes back to like another Israeli settlement, or it routes back to Israel itself. And then eventually what happens is there's like some kind of dispute, some kind of fight, whatever. IDF moves in, and then eventually they annex the territory. And this is repeated like over and over and over again, to the point that if you look at the map, like it's expanded. Like I want to say since like 1970, they've effectively evaporated 70% of the territory that was claimed by Palestinians. So for me, if I was a betting person and I was just noticing the trend, I would think that the Israeli goal would be to maybe keep 20% of their population as Arab Muslim, but then literally expel everybody else up to the River Jordan. That would be my expectation based off of their current trajectory.
Do you believe that the Mormons are committing a genocide against Mexicans? Because what you just described is exactly what the Mormon Church. Well, they go into an area, they set up a settlement, they try and proselytize the community to their religion, they defend themselves, and sometimes there are even skirmishes between the Mormons and Mexican cartels. So what is the substantive difference between them? Do you believe Mormons are genocidal maniacs trying to destroy the Mexican people?
Well, number one, I would say the 19th century Mormons were fucking psychotic, genocidal freaks. But the modern ones,
in Utah, I get it. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, no, there was actually like I'm joking, but just to share a little bit of autistic history, there was a subsect of the Mormons called the Danites, and they were basically like an apocalyptic Mormon death cult, and they did like murder people who were traveling to the West Coast, kidnap their women so they could have essentially sex slaves and wives. And if you wanted to, the way I found out about this was by reading the second Sherlock Holmes book. So in the 19th century, this was all the rage.
But for real, what's the substantive difference here?
So what's the substantive difference is in order to like properly analogize it, it would be if the Mormons were doing this with the support of the United States government, and then as the Mormons moved more and more into Mexican territory, the United States was claiming those territories as part of the United States. And if it seemed like the goal was to, I don't know, like eventually absorb Mexico City itself.
So what you're saying is, because to me, what it seems like is everything described is fine at an individual level, but it's wrong because a nation state is using it as a means to expand their territory against what isn't a nation state, but is a presumed promised nation state sometime in the future that they refuse to take over and that they refuse to self-govern.
Just to cut at the moral core of well, hold on. Yeah, let me cut at the moral core of what I think you're arguing, or at least let me try to come your way a little bit. I think that if Jews, kind of like what you were talking about in the 19th and early 20th century, if Jews were moving into unoccupied lands, they were homesteading them, they were developing them, they were peaceful with their neighbors, they didn't shoot anybody, and then as a result, they had relatively peaceful relations with their neighbors or whatever, no harm, no foul, basically. And if that brings up the values of the lands and they trade with the Arabs as peers and everybody's happy and all that kind of shit, I don't even think the lefties would be bitching about that. I think what people are bitching about is the fact that then they assume the authority of the nation state. Then they get into what seems like instigated fights on behalf of the settlers, and then they use those as pretext to expel the people from the land that they've been on, which some people were arguing earlier, generations. Now, whether or not you're talking about 100 years or 1,000 years, for me, my family's only been in the United States for 100 years. I've only been in Florida for 30, but if somebody tried to evict me from my current home, I might shoot them. So...
Yeah, no,
That part's
I
understandable.
I definitely agree that like the state of Israel often, I don't know, often is a subjective term, right? But we'll say it does, at least in some cases, evict people, and when doing so, will often enough, right, use trumped up charges or some form of violence in the area that works in their own benefit to expand their own territory. The problem that I have with that is that we have a group of people that their only means of survival is foreign aid, and they refuse to self-govern. Maybe not all of the people, obviously, right? There are plenty of Palestinians Palestinian Arabs that I'm sure would love to govern themselves. And they've attempted to go to Jordan before, and the Jordan, monarchy treats them like utter dog shit and treats them worse than Jews ever treated them. They've attempted to go to Egypt, and the Egyptians genocide them way more than the Jews ever will. And they've tried to do the same thing in Lebanon. And, after that civil war and those issues, they treat them way worse than the Jews are absolutely the nicest people to them out of everybody else in the region, right? And yet it's not fun. It's not great for them. And I understand that there are people that want to self-govern. But if we're working under this concept of nation states existing in the area, and you have this giant mystery fucking zone, and you have these terrorist organizations that are essentially in control, right? Like you have, the PLO and Palestinian Authority, it's very common that they were basically one and the same thing. And the Oslo Accords even recognizes the PLO as an authority, when establishing their own self-governing. And then, so like the question becomes then, well, why is it that Israel can't do anything with this land? Is this land forever in limbo, and we just constantly call them the oppressed minority, and we just constantly support terrorism from this area that is the most vile anti-Semitism and violent behavior against Jews, and the Jews are just forever supposed to give them food, give them water, give them trade, give them power, and every time they get a little naughty, it's wrong? Like, what the fuck do we do here? Does anybody have a solution?
I'm going to let Prime and SD, I'll take that. But Prime, it is past 11. Can I shout out?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I parasocially love you all. I didn't have a cardiovascular event. I live for another day. So maybe next week
we'll
you guys
get them next time, boys.
Yeah, maybe next time I'll die on stream. We'll see. But no, I appreciate it as much as it got heated and all that kind of stuff. I actually did feel like we covered some ground that needed to be covered. Anyways, so if you want to check me out, 90% of what I do these days is Warhammer. So if you check out Counterpoints 40K on YouTube, it's going to be Warhammer Science Fantasy breakdowns. It's relatively popular. It's doing quite well. We're about to break 55,000 subs, which I think I was here only a few months ago celebrating 40,000 subs. So it seems like the growth is doing well. So go check that out. And then if you want to check out debates, we rebranded our VOD channel as Counter Fire. I will be launching a weekly debate show with Brianna Wu probably within the next month. So we'll be reviewing news stories and all that kind of stuff. And then also we'll be posting VODs and debates like this. So if you want to see me be racist against Arab people and Muslims while explaining history and then also making some anti-Semitic jokes, then check out that channel. And then also finally, there's a very neglected essay channel called Counterpoints listed down in the description, but I'm going to try to get some content on there as well. So I appreciate you guys. Parasocial love to you and yours. Prime, I'm looking forward to us continuing and enriching our professional relationship, even if we yell at each other.
Absolutely. And it's only true love coming from me. Fuck this parasocial shit.
Love you too.
Yeah,
man.
You're a fantastic friend, and I'm really glad you came here. You added so much to this conversation, and hope to see you again soon. Have a good one, friend.
Good to see you,
All right.
Connor.
Love you guys. Love you, Ty. Bye.
Yeah.
See ya.
So I'd like to deal with what Scott has asked us, but first, SDL or Doobie, if or anyone else.
I mean, all I want to say is the framing here of give, as in like, yeah, Hamas relies on foreign aid. Well, why is that? Because it's a deeply poor area under blockade. So they face extremely unfavorable terms of trade. It's really expensive to get shit in. Of course they rely on foreign aid. You talked about giving fuel. You know who pays for that fuel? The Red Cross. Why can't anyone else pay for it? Well, the Gazans are poor, one, and two, Israel blocks imports on like the free world market to get it to set up another power plant on their own terms, and that's why they have to get given power. When you talk about giving water, I actually have no idea what the water geography of Palestine and Gaza is. So maybe you're
Well, it's
right
just
on that one. But
terrible.
Gaza, yeah. So the problem is that obviously the population. So there's not a lot of fresh water there, right? You have to desalinate it, and they don't have the industry to desalinate their water. They depend upon Israel for water.
sure, and that might just be due to the geography. Like from my understanding is that Crimea, for example, relied on Ukraine for water for a very long time period, and then Ukraine cut it off, which in my opinion is a violation of human rights. Like even if you're at war with people, that doesn't justify the killing or like starving or forcing people to use bottled water. And like there's a lot of things that happen when you lose access to water, and when you lose access to power. Every time Israel has tried to do this, people have died in hospitals. Like literally every time, dozens of people.
I think it, and which is like this is a weird ethical question, but I think it matters whether or not you're cutting off natural water versus whether or not you're cutting off water from water facilities that you're supplying them. Like I think blockading a river to an area is cutting off water that they previously had and homesteaded the area, and no longer there's water going through, versus like if I'm a water treatment facility and I'm spending money and power and energy to give you something, I have no duty to continue giving you resources, right? But there's a difference between blockading resources and giving resources.
I mean, I guess you could say something like maybe Gaza has an obligation to pay for the pipelines or something. But like if someone came out your house and was like, you see this pipeline, it's an unnatural way of getting water into this guy's house. If they simply dug a canal of water to their house, I would oppose the filling of dirt into that canal, but because it's a pipe, it's an artificial thing I must maintain. And when I cut it with my wire cutters, that's totally fine. Like, I don't know. That seems like a silly distinction.
That's only because you made it a silly distinction, right? If I own a water treatment facility and then you don't pay your bill, for example, right? Then I can cut off your water because I'm treating the water, I'm pulling the water from one place to another. I'm using labor and capital and resources to turn the water into a product that I can sell you, right? And that's different than you having a river flowing to your house and then me intentionally building a dam so you don't get water. Like those are two different things.
I agree and disagree. So in a free, like imagine a world where there was a one state solution. It would be very easy to imagine a utility company's pump. It would be easy to imagine a utility company pumping water from the areas where there is more water to the areas where there is less water. The only reason that it's in this special situation is because of the apartheid, because of the open air like prison. So yeah, I understand there is that difference, but the causes for it are not so simple as like the whole country is just skipping on its utility bills or something.
I mean, sure, you could say that the tensions between the two countries that have led to these escalations are, a cause for the economic factors of the Palestinian Arabs, right? I recognize that the economic situation is caused by the past, right? Like obviously, if the past was different, their industry might be different. But I don't know that places a particular moral duty or obligation on Israel to feed resources to a group of people that refuse to govern themselves and instead harbor terrorists that attack them.
Well, so the question is, if you cut off people's peaceful means of protest by shooting so the UN's review of that 2018-2019 peaceful march was that two of the deaths were justified, the UN thought, out of like 300. So like if you cut off a lot of people's meaningful, peaceful routes to protest, if you cut off their economic routes to like self-advancement, if you cut off their ability to like leave the region economically or personally, then it's understandable why that shunts people towards more and more violent solutions. And so this isn't to say that it's justified, it's that it's if Israel wants the opposite of violence, they have to make the conditions for peace possible, and cutting off resources does the opposite of that. That's the argument.
I would say that what is a first of all, I agree with some of the issues of, again, I won't call it an open air prison, right? But I do think some of the blockade on the ports. I think that there could have been investment in ports in Gaza as a means of being able to have a transfer of trade between the two places, whilst not having to worry as much about the kind of the border issues of attacks, etc. Right, and allow people to immigrate more easily in and out of Gaza Strip towards other nations without having to worry about Israel, because this is a coastal region that we're talking about when we talk about Gaza, as opposed to the West Bank, which is on the Jordanian River, on one side. The only water access they have is the Dead Sea. Cool, a bunch of fucking salt water, right? Like, so Gaza is in a situation in it from a natural resource perspective where I do think Israel would be much. Actually, I'm going to just hold off on all that, because I just want to see a show of hands from people, because there's a lot of arguing and bickering. Can we all agree on these two things? And I'm just curious. Can we agree that Hamas is a terrorist organization that is doing horrible things and has done horrible things in the past and needs to be dealt with in some capacity? A. And B, can we agree that at least during this situation where there seems to be increasing violence from Israel into Gaza and vice versa, obviously, that there is some form of refugee status be allotted to the people in Gaza that want to flee, and that if Israel wants to bomb a place, they have to give those people a place to run to if they are civilians? By a show of hands, can we all agree to those two things? And if not, tell me why not.
Oh, this is funny because I feel like Lactoid, you made a very similar case last week. That you said something I'm having deja vu with this, but anyway,
no, look,
I didn't
very
see
consistent. We're very consistent, right?
Yeah,
I said that
Sock,
if you have
are you raising your hand or no?
Just depending on what I think you said, by some means deal with Hamas, and that could
When I
probably
say
way.
some means, I mean some means that would be acceptable to you, that would require getting rid of Hamas's leadership and people. Like if it's the most stopping them in some regard.
I just, so long as it doesn't include mass death, I'm probably on board.
Okay, right, yeah. I'm not talking about turning Gaza into glass, right? I mean some means, right? I don't mean the worst one you can think of. I mean the best one you can think of that can be done. So we all agree then, right, that Israel should let refugees into some part of it. It doesn't have to be in fucking Tel Aviv. It can be in camps somewhere just outside of Gaza, and that we need to get rid of Hamas. So maybe we should focus on those two things above all else right now, and that we should be calling for the most peaceful means of getting rid of Hamas.
So I agree we should be getting rid of Hamas, but I think basically the problem would just replicate if things don't change otherwise, right? There's this organization Hamas that does bad things and does some good things for the people, give them aid and stuff, for the Palestinians living there. But still, it's
some good things,
horrible,
some bad
horrible,
things.
No. Well, no. Well, I mean,
I know what you mean. It's just
Hamas
funny.
Hamas maintains popular support by giving out food.
Adolf Hitler, he did some bad things, but he did do some factory beautification.
Yeah, of course.
I'm with you. I get what you mean.
And I'll throw it straight to you, Lactoid. Yeah. So I'm just saying that I don't want this to be repeated. So we can get rid of this organization, Hamas, and there's the other one, Islamic Jihad or a jihad that's there as well. There's two organizations I know of. But we can get rid of them, but I feel it's just going to be replicated. So I'd like to solve the problem rather than just focusing on Hamas.
So I agree. I think that's the problem. So I would agree that with both of your assertions, Scott. The only thing with the second one is I don't know if you would necessarily need to set up refugee camps inside of Israel.
They just need to be somewhere.
They need to be somewhere, right? Because what I'm assuming is going to happen, based on everything we've seen, is that we're about to see a ground invasion of Gaza, and there could be blue areas or areas under the control of the IDF that they could be basically allow civilians to escape to. And they can go through checkpoints, they can set up security checkpoints, et cetera, and then as they move down the Gaza Strip, basically sort out, like we've been talking about, like Connor said, right? Sort out the combatants from innocent civilians. I think that would be a moral necessity, right? If there is a ground invasion.
This is what I mean.
Obviously, nobody, and the IDF wouldn't do this, but nobody would accept the IDF just marching in, just randomly opening fire against.
I am obviously fairly pro-Israel in this situation. If you've been paying attention at all in this debate, because I think the establishment of Israel is probably one of the closest establishments of a nation state based upon homesteading of private property. It's one of the most peaceful nations to ever exist in human history in terms of its establishment. Almost every other nation was established through violent conquest of the other people, and the majority of Israel was established through nationalists coming to an area and homesteading property and making it more valuable. That being said, there's a lot of horrible things that are being done, and I think one of my biggest problem right now is that we are maintaining. And of course, the left has this, propaganda term, open air prison. But regardless of whatever you think of that, we are maintaining currently, this idea that people cannot leave unless they go through a permit process that takes 3 to 4 weeks, in which only 85% of people get approved. Right now, of that 15%, some of those are probably just terrorists or something, but there's not a lot of transparency in that approval process. And roughly the same thing, but worse, occurs on the Egyptian side, right? Like a lot less people get through on the Egyptian side. And so, I mean, if we're going to talk about anything, left, right, whether we're, dumb commie fucks that are all like free Palestine or, hardcore right wing ethno-nat fucking, I don't know, Jews or, Orthodox or Christian, I think we all can agree that I think we should come together at the very least and say, Israel, if you're going to fucking invade this place, you need to set up places for refugees. You cannot create refugees in a war zone that you're creating and then have nowhere for these refugees to go to.
This is actually the biggest thing I separate with you on. Like, I'm totally cool if, hey, we're going to agree. We're going to smash Hamas. I'm totally cool with that. I'm totally okay with, the underground invasion of Palestine because they got to go in the tunnels. Memes aside here, the one thing I don't actually agree with you on is that Israel has to be responsible for the refugees. No, we're at war. I have absolutely no fucking moral obligation to treat people I'm at war with fucking dignity and respect. I will side with Connor on this part.
They're refugees.
They're
They're not at war with them.
I don't think
They're not at war with them.
No,
So you just said that Israel is now at war with all Palestinian Arab people, not that they're at war with Hamas.
Yeah, then
That's
the
your claim.
biological weapon. So then the biological weapon is on the table.
Go with the latter. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that latter. But what was the question, Corey? I didn't hear that.
Then the biological weapon is on the table then for you?
As a person who said I would have glassed Japan with the atom bombs, of course it is.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I mean,
why? If you don't have to,
I don't understand. I don't understand. I didn't realize that Sherman from the Civil War was showing up for the fucking debate panel. What is this total war philosophy where we can just kill as many innocents as we can to put down the terrorists?
Wait. You've talked to hold on a minute here. Hold on.
He supports Sherman though, Scott. So
yes, I do. Unironically, especially.
Obviously, if you're a total war advocate, I get it.
Yes, you've talked to me before. Why is this surprising to you?
Why? I mean, it's surprising to hear an individual that presumes to be a kind of centrist in the foreign policy place that sees both sides basically say that once you declare war, you're justified in the murder of all innocents. And that you have no duty
centrist, I believe everyone deserves to die. Did you not understand? Literally, if I'm on either side of this argument, the other people have to die. If I'm putting my shoes in either the Palestinian or the Israeli shoes, for real, I'm going to hate the other people. I am going to be advocating
justification for this?
The justification is that, you are talking about two, not groups of people. You are talking about two ethno-religious groups of people. The entire groups of people. I'm not going to fucking act like, Hamas is separate from the Palestinians. And I'm not going to act like the Israeli government is separate from their own citizenry. I don't believe in that fucking shit. At all. It's fucking ridiculous. You are members of a society and an institution, whether you have democratic rights or not, because you still fucking enable it. So you're going to be responsible for the actions that society commits. And right now, you just have the Israelis looking at the Palestinians going, hey, you just launched 5,000 fucking rockets at me. Yes, don't be surprised if I come in to clap your fucking cheeks. On the other hand...
I'm not even joking when I say this is unironically just fascist rhetoric, That like
I'm
that
sure
the
it is. Like,
individual
there-
the individual ethnic group is the blood and soil of the nation, and like there is no separation from society and its government, and like if another
It is
nation of people
Literally collective.
threatens
it is
ours,
literally-
we are
it is
justified in all
It's a question,
in violence and murder against them. What
It
the
is-
fuck are you on
okay.
about, dude?
It is political corporatism. It's actually something that I actually do believe, and I don't give a shit if the fascists believe it or not. Like the reality is, whether it was the syndicalists, whether it was the fascists, I think they were dead on about this shit. People should be responsible for their state and institutions that they are a part of. They should feel morally obligated to work it in a particular situation where they feel content and agreeable to it. This is why I'm like, hey, fucking blockade Cuba. I don't give a shit if most Cubans don't have representative democracy within their own system. If they're going to allow an authoritarian state, then you know what? Fuck them, because it's not a good situation for them to be in.
Wait, can I ask a
This
question?
just
Please,
in:
Bob,
the
please.
starving
ask
North
the question.
Koreans
God, please,
are
please.
responsible for Kim Jong Un.
Yeah, he would absolutely
wait.
say that, Corey.
I do.
Yeah, I'm super curious
literally
and also
just did.
concerned. So
What the fuck?
yeah, Tiberius. Not that this is like the Gaza Strip or the West Bank are like, as far as I know, large tourist areas. But let's say if there's a country, okay, a country that actually has tourists and a meaningful amount of tourists. If they're like, if war is declared and like there's a lockdown, like the tourists there are now just valid targets, and presumably maybe American tourists.
That's an interesting one, actually.
Found the hole
That's
in
a-
your fascist rhetoric.
No, I don't know if it's a whole, because like there is a level to where like
It's different blood on the soil, right? So it's a little bit
Right,
different.
yeah, it's different
ironically,
stuff.
yes, because there is a level where you are talking about. Well, I'm not even going to play games here. I believe most states are ethnocentric from their core. Okay, I'm not going to act like that. Like liberal democracy is super tolerant of all different groups of people. It really fucking isn't. Just ask your brothers and sisters out there. They will tell you this. When it comes down to it, I do have a real disconnection here with the free movement of peoples, because I don't disagree that it's productive and wonderful to have people be able to move into other people's lands and actually like interact with them. But there is usually one of three things that happens. Either one, those people assimilate. Either two, they basically like ethnically segregate, or three, they do what exactly is going on in the situation, where they have a fight for political control of the geopolitical region. Like this is unfortunately the vast majority of history when it comes down to people moving around. So yeah, like I am not going to act like I have the supreme moral authority to tell everybody, hey, you know what? This is what you do when you interact with groups of people who don't fucking like you, because history has shown it's fucking messy. But I do believe that most groups of people and institutions are made up by a certain group of people who find themselves as kin. Right? Anyone disagree with that?
I disagree with the whole killing them take. That's pretty
Yeah.
bad. I think that's one.
Like,
Right? Like,
just one question: does terrorism exist in your model?
I mean, obviously, yes, but like,
Why
I'll
would
put
it
it-
exist? Like
terrorism
okay.
exists because it is warfare through the means of what we find underhanded, I guess. Like for me, there isn't really a difference between terrorism and just war. That's why I'm like, hey, I don't find it very morally different to murder people with backhoes versus laser guided munitions from 30,000 feet. Like I don't make that distinction.
I want to ask one question, and if this is like I'm missing something, please
Sure.
feel free to explain yourself. The Holocaust. Okay.
Yes.
This is horrible, evil.
Right.
let's go there.
All right. So we had Germany that invaded like Poland and set up camps in Poland and killed Jews in Poland.
Don't be a pussy, sucker.
Get
your ass back here.
Should the Germans have to care about how the captives were treated in Poland? It's a different country. It's a different state.
Problem is the Germans were the original aggressors.
So
Like,
if they weren't, it'd be different.
It kind of is, I guess. Yeah. Give me a second here. Make me not
Poland
fucking eat my
didn't-
shoot.
The Polish
like,
government
the Poles didn't
acquiesced
start
immediately to German rule, and so they're responsible for their nation not acquiescing immediately to German rule, and so
Yeah, this is probably where like this conversation goes to die for me, and I will admit that, right? Because there is a level where I think what the Poles did was fucking heroic. They fought against the Nazis. They tried to like liberate their own country. Like they took not only responsibility for having their own government, which was kind of shitty, but also in trying to reestablish that government because it was better than the Nazis. So like I can't act like Poland is in the wrong here, but also in the same hand is like, are the Germans like dealing with responsible and trying to like ethnically cleanse Poland? Yeah. So there's a level where like I don't know if my morality or my logic is breaking here. You all tell me, but like the Germans weren't there for the security of the Poles. They declared war because they said Poles aren't a people anymore. We're going to get rid of you. Literally, it's Lebensraum. So like for me, the part that you're missing, Lactoid, is that Germany openly declared they don't give a flying fuck from the start.
Was that all Polish? Or was that all Polish, or was it just a subsection of Poland? I actually don't know.
Oh, it literally is all the Polish. You can go back to Otto von Bismarck in like Imperial Germany, where the fucking Germans hate the Poles. They still don't really like the Poles, but there's a whole other conversation.
I mean, I guess we could ask you questions about how you see things through your fascistic lens. That's an interesting way to take this conversation about the Israeli-Palestinian Arab conflict. But like, I'm like, are you genuine? I mean, I guess in this belief that like by this logic, you recognize that you lay a collective guilt and collective responsibilities on individuals as ethnic groups within a nation state. That it is the fault of every German that Nazis rose to power, and thus the Germans must be punished for such. It is the fault of every Palestinian that Hamas exists. It is the fault of every Jew that terrorists exist. Where does this train of logic lead when an individual by nature of where they live and the color of their skin and what nation state they're under is responsible for the nation? It's like you would say by this logic, for example, right, that that Frederick Douglass is morally responsible for the institution of the enslavement of blacks in America, and that Frederick Douglass should be punished for slaves existing in America. And that kind of seems fucking retarded.
Yeah, because I would take it the exact opposite way, where like you're talking about Frederick Douglass as like you're saying he's responsible for like preserving the institution of slavery when it's like his moral obligation to destroy it. Number one, because the state does not represent his own people, right? Right, but like that's the thing. Like, why is it because the state does it that it's moral? Like, if anything, like this is what I'm advocating. A person
I'm not saying that.
who, okay, well, that's where I'm lost, because like obviously Frederick Douglass campaigned to help end slavery. Am I incorrect in this, or did I like misread history,
but he fought against what the nation state did. It is your opinion that it is individuals within society that are responsible, morally responsible for the decisions of the nation state. So if the nation state maintains slavery, it doesn't matter that he fought against it. He's responsible for it. It's somehow his fault. Why?
Well, if anything, I think the separation here is that he is showing that he is responsible for it and fighting against it. Like being part of a liberal democracy, one of the things I think is actually great about it is that you actually take your free speech, your efforts, and your willpower into saying, I don't fucking like this. I want to go a different direction.
Should Frederick Douglass have been punished for?
No.
Okay, well then you don't believe he's actually responsible.
Well, like, why is it that showing like responsibility is simply just a negative for something you don't agree with? Instead of
hold on. Okay, I think you're just communicating your ideas poorly, because what I think you're actually saying is that which Tiberius D is saying is I'm a virtue ethicist and an altruist, which altruism is evil, but an altruist, and that you believe it is a person's moral duty and obligation to do the best that they can as an individual to steer their community and their nation state towards the righteous path, whatever that may be.
Actually, yes.
Okay. That is a wildly different thing than what you have been saying. I think accidentally.
Okay, I'll accept that. Like, it's fucking 10:30,
Okay.
sorry, 11:30. I've literally worked 12 and a half hours today. I might be a little
Yeah.
stupid.
We rescued
I just
Tiberius
wanted
from
to
the
make that.
clutches of
I
fascism. love it.
rescued you from just being like fucking all Germans are Nazis and it's good. Like,
Yeah, but hold on, but
We're
still,
more
hold on.
Antifa than Antifa, right? We actually save
Yeah.
people from fascism.
We saved the
don't just
fascists,
burn
right?
down an
Doesn't that
AutoZone. I'm
but it
Che
doesn't-
Guevara, right?
Wait a
Like,
minute, wait. I don't know how this,
I shop at Target, not
saves
burn
some.
them down.
I don't know how this saves some. Well, just one before I get to that, just a side comment. The U.S. was not a democracy at that point, right? When we had a significant portion, I forget how many slaves there were, like let's say 40% of our population who was in bondage and could not participate in that democracy. We weren't a democracy, right? And there's an argument that Israel is not truly a democracy because it doesn't allow everyone to actually participate in that society as well.
And
America's
America's never been a democracy and was never intended to be one.
it's also not a pure democracy. We don't let children vote either, right? So
No, yeah, hold on, yeah, but okay, but we let adults vote, right? And they were adults as well, right? So we can understand that when we're putting ethnic restrictions on voting, that's a qualitatively different thing. So don't act like you don't understand that. Thank you. Anyway,
No, we understand.
I don't know why
We're just saying you don't understand.
Tiberius, sure, whatever. I don't know why it saves Ty because Ty is still like, but the start of this is that he's okay with whatever means a nation state uses against another nation state to do the murdering, right? So do you take that back?
I'm sure there's a level of nuance that I can get into that, but there is a level where, like, I've openly advocated that I am a believer in total war. The limiting qualifier is you don't want to commit actions that actually make the war harder for you, right? Like I've said that like many times where it's like, hey, you can kill children, but obviously
I'll take
it's not
that
gonna
L.
make it
Prime's
worse.
right. You still fucking. You just like reverted back.
You didn't rescue him.
Okay, that's fine.
Mission aborted.
I thought I had him. I'm sorry.
No, we can still fix him, right? He just likes Sherman. Okay, that's all. That's the only problem, right?
Doobie, if you're there, we're just about over time, but Doobie, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
So a long time now, we got distracted with Ty, but a long time ago, Scott asked us a question, a raise of hands. I didn't see your flipper, whatever, raise when he asked the question about like getting rid of Hamas and what was the second thing? Oh yeah, providing a refugee escape. Do you agree with that or not?
Sure, I agree with that.
No, come on, do you or not?
Just to end the conversation.
I don't know. I don't think it's like that simple. I mean, I guess
obviously,
if you could,
it's not that simple. What I mean to say is that like there are a multitude of complexities and different opinions on this issue, right? But if we can all generally agree that Hamas needs to be gotten rid of in some capacity, and that Israel should be responsible if they're going to displace people via attacks and war against the terrorist organization, that they need to have a means of allowing refugees a place to escape from that conflict, then like we can all at the very least advocate those two things to our politicians on our Twitter feeds, whatever, to the best of our ability to make those as peaceful as possible.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
That's all I'm saying is like, is there something we can all come together to try and fucking steer us away from? Because I mean, like right now, where we're sitting at is we have a bunch of crazy fucking socialist commie dumb fucks on Twitter, that represent a very small minority of communists. The only good communist is a dead communist. that are on fucking Twitter and like they're saying things like, this is wonderful, this is what revolution looks like, right? Like, fuck those people, right? And then we have like conservatives that are all like, no funding for war, don't give Ukraine the billions of dollars. And then the moment fucking the Jews were in danger, they were like, they need all the fucking bombs, give them all the bombs. I saw a hot woman's body get fucking dragged through the streets, and we want all the bullets and bombs. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like we're gonna put an aircraft carrier there? Why? Because fuck climate change. I want them to know that we have big fucking boats. All right, we have big fucking boats, and we're gonna bomb you fuckers if you don't stop it. Stop it now, right? Like, and like both, neither of them are fucking calling for anything that makes any amount of goddamn sense. And so, like, at the very least, maybe we can all unify behind the message of, like, refugees need a place to go and Hamas needs to be getting rid of. Can we do this with the least amount of casualties possible?
Yeah,
Please.
but also I think you should add to that, like, I think that the current situation is like untenable, right? And this is largely due to Israel's actions, right? To Netanyahu's actions and his government's actions. So I think part of the message should be stop treating these people like fucking animals, and they won't be animals. Like, stop.
I mean,
stop,
I
stop,
can't. I can't.
Stop the apartheid.
We can all agree on the two things I put forward. We can't all agree on that. I can't agree that it is largely Israel's fault. I would say that it isn't.
I can't understand that perspective.
Who builds the walls?
I understand that you can't understand that perspective, right? But my goal in the question was, are there things that we can agree on? Because that puts us in a place where there are some positive prescriptions that we all can put forward, right? As in a unifying way. As opposed
but I think just saying, allow them to,
who's more in fault.
Allow them to somewhere to go. Allow refugees somewhere to go when the current Palestinian refugees can't go back home. And you're saying, hey, well, give them the ability to make more refugees that can't come back home. I think that part of the equation needs to be Israel no longer acting like pieces of shit, no longer being an ethno-state, hopefully, no longer carrying out the slow like genocide. This is their intention to ethnically cleanse the area. So Israel needs to be confronted about that, and they need to be made to stop.
Okay.
The problem is,
I need an
right,
out.
is when you say, yeah, well, I'll sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just need an outro, guys. Like I'm burning at both wicks at this point, and I got to get up in a couple hours to do it all over again. So, I've got enough hate mail. You all can stop sending it. I appreciate it. I will think about my wonderful statements, and then I will address them later. But until then, my name is Ben Tiberius D. If you either loved or hated what I had to say, you're welcome to check me out. Pleasure talking to you all once again. SGL, it's been for fucking ever. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And then, yeah, like this has been a very spicy, heated conversation, but it's been very welcome. I'm glad we all got to have it. So anyway, without further ado, take care, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Pleasure, Ty.
Yeah. So Scott, your I guess your final statement on this.
Oh, are we doing a final statements? Are we doing outros or something?
Well, we can do.
You're just saying you're closing up soon.
Yeah, we can do
all I'm
bonus
saying
time,
is
and
like
people can leave if they don't need to.
We're circling back into what seems like a circular argument, which is why I wanted to get two things we could agree on, because at least then there's some resolution to this conversation, right? Which is something we can advocate for, as opposed to just flinging shit, saying who's at fault. And like, I can go back into my arguments about that, Doobie, right? I can talk about 1937. The statements that are made. I can talk about 1947. I can talk about 1967. I can talk about the many, many sabotages of peace by Yasser Arafat. And I can also agree that Israel and specific leaders and multiple prime ministers have done very similar things that have caused those problems. I can also agree that there is a power imbalance. I'm not a critical theorist or a Marxist, so I don't really give a fuck that there's a power imbalance. That's of no consequence to me if one side has more power than the other, if the side with less power has been given literally every fucking opportunity to self-govern and they refuse to and just keep doing terrorist shit, right? And at the same time, I can recognize, unlike fucking Tiberius, that there are individuals there that are not responsible for fucking Hamas, for crying out loud. But and we can go back and forth about that all the time. Mike, I don't understand the fault thing is really an irrelevant point at this point. I think is the getting into the history of who started what. Is this if you do a timeline, you can always go back 5, 7, or 10 years in the history of the region and go, but the other side's actually what caused this because 7 years ago this. And then the other side
I'm not discussing fault, though, to be clear.
You
I'm not
literally
talking
did.
about like who's at fault.
You said
no,
it was
hold on. So what I'm saying is,
fault.
Yeah, I do believe that this is majority the fault of the Israelis who are setting up an ethnocide and ethnically cleansing the region. However, that's not really what I'm referring to when I say that part of the equation here needs to be Israel no longer treating these people like animals, right? Because I think that any like long-term peace process is going to include recognition of the human rights of the Palestinians, right, in Gaza and in the West Bank. So that's what I'm saying. So I think saying, allow refugee status for these Palestinians, and get rid of Hamas. I think that puts too much onus on the, or too much responsibility for what's happening, or the actions that need to be taken on the Palestinians, and not enough on Israel. Because the reason Hamas exists is because of Israel's actions, not just recently, but throughout history. So I don't think you fix that. Right? You could get rid of Hamas, but then another group pops up because they're still angry about what Israel just did and is currently continuing to do. So like that doesn't fix anything.
Right. The problem is this kind of like rings like during Trump as well as Biden administration, like the kids in cages kind of thing. Is this idea of like, see, Israel is so horrible because they treat them so poorly. And it's like, and then you look into the kids in cages thing and you're like, oh, these are people coming across a border and they have to be housed and there's a process that has to be done. It's like, yeah, Israel's done some, I think it absolutely is comparable. I think there are individual atrocities and situations in the 86 years of conflict between them that are horrible on both ends. And yet, I think more often than not, the treatment of Israel of these people has been a group of people that constantly launches warfare on them and refuses to govern themselves. And yet the rest of the world says, yeah, but you have to take care of them. Instead of just
you can't
being
say
able
that,
to say,
but then
fuck
say
off.
we can't talk about how this started because this started because Israel wanted to form an ethnocide that on land that people are currently living on. So like if you're going to say, oh, well, these people just keep attacking the Israelis, these people just keep attacking the Israelis and ignore why that's happening. Like that's not a lie. What do you mean that's a lie?
That's a lie. The Zionist movement doesn't start in 1948.
I never claimed that.
Right. But your claim is that it all started because because Jews came in and wanted to start
sorry. I should say Jewish militias.
Other people were living.
Okay, so Jewish militias went to this area and started attacking Arab communities, driving them off their land, killing them, raping them, etc.
When?
Fuck. We could go back 100 years, right? But if you want to keep it recent,
no, we can't.
What happened in 1940?
There's no Jewish militias 100 years ago. When?
Oh God. We go back to 1947, right? Before the Civil War, before the Six-Day War, right? You had Jewish militias in the lead up to the UN proclamation that created, I think, recognized or established.
Who did the Jewish militias attack first?
Arab communities.
They attacked the British first. They attacked the British first. They went to war with Britain.
That's not okay. I don't think that's true.
It's absolutely true.
There are Jewish militias. There are Jewish militias, and I think
this was following the white papers. But following the white papers in 1939.
But there were Jewish militias in the area prior to this, while the settlement was happening, while Jews were coming from Europe and around the world and settling in the area, peacefully homesteading. What you said, even during that period,
they attacked the British first because Britain made it illegal for Jews to be able to purchase land and drove Jews off of their land that they had homesteaded and gave them specific areas that they were allowed to settle and areas that they weren't allowed to settle, demanding that there be an Arab majority in a majority of what is now Israel. Okay? They went to war with the British first. It wasn't until many riots, like the Jaffa riots, where many Jews had been killed.
Was the Jaffa riot?
That would be 1921, I believe. I have it written down in my notes here somewhere. 1921. Mayday. Right? This is where Israelis as well, I wouldn't say Israelis at this point, Zionists, Jewish Zionists, settlers, as well as Arabs were killed. You had tensions and clashes between two different ethnic groups long before militias came in. And the militias initially were fighting against Britain because Britain was making it illegal for them to settle in areas, which was particularly an issue during World War II when Britain was restricting immigration to Israel of Jews and was turning boats away so they had to go back to Europe during World War II, which was kind of a fucking problem.
Right. Yeah, I can
Then
agree that
they realized they fucked up in 1948, right, and established the Israeli state. But it's the white papers in 1939 that begins this segregation between Arab Palestinians and Jews in the area. Before this, they are living together. It's not the most peaceful ever. Obviously, there are clashes between groups, but there are plenty of people that are living peacefully. And the population of Arabs in the area increases whenever Jews move to an area, because they made the farmland more arable, they made it productive, and then Arabs moved to the area to work on the farmland. They were bringing in jobs because they were making the land better.
Yeah, so I can agree with all that.
That's the history.
But I don't. Okay, but that's recent history. We could go back further, but I don't think there's any point like going back and back and back and back and figuring out like
Where would you go?
At fault initially. You can go back further than that.
Go ahead.
But
go.
Again, I don't think there's any reason to go because I'm not
you
trying
have
to
any argument was you go back further.
Way back. I mean, who killed Jesus? Right?
That's not. Okay, if you want to go way back, we can go to the Canaanites and the kingdoms of the Levant, right? We could do that, but that's kind of silly.
The problem with
modern conflict. What's relevant?
No.
Right?
No. There's a reason.
Situation, which is an ethno state.
I'm not going to let you play this game.
I'm not going to play this game. It's not a game. This is what's currently happening.
What you're doing?
In the area.
You're saying. No, what you're doing is you're trying to undermine my argument and subvert it by going, well, there's a previous time we could go back and it's really just tit for tat. Anyways, let's not talk about that statement that I made without evidence, right? Let's forget about that. I won on that one. Anyways, let's actually pivot to this new conversation since I lost the historical argument. No, the reason that going back further doesn't make any fucking sense is because when Judea was held up until the Roman Empire, there was a population of 1 to 2 million Jews there. And it was the Romans between 40 to 135 AD that did ethnic cleansing of all of the people in this region and brought it down over time to like 200,000 and renamed the area Assyria-Palestine as an anti-Jewish area. And from that point on, the supposed Palestinian people, right, never had political control of this area since the Jews were moved out. They never had political control. It was either the Ottomans, the Turks, it was different groups of people.
Why is this an important consideration in your view? Why is like past political control a justification for current political control?
The reason it's not in my worldview. I'm arguing on Doobie's level, which is the idea of like ethnic ties to the land and state ownership and of like who is justified as a peoples in settling in a region and setting aside religion. As my justification begins with the Zionist movement and the areas of unoccupied area. To a certain extent, some of that land, right, might have been stolen, and if there's an individual property claim that proves that land was stolen because like the British were holding on to it and it was actually stolen from some Arab 100 years ago or something, right? Like I totally get that and I can see that because I'm a libertarian. And I don't want the nation state of Israel to exist. But when the idea comes about of like who has a right to the land, I would say that the nation state of Israel holds in escrow the private property rights, that which it has stolen from individual citizens there. And in many cases, that is Jewish people. And it's unacceptable to respect the authority of organizations that demand that all of those people be removed from Israel, as well as Jewish leaders that demand the same of Palestinian Arabs. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, let me ask a different question if I could.
Mm-hmm.
What would Hamas have had to do before you would not stand with Palestine?
I don't think that's a reasonable question.
No. So what I mean by that is
Like,
you
obviously,
got
we're
a
not nobody
Palestinian
here is
flag
standing with
behind you.
Hamas,
I
right?
don't understand, but you got like a Palestinian flag behind you. At least on Twitter, a lot of people are saying, stand with Palestine immediately after the attack. Is there anything they could have done that would have been so severe that you would have been like, you know what, I'm not going to post this. I'm not going to say that.
No, I don't think so. I don't have like a Hamas flag behind me. It's a Palestinian flag. I don't support Hamas. I don't support raping and murdering people.
I mean, to
So what
extend
are you
that,
supporting?
Lactoid, do you think that like if Azov was a larger percent of Ukraine's military, that would justify opposing like all aid to Ukraine, or are
Wait, hold on. If Azov like ran Ukraine, which is Hamas runs Gaza, if Azov ran Ukraine and then like had just like committed like a sneak attack against somebody else, the last thing I would post on my Twitter is I stand with Ukraine. And if you did that, I would assume you hold on. And if you did that, I would assume you were a Nazi, rightfully so.
Well, actually,
See,
Sock Done Left would immediately burn you on Twitter if you were getting enough views. If you weren't getting enough views, he probably wouldn't see you because the algorithm would never let him see you. But Sock Done Left, for a fact that if a majority Nazi army just did a sneak attack and someone said, I stand with that country, that you would be calling them fascists immediately on Twitter. And if you say no, you're full of shit.
the difference here is the reason I was pointing to that is like, yeah, so Lactoid was saying
just yes or no. You just say you would. Just say you would. You know it.
The point that I was trying to get at is Azov is a minority in the real world of Ukraine's military. If Azov did some terrorist action, would there be some sufficiently bad action that Azov, as a minority both of the political populace, could do that would be so bad that it would make you support Russia?
Not that would make me support Russia, but if immediately let's say there was like an Azov battalion, right? That just like conduct. I'm sure. I know there is, but it's hypothetical, right? Let's say you have like a fascist, like openly fascist Azov battalion, and like they just committed a massacre in some Russian city. Like they moved in, like mobilized units, and just started like pillaging and destroying the area. If I timed my I stand with Ukraine for that day, that would look really bad. It would look really bad because why did I pick that day? Why did I pick the moment after they just went in and slaughtered innocents to say, to re-proclaim my support of Ukraine?
Because it's trending, Lactoid.
The other disjunction here is that all the time Palestinians are in the open air prison that is maintained by Israel, right? Like the oppression there is ongoing. It's not just that people are bringing this up, because Hamas did something evil. They're doing it to bring up that Hamas did something evil, yes, and now this issue is back on people's minds. And we want to point out, hey, there's this other evil that's also occurring here all the time. Hamas is evil several days a year, a lot of days of the year, and that's fucking terrible. And the open air jail is evil all the goddamn time. That's the point, right?
No, Hamas never stopped being evil.
Just to extend the analogy, if Russia had invaded,
Hamas is evil every day.
If Ukraine had been occupied by Russia 40 years ago, if Ukraine had been occupied by Russia 40 years ago, I'm just trying to work here, okay? If Ukraine had been occupied by Russia 40 years ago and had walled off a certain region, had blocked imports into the area, et cetera, right? If it was analogous to Palestine, you would understand why someone who's like, oh, look, this crazy group did something bad, but I still want to lend support to the people who've been blocked off from the area, right?
Okay, not just a crazy group did something bad, but immediately after the crazy minority does something bad, you have God knows how many people on Twitter, on the mainstream media, calling for the absolute destruction of all Palestinians, right? So, like, I don't think these two things are comparable.
No. So, I would condemn people, and I think we did show on the panel that when somebody did suggest to start killing or potentially open the door to killing Palestinian civilians, I reiterated that was a terrible idea and that we shouldn't do it, and I condemned that, and I tried my best to end that discourse because I thought it was disgusting. Of course, it's not something that I would support, and it's something that I would condemn. I would say that there are some allegories you can draw between Russia and Ukraine. And, even if you had some kind of situation where like Russia, like cut off gas to Ukraine or like substantially interfered with their economy, we know that was happening. We also know, there was a mass killing, the Holodomor, that happened in Ukraine under Soviet authorities, et cetera, right? There's there's things you can like, there's connections you can point to. But if the Azov battalion, right, a group within Ukraine that expresses wildly fascist views, like just finished like massacring some town, that would still not be the day that I would pick to say that I stand with Ukraine. And by the way, that's the more tame thing that a lot of left Twitter accounts are saying. I mean, DSA Connecticut, right? I mean, you can agree
you
that's
wanted to get to that
crazy,
statement
right?
way earlier. And what I wanted to note is that statement doesn't mention violence, period, which I think is a problem. Within DSA, I've called for DSA statements to oppose violence, but that statement didn't support violence. It supported like decolonization. It supported the broader idea of fighting back against oppression. And I understand that's frustrating.
Yes. No, hold on. And this happened right after what?
It happened right after something that people should be condemning. That's like, I agree with you because I agree. But my argument is that when people say, I think it's right to fight against oppression right after some really big, really bad thing, it's important to distance yourself from that. That's why I called for it. And some chapters did a bad job of that. Conversely,
hold on.
what I would just note is overwhelmingly the response from the politicians in the United States has been just, I stand with Israel. I can count off like a dozen fucking like NBA accounts. I can count off like the White House did it. They painted the fucking White House in the Israeli colors today. Biden didn't say a goddamn thing about like opposing Palestinian oppression, right? I just want to point out, DSA says bad things, and 99% of the media says the opposite bad thing in the other direction. In my view.
Okay. Two things I want to point out, right? If
that's not a bad thing to say, I stand with Israel when they get attacked by terrorists.
If immediately
like fuck off.
Let's say all this, like there was a secret attack by Israel in which like they did the same thing, they slaughtered like civilians. That would be a bad day to post I stand with Israel. I would agree with that. Okay. I want to read to you. This is directly what the Connecticut DSA posted. Yesterday, the Palestinian resistance launched an unprecedented anti-colonial struggle. Despite 75 years of occupation, Palestinians are standing tall against apartheid. On Indigenous Peoples Day, we are gathering in solidarity on the new Haven Green, no peace on stolen land. That is an endorsement.
That's literally support. Yeah, that's endorsement.
That is a direct endorsement of this slaughter, right? And you have people who are either openly endorsing the slaughter or they're like standing with the fucking government that did it. Like the day it happened.
In solidarity, like that's just a literal definitional endorsement.
No, you would never see me support, even though I do support Ukraine against Russia. You would never see me support Azov in this way, and you would never see me time my post in support of Ukraine, like when Azov does something terrible.
So I know that one of the difficulties about this one is that Hamas did, so like in addition to killing a bunch of civilians, they also did a bunch of things which were like unambiguously goods in my view, like tearing down fences. Like they got a bunch of bulldozers and they pulled down fences and stuff like that went viral on like left media as well. Hamas also attacked a lot of IDF. Like there was a very viral one of a tank being attacked. And I know, like we can argue whether Hamas is an evil organization, I would say. At the same time, like if you're going to resist anyone, it's resisting that military. My view is that a lot of people who were on the left, who are trying to sing the praises of Hamas, especially earlier on, like Connecticut, DSA, I think that their views were heavily filtered through, here's like the good things that came out of Hamas. And I think that view gets maybe less tolerable over time as more of the violent stuff gets viral as well. But
the violent stuff was viral first.
Dude, hold on, pause. No. Dude, horrendous terrorist or action as a means of, don't fucking look at me like that, you weaselly little fucking cunt. Look at me, don't fucking look at me right now and do anything other than apologize for the piece of shit that you are right now for not saying I disagree with that statement. Instead of going into some bullshit apology about, well, actually they did do some good things and that maybe that's what it was in leftist circles, blah, blah. Fuck off. That's not what they're saying. And you know it, you lying sack of shit. Fucking man up, pull your fucking balls and say either A, I love it when Jews get killed because I hate Jews, or B, apologize.
I feel like there's some other options here, so I'm going to avoid saying those.
No. How about you stop being a fucking bigot little bitch and fucking answer now? You just made apologia for horrible fucking crimes against humanity, and now you're going to fucking smile about it. You little fucking cunt. Fucking apologize, or let us know the bigot you are. One or the other. Now.
The argument I was trying to raise is that I think a lot of people in left circles are to some degree siloed off from that negative news, and it's often reframed through
That
very
is fucking
positive framing.
bullshit. These people
Oh,
on
let- let-
Twitter,
let- hey, let-
they
let
have
him-
no
let him get it out,
idea
let him get it
what
out.
is going
Let
on.
him- let
The
him- let him
DSA in
respond.
Connecticut hasn't seen any videos. They haven't read a single news article.
Let-
You lying sack of
let,
shit.
let him just respond, please.
All I'm trying to bring up is that I think that it's easy to see someone posting something like this and trying to do it in a way which says, like, I've talked to people with that type of leftist view. It's one that I disagree with. I feel there's an obligation to condemn violence against civilians. It's why I've been doing it through this conversation. The argument that they give is that when you do this sort of the argument is it's equivocation. When you do something like, we oppose the violence against civilians, but we think decolonization is valid or whatever.
Well, they didn't do that.
Well, I know, that's what I'm saying. They think that view is like ceding ground, that even just doing any apology for violence done is ceding ground in the conversation. It's like refocusing on the violence rather than the long-going oppression that they want to end. And so they want to try as much as possible to center the conversation on ending that oppression. And
That is a lie. That is a lie. You know that was an unequivocal support of the actions of Hamas as they are slaughtering innocents. And now you are trying to act like, well, actually, it's just a support of the good things, but like we're going to ignore all the bad. Maybe they're in a circle. They didn't know about that. And then you now pivot to the idea of, well, actually, the message is just tailored towards only the positive, but we're not going to mention it. You're saying that you disagree with these people, and yet you're running cover for them.
Well, I'm saying I disagree, and then just trying to explain how they arrive at it and why. Like, I would say in the opposite direction, a lot of the people who support Israel wholeheartedly with no note of the crimes done against Palestinians are in a lot of the similar boat. A lot of people have been told for all of their life that Israelis are fighting terrorists. They're fighting the worst people on earth. And they see stuff like Hamas coming out, and it completely confirms all of their beliefs about it. They aren't going out and then also looking into all the horrible things that Israel is doing to Palestine. They aren't looking into the open air prison. They aren't looking into the blockade. They aren't looking into the apartment complexes bombed, even though a lot of those also went viral. I think it's really easy for people to get siloed in and to get confirmation biased into taking a really strong stance. And that's all I'm trying to say. I think the statement's wrong.
No, you don't get, there we go. I think the statement's wrong. It took you that long and this much pressure for you to just say it's wrong. And you're not even saying it's wrong because it's morally wrong and admitting what they're actually saying is supporting. What you're doing is subverting, bullshitting, adding nuance from the other side and trying to be like, well, actually there's all these different viewpoints and echo chamber. No, you know that it is a support of direct terrorism. And you just, and now you finally say it's wrong. Why is it wrong?
Well, I've explained that because it doesn't call against the violence against civilians. Like over and over, I just want like to make
it's
this
not
clear.
nuanced enough, yeah.
When you look at statements from like DSA
You're a horrible
electeds,
human being.
when you look at statements from DSA electeds, for example, all of them, every single one, condemns violence against civilians. Why? Because they had some comms guy on staff telling them, hey, you actually have to condemn violence against civilians. You can't just be super edgy and in favor of Palestine completely and try and recenter the conversation about that, because that's not the conversation going on right now. There's a conversation going on about crimes against civilians. You have to condemn it. Every single statement by a DSA elected did so. Like, and all I would note, Lactoid, is this is one chapter. There are like 250. And
I got another chapter for you here. I got another quote.
I believe that National DSA put out a statement which at the very
Don't
beginning
worry, he'll apologize for them too.
So
and bullshit and run away.
I already said that I have issues with the. You're right. The mainstream DSA stopped short of. I mean, they were like, we.
They didn't just stop storage. They explicitly condemned violence against civilians.
Right. Well,
the only thing that you were upset about is they didn't call out Hamas by name. And like, sure, maybe they should have, but they were still calling out the actions of Hamas.
No. Again, going back to like, this would be like again like the Azov comparison, right? My issue with the primary DSA account is the fact that the day after they go in and slaughter people, that's when they announce we solidly stand in support of Palestine. To me, it's very similar to like. Following 9/11, like if they posted like, we condemn the 9/11 attacks, but we solidly stand in favor of like Al-Qaeda. Like you picked a terrible.
But they're not standing in favor of Al-Qaeda, right? Like that's the terrorist group. That would be like them saying we stand in favor of Hamas. What they said is we stand in favor of the Palestinian people.
Yeah, or like Saudi Arabia, right?
It wouldn't be Saudi Arabia. It'd be something like the U.S. wasn't really occupying.
Came from.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is like this 9/11 war doesn't quite work because the U.S. wasn't occupying as Israel is. But
wow, I mean, you could probably come up with some kind of socialist argument.
It would be like, we stand with people fighting against imperialism, is what they would say. And like, I think you would understand why that is not a statement in favor of Al Qaeda, right?
Yeah, so
if you did it on 9/11, that would be a fucking problem. Obviously, even in that scenario, if I tweeted on 9/11 and was like, "I stand in solidarity with people that fight against imperialism," you know, like the American Empire, and whatever they may or may not do in New York.
Yeah, this is the great example. Like, hold on. If they did post like we solidly stand with Middle Easterners opposing imperialism. If you posted that the day after 9/11 or the day of 9/11, yeah, I'm going to criticize the fuck out of that. New York City DSA post in tomorrow, October 8th at 1 p.m. Times Square in solidarity.
There's actually a story behind this one.
Oh yeah, in solidarity with the Palestinian people and their right to resist 75 years of occupation and apartheid. I'm looking at photographs of that rally.
Well, no, so let me stop you there. No.
Decolonization is not a metaphor.
Let me stop you. That's not a DSA rally. So this was the story, is that they looked for a Palestinian rally, and it seems like they just picked one. Like, bluntly, I don't know how else to put this. They picked one, and they happened to pick one which is by an org called PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And all of the statements that you're going to see coming out of that, which is like the statements where it's like, we support Hamas's attacks, they're all from PSL employees. So all I want to say is there's an organization which is like one or two steps the DSA's left, and they made really bad statements, and it was a really bad choice of NYC DSA, which is usually pretty moderate, to endorse that rally.
Well, here's the question then. Why are the tweets still up? Why have they not taken it down and issued an apology? Oh, sorry, we accidentally supported terrorists. My bad. Look, and that would look like okay, that would look bad, right? I understand, right? Okay, you guys are really fucked up. Like, that's pretty ignorant. You know, kind of like bringing a Nazi to testify. Like, well, hold on, what are you doing there? They haven't taken that down. Why haven't they taken it down and apologized?
Well, in part, they also like, just mechanically, they retweeted the national DSA one. They've been supporting a lot of the rhetoric around the opposition to civilian violence. And like, as someone who knows a lot of people in the New York City DSA, they tend to be on the moderate side of things. That was the side that drafted the national DSA statement. So
I just feel like,
am I Neo in like the second Matrix, where I just go, but you didn't answer my question.
Under the bus. I would just throw these people under the bus. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, you're a member of DSA, so I get you as a little fealty, but like, hey, bad idea all around. Okay, and should have taken it down. Yeah.
Well, he can't, because if he did so, he might be ousted or in trouble in some way with many of his friends and cohorts.
Are they going to spank you?
Right. I think I'd survive. It's a Big Tent org that almost.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll survive, right? Like, but you know that you would lose some of your relevancy and maybe clout and support if you did something as horrible as think that maybe Hamas isn't something we should celebrate, right? Like,
look, all I'll say is, within DSA circles, there has been a lot of hate for the PSL rally. Okay, again, coming from usually one side of DSA,
not enough to take down a fucking tweet.
I don't know, like, I think that to some degree it's probably pride, and if you take it down, then it looks like you're agreeing. Like, every article is going to be like, NDSA deleted the tweet, which is an admission of guilt, right? That actually they agree with the statements by, and there were like 50 people from mainstream New York.
You're allowed to admit guilt. I think there's nothing wrong with that.
They'd be admitting that they made a mistake.
Yeah.
It's not about making a mistake. They would admit of what is accused of them, which is that, so every single accusation thrown against them by like Richie Torres, for example, is that they support the killing of Jewish people. Like, verbatim, every single New York Democrat has said more or less that. Slightly different words, but that's what they've said. I'm betting the thought process is, if you delete it, and that makes it seem like they were right, and we do support that.
And it's a bad thought process. Like, you could also just say that. Just like it's a bad thought process. It's simple. But all right, look, well, let's leave it on. We grilled our friend STL on this enough, and we weren't here to talk about DSA any which way, but bad luck. I think we could say bad luck. Really bad luck. All right, so anyway, we went to bonus time, heavy bonus time. Thanks y'all for sticking with us. I'm never sure if Doobie is around here, but I feel like he just like goes to get like food.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. So
sure,
anyway,
just some AI automated answers just to say that he's there.
He might actually. He's got the resources. But thank you all for this. This was really interesting. I got really heated, as we thought from the very beginning. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed a discussion on Israel-Palestine would get heated, right? Nostradamus here.
Religion and
but,
politics mixed? Nah.
No, never. But anyway, we can see if we can have a open panel after this one. That's up to you guys. If you guys want to join in, I'll stick around for a little bit. And if not, then we'll end the stream. But if you do want to join, come through. Express your opening chat lets you know it's an open walk on panel. Where audience members like you, yes, you sitting at home may participate. We'd love to have you. So the instructions are there. So you go into our Discord server. And I'm going to give an outro to all these great people. Oh, and let me put this also in the YouTube comment section because we had a lot of people there. We had a lot of people there for like the first time, honestly. Like that, it wasn't Destiny who did that, you know. But guys, and if you're there, hit the subscribe button. Subscribe button in YouTube land. Hit the subscribe button. Come back because we do more of this. It'll be great. It'll be fun. We talk about all kinds of issues. If you're in Twitch land, hit the follow button because we do this all the time. And consider supporting the channel. We do need that support. If you like this kind of conversation, like the things that we do, right? If you like all the fun that we have and the aneurysms we give each other, then be so kind and sub to the channel if you're on Twitch to support us that way, or use a hype chat, or in YouTube land, consider doing a super chat or something like that to assist us. We can do more of this for you. Okay. So I'll give an outro to all these fine individuals, but we can still have more content for you if we have an open panel afterwards. So Lactoid, I'll start with you. You sat back on this one a little bit. But I think you still got your licks in, but well, especially at the end. You wanted a piece of STL apparently. But a friend, I'm so happy that you were here with us.
No, thank you. Look, I thank you so much for having me on Prime, first of all. Thank you for the rest of you who spoke with me, even the ones that already left. Thank you so much. STL, I like you, but the DSA is horrible. While we've been talking, I found just the treasure trove. So apparently there is a, and it's got a dsausa.org web address. There is a DSA, BDS, and Palestine Solidarity Twitter account.
Mm-hmm.
This has some things on it. We're talking consistent and open support of the attack. I mean, right here, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. This is the Palestinians breaking out of their cage. Like Hamas went onto Israeli territory. You're part of the problem. Yeah. So, I mean, if you guys want to see what DSA is all about, I really deeply encourage you to check out the DSA, BDS, and Palestine Solidarity Twitter account. But if you want to see what I'm about,
put in the group chat, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll put it in the group chat. But if you want to see what I'm about, I don't advocate for that stuff. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Shout out to my man Lactoid, always kind enough to join us. Like, it's really great of him, and he really adds so much. So yeah, this is fun. Next, Scott. It's been a while since I've been this this activated with you. Usually, like I don't, but this was a fun one. If there's any discussion I want to be aggravated with you on, it's this one. So thank you, Scott, for coming in and sharing your opinions, and of course, always arguing your opinions quite well.
Yeah, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. You can find me on YouTube or Rumble, searching for Fabian Liberty. I've been on a little bit of a hiatus because of some medical stuff and moving and all that fun stuff, but I'm happy to be back. Should be fun. I don't normally like summarize my points, but we did like a 4-hour like thing, and so like I just want to reiterate that there's a deep, deep history
From the top.
that, unfortunately, yeah, no. I mean, I won't do as long as I did my intro. I promise. Deep, deep history that most people really don't understand, and hopefully some people like tonight learned a lot of that. An understanding of the nationalist Zionist movement and how it actually got started. Obviously, there's a lot of things we didn't talk about because I was prepared for a much more conversation about the history and the politics, but unfortunately we didn't really get into it that much. We just kind of argued silly points. It seems like Lactoid to some degree and I are the only people the entire time that actually answered the question at all or even attempted to answer. Corey and Doobie and Tiberius and Connor and Sockdon left. They never attempted to answer the question. I don't know why they never attempted to answer the question. But one of the parts of the question was, what should we do and how should we fix this? And, Sockdon left apparently believes that the way to fix it is to support terrorists mutilating people, but like not support them, just kind of run apologetics for people that support them and then pretend like they don't. But, like I said before, to reiterate my position, it's very simple. I think we should cut all funding to Israel as well as cutting off funding to Palestinian Arabs. We need to allow Israel to annex Gaza from Hamas, as well as having a path for refugees, either within Gaza or within Israel, to be protected and have access to food and water and electricity and housing until such a time that Gaza can be stabilized and they can be returned. Private property owners can be returned and terrorists can be removed. And then we need to sit back down again with some arbiter that both parties agree to, that the Palestinian Authority and demand a resolution of borders. And if those borders are not accepted by the Palestinian Authority, tough luck, go fuck yourself. These are your borders. You can fight in courts or in the UN for more land later. You are your own country now. We're done with you. And establish the two states, whether or not the Palestinian Authority comes to the table or not. That's my time. Fabian Liberty, check me out.
I'll answer a question after I give an outro to all these people. I'll because
well, it's your question. You don't have to answer it.
Sorry.
You're the moderator. You don't have to answer it.
Well, I do anyway.
If you want to, that's fine. But like, it's the people. Yeah. It's incumbent upon all the people that didn't answer the question.
Fair enough. Corey.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and I will absolutely totally concede that I did not give an answer because I don't have a good answer, and also I didn't participate as much because I totally learned a lot, as in there's a lot of history that Fabian shared that I absolutely did not know. I have no problem pleading ignorance on this topic. Like I said, I'm not an expert. I only know sort of broad strokes, and I definitely don't know as much of the nitty-gritty detail that Scott does. So I'm glad that Scott shared all that along with all the other panelists that shared great information that hopefully I'm more educated and hopefully can make more informed positions. But yeah, this was great. Always a pleasure to be here. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCam84. I'll go back to using Twitter instead of X. And on Instagram and YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, research, and news. And STL, Doobie, Scott, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Great to have you back, Scott. And I'm glad to see that you're doing well. And I love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
Yeah. And our friend, our Dark Lord Savior, Doobie. I want to hear more from you, Doobie, in all of this, because I think you have you've done a fair bit of research into this. I really wanted to hear more of your perspective. Hopefully, I can in the future. But yeah, thanks you for coming through and being part of this discussion.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay. And finally,
automated message.
Exactly, right? Oh, also exclamation point Doobie in chat to go to the politics Discord server, the biggest political Discord server on Discord. And you are going to.
Can I guess I should say something as an outro. I guess. I think that there are a lot of I guess good points on either side, but I think that any long-term path toward any sort of peace on this issue, I think needs to start with not just the cessation of violence from like Hamas and other terrorist groups, right? But the recognition of the pain and suffering of the Palestinian people, right? The fact that they're in an open air prison. I know this somehow controversial, but it's true. And I think that needs to be part of the equation when we're discussing like how this is like addressed. 'Cause I don't think you can convince any of these people to stop supporting groups like Hamas unless you stop treating them like garbage. Because like eventually people are going to lash out, right? They're human beings too. They get angry too. So I think that I feel like that's not spoken about enough.
Thank you so much. Finally, STL. You caught you caught a lot of bullets at the end there. But I'm really happy you came. I hope that didn't scare you off, right? Lactoid and Scott can be big bullies. I hope that didn't scare you off, friend. And we'll see you again in the future.
Do I outro?
Yeah.
So all I wanted to say is we talked a bit earlier about responding to 9/11, and I think that's actually an appropriate frame. After 9/11, America entered 2 wars across the world. We spent something like $4 trillion. Hundreds of thousands of people died. I think 1 million or more were displaced. I think something like 5 million is the upper estimate on people displaced. I think it's the right response when we see a terrorist action, something which is like violent and evil, and to respond to that and try and say, yes, that's evil. At the same time, a response that is bloodthirsty, that thinks we can quench violence with violence, will only breed more. The solution to violence coming from Palestine, from Hamas, is not to bomb the people of Palestine, to destroy millions and millions of people's lives. It is not more violence. Ultimately, the only way that we will see a solution to this problem is the end of apartheid, the end of the open air prison, the integration of Palestinian people into a one state Israel, or the creation of a fully independent Palestinian state where full rights exist for Palestinians. Bluntly, like, we can't fight violence with violence. The only solution has to come through a fundamental reform. And Hamas is not committed to that. Israel is not committed to that. I don't know if there's a bright future for that, but it's the only way we're not going to see this repeat over and over and over again for decades.
I love that. It was a beautiful outro. Yeah, no, it was a beautiful outro. I'm just really glad that, I was able to bully you into finally being a moral person and unequivocally going against what DSA Connecticut said, wholeheartedly disagreeing and realizing that what they said was monstrous and wrong. I appreciate you going against DSA. Yeah.
They should have added a condemnation of violence against civilians, but I wouldn't hold you to every statement of like whatever ANCAP organization, if any, you find. I wouldn't hold Lactoid to like all Libertarian Party statements. I hope that he wouldn't endorse everything by the Libertarian Party New Hampshire if he agrees with the Libertarian Party at all, right? I think it's totally fine in a democratic organization, which DSA is. It's insanely democratic, actually, sometimes frustratingly so. That there's members there, which I strongly
point of privilege. Point of privilege. Point of privilege. I just want to say, Socked on Left, I agree. But if you were to bring up an LPNH tweet that I thought was bad, I would just say, yeah, that's bad. Not run apology for them. And be like, well, actually, the reason New Hampshire kind of feels this way is that they actually don't feel that way. But, like maybe they don't feel that way. I promise.
They should have added more context to the Hitler tweet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they should have added more.
Specified, right?
They shouldn't have put they in quotation marks. They should have just said the Jews.
or parentheses,
Yeah, right. We all know you're full of shit, buddy. It's okay.
Oh boy. And so to answer the question, I think that borders need to be redrawn. I think that Israel needs to give up territory. I don't know what those an equitable look at those borders will be. That would take a deeper level of study to figure out what would that be. But yeah, those borders need to be massively drawn. Israel needs to give up territory, and whatever final shape that's in, the Palestinians have to agree and put it within their fucking constitution that they agree that Israel, what's left of it, should has the right to exist, and. I feel like there's something else I was going to say here. Oh, in part of this process, right, what we likely or not, is that we're going to have to negotiate with the relevant parties, and as of now, Hamas is one of those. Right? Like I want to get rid of Hamas in the way I want to get rid of like the North Korean government. Right? But I can understand that we're not getting rid of the North Korean government, and so that whatever
you can't.
solution. Hold on. Let me finish. Come on. Whatever solution that we have, like for the North Korea South Korea divide, is going to involve that government. It's just not falling, right? And so, like I said previously, you can say that we'll crush Hamas, but all that will be replaced with is another militant wing. So we have to, as always, we make peace with our enemies. And monstrous enemies they may be, and agree, Hamas bad, right? But those would be the powers that we have to negotiate with at some point in time. And I wouldn't say concede. What do you know? This thing is intractable. I agree, 100%. But that's what we'd have to do, and that would be better, certainly. Than the Trail of Tears, right? The pro Trail of Tears.
Hey, don't point at me. I was never pro Trail of Tears.
You were okay. I guess when you just say annexing them, right? I guess they can stay there, but they'll be annexed.
Just a friendly annexation.
Friendly annexation. Nothing to see here.
No. I stated my position several times. As you at the very end, you are offering a solution, right? That we might have unfortunately didn't get to debate. But I was very clear about my position. My position was that they would move in, have a place for refugees, and that all property owners and all individuals that are not a part of Hamas be returned to their property and their property recognized as their property. Like, this is not Trail of Tears. This is the deepest respect of private property rights. It's the exact opposite.
Sure. Okay. But
you want to talk about Trail of Tears? I think the Cherokee Nation is one of the very few indigenous groups in America that has a really good fucking argument that northern Georgia is fucking theirs, and I don't care that the rest of the people live there, right? Something needs to be done about that, because the Cherokees homesteaded that property. They built a fucking post office, okay? They had a community. They traded with everybody else. And Andrew Jackson said, that's really good cotton land. And then the Supreme Court, they went to the Supreme Court and fought and won in the Supreme Court. And Andrew Jackson said, send in your marshals, and then made them walk the Trail of Tears. So the Cherokee have the best argument in America for getting their own land back.
If the Cherokee shot rockets to get that land back, would you support him?
If the Cherokees shot rockets to get that land back?
Yeah. If they shot rockets, because they have the right to the land. So if they shot rockets to random Americans,
the moment that you murder innocent people,
your mind.
The moment that you murder innocent people, you're stopped from arguing for any of your own property.
They're settlers,
rights.
though. They're not innocent, right?
Wait, hold on. What if you tell those innocent people before attacking that this is your land, you own it, and they need to leave, and then they don't leave? Hey, they don't leave. Like, what do you do? Like, is it okay?
If drop a loudspeaker in their neighborhood and it plays really annoying music, telling people that a black is coming in.
I will bite the bullet that the hardcore radical left has been forced to bite, where they're like, land back, right? Cherokee Nation specifically moving into northern Georgia that have documentation that follow the gentleness principle, right? Which is to say that they move to the United States court system and say, hey, look, we have all of this evidence. We take you to court. And then the U.S. says, go fuck yourself. You don't have a case, right? And they do everything peacefully that they can, then move into northern Georgia and say, you need to leave. This is our land. Here's our proof and documentation. You have a half an hour or we're going to bomb the place. Yeah. Sorry, northern Georgia.
God. But then why...
I'm sorry. I feel like ideologically consistent here.
I feel like Hamas has made it very clear that they consider that to be their land, and those people are still on it. So then, why isn't it justified to attack the civilians?
Well, first of all, they don't have a very good claim to the land. They have no claim to the land. They have no private property claims there. They've never had political power until 1995, so they never owned it as an entity. So that's just a bullshit claim. It's not true. And even if the claim was true, kidnapping random people and murdering and torturing them automatically stops them from any land claim that they might have. They can't argue for private property rights because they violated the non-aggression principle. Thoroughly.
Wait, hold on. So if the Cherokee like scalp people, that would like invalidate the private property rights?
I mean, if they went back in time and scalped Andrew Jackson, it wouldn't do it. But if they just scalp random white people, yes, it would completely invalidate
Random
their
white people
claim to
on
land.
their land that these people have been made aware that this is their land, right? They have the legal claim to this land. If one of the ways that they force people off of it was scalping, like why wouldn't that be justified?
It would only be justified in the sense that they follow the gentleness principle. But yeah, eventually, like when you get to that point where it's like you have a half hour, you could start scalping people as opposed to bombing them.
Okay.
I don't know how much I want to get in. I oppose the Cherokee.
Yeah, because we're already done. But now,
I very firmly oppose the Cherokee
Overtime.
firing rockets or scalping. I also oppose.
Well,
the
I'm against
Cherokee
I'm
scalping
against
people.
the rockets if the rockets are aimed at innocent people that don't have a means of evacuating, reasonable means of evacuating.
I'm against the Cherokee attacking anybody. Actually,
I mean, the thing is that it really comes down to the individual situation of like what is a hostage, right? So when someone takes a human shield hostage, right, and then points a gun at you, can you fire a gun at that person, and you might accidentally hit the human hostage, right? You might accidentally hit the human shield. Are you allowed to defend yourself against someone shooting at you? And the answer is yes. I'm not the aggressor against the person that's been kidnapped and is being used as a human shield. I have a right to self-defense, even if that means that I kill that other person, because that other person was not killed by me. That's a second order consequence of the aggression and kidnapping of the person that's using them as a human shield. Same situation applies with Hamas in buildings, but it starts to get grayer once we start talking about the municipals. I'm sorry, it's late at night.
Municipalities?
Weaponry. No, the weaponry used.
Munitions.
Right? Munitions. I don't know why my brain kept going there, but like, can you nuke a house and say, well, it's like, no, obviously you can't. So you need to follow some form of gentleness principle, but it gets weird. And I think, Israel very clearly does, to the best of their ability, follow the gentleness principle under most circumstances, which is they developed new weaponry as a means of killing the least amount of civilians as possible. I mean, Israel is without a doubt the most peaceful nation, both in its setup and in its warfare, that has ever existed in human history.
Sure, whatever. I disagree, but I just wanted to, I'm gonna let all these people go. I just for what you had said previously in terms when I made that Trail of Tears comment. I guess my response is that like I acknowledge like your solution. That like you're saying annexation, let them out, let the Palestinians out, then let them back in afterwards after you sort out land. I acknowledge that's what you're saying. I just think that like there's no way that Israel would ever do such a thing. That they might let people out, but they'll never give them back in. Like, I mean, that land is forfeit. When we're talking about annexation, that's my only response there.
It's not valuable land, though.
I don't think they care about that. Oh.
This is unrelated. Wait, this is unrelated. The Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, their Twitter account is currently posting Benjamin Netanyahu with a Hitler mustache doing a Sig Heil. So they are actually like the crazy libertarians in New Hampshire are actually much more in solidarity with the DSA than I think
horseshoe theory exists. It's true.
No. Is that Troy? Do you disavow?
I disavow.
Fuck no! Why would you disavow that? Why would you disavow? Why would you disavow them talking shit on people drumming up for war and our support? Like, fuck it. Cut funding. Don't follow the fucking war drums into supporting Israel financially.
In fairness, they spend the rest of the time calling Zelensky a Nazi and Biden a Nazi. So I think it's just consistent. They seem to think all world leaders are Nazis. So between that and advocating for the age of consent, nothing they're more consistent on.
Okay.
Go ahead and find me that tweet.
Nazis. I mean, I'm telling you, there's a lot of like solidarity here.
We are going to end this.
Left? Can you find that tweet?
We're going to end this. We're going to end this. We're going to go to Overwalk on panel. If you want to join in, all right?
We can find the DSA tweets. The magic bullshit you say you can't find.
Lactoid, send me those the last DSA tweets we were talking about.
Yeah. So I linked. So there's multiple DSA pages. I linked the most egregious offender. in your chat.
That's hilarious.
Put it in the group DM. Thank you.
Oh, my bad. I'll
Scott,
post it in the group
no,
DM.
no
just
problem.
the Libertarian Party New Hampshire thing, and I'm sorry, Prime, you can end right after this. Their leader was accused of being a pedophile, a PDF file by someone, and they responded by saying there should be no age of consent. So it's not the page itself saying it.
Wait,
it's
hold on,
just
pause. When did that? When?
like 2021 or something. It's this whole
Who?
same guy, I think. I have no idea what his name is. I can go find it. I made a meme of it.
You guys can discuss it after I leave.
Send it to
PDF
me. I don't know
file.
about
You
that.
guys can literally sit in here and talk about that. All right. I've never heard about that PDF file. That's pretty funny. Anyway, we're gonna go to a walk on panel. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. It takes some of your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate you as much as I do. Thanks for being here. Bye.
Pleasure.
Oh my God, these people.